Chapter 1753. In the back-and-forth conversation between the two of them, Hui had already made himself into a local, but he had gone to live in other provinces for many years and finally returned here. At the same time, he had also given himself a non-existent ancestral home. Spanning 3,000 years, he was just short of crossing the ocean. The two of them chatted happily, and the wood-carving master even lowered the price of the wood-carving himself. Yun Nuoxing felt that this might be considered as the cost of listening to the story and chatting with him. After all, the two of them had been chatting here for half an hour. He had already come back from the alley after being robbed, but these two fellows still had not finished chatting. If he did not know that it was Huey's first time here, he might have mistakenly thought that this old man was a child that he had left behind in the lower realm. This enthusiasm, this scene of them talking about everything, like meeting a bosom friend on a high mountain and flowing water, stunned him and the little girl. If it were not for the other customers coming later, the two of them felt that we could still continue chatting here for half an hour. In the end, he used the money that he had hurriedly robbed from the stall to touch 3 wood carvings before it was considered to be over. "You guys are really talkative." Yun Nuoxing could not help but mutter to Hui, "You guys read a lot of history during the day, and you use it to chat at night. If no one came, I think you guys could talk here for 2 days." Hee, we talked too much as we talked. We could not help but laugh. The old man was also a person with a story. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, but his body was still very strong. He was full of energy and did not look muddle-headed. He even remembered the things that happened when he was young clearly, including the things that happened to him at that time. It was said that he had even fought on the battlefield. He saw that there were scars left on the old man's body, and it was said that they were left behind in the past. "Oh, this is the currency of this world." Hui touched the red banknote he took from Maple and stared at the pattern on it repeatedly. Then he put it under his nose and sniffed it. He smacked his lips and said, "It's a different smell of copper. This is the first time I've seen paper as currency. There are very few resources on this planet, so we have to use them sparingly in all aspects. As we have seen, the gold coins used in other worlds have long been eliminated, and the energy level here is also very low. Obviously, there won't be any energy currency here. After constant selection and improvement, we have chosen this path." Yun Nuoxing took out a gold coin from the Pantheon world from his pendant and played with it in his hand. "Oh," Hui answered casually. He took out a wooden carving he had just bought and placed it in Maple's hand. "Here for you." Yun Nuoxing subconsciously took it. When she saw the wooden sculpture, clearly her face twitched. It was a dragon with a wingspan of 1 foot. "Why this?" "I randomly picked it. It looks fun. No matter how many times I look at a mortal's artwork, I still find it fun." "Okay." Yun Nuoxing fiddled with the wooden sculpture of the dragon. The wood was light and sturdy. Well, there was nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary wooden sculpture. Speaking of which, if there's a wooden sculpture of a dragon, does that mean this kind of life form also exists in this world? It's hard to say. As far as we know, there's no such life form. But it's said that there was another kind of life form known as dragon in the prehistory of this planet. Hui said, "Another kind?" Yun Nuoxing looked at the wooden sculpture and said, "It's not the other kind of lizard. Is it a long worm?" No, it's not the 2 kinds we know." Hui shook his head and threw the part of the information he saw to Maple through his soul. "Here, it's this kind." Yun Nuoxing took a look inside, and her face twitched wildly. With the current level of development of life forms on this planet, there was no way to witness the prehistory with their own eyes. They used various methods of restoration and tracing bit by bit, and finally restored the life forms that once existed. Although they were also known as dragons, something felt wrong. This kind of huge size and variety looked a little, it was just strange. These things called dinosaurs were all reptiles, but they didn't seem to be able to fly. Oh, there were some that could fly, but they had changed their names. Except for the head that looked different from the other kind of dragon, he knew the rest of them were quite similar. By the way, this is basically another species, right? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes hard. Oh, I think so too. But no matter what, they are still called dragons, aren't they? Hui replied with a grin. He casually looked at the stalls around him, feeling very interested. The two types of dragons that we know seem to be people's imagination instead. They're lives that only exist in legends and fantasies. Yin Nuashing touched her hair thoughtfully. What do you think will happen if I touch a dragon here? It will be on the news. Hui gave her a thumbs up. Let's put this aside. In the country of Huaxia, where we are, there is also a saying that there are descendants of dragons and successors. Perhaps in their ancient history, there really was such a legendary life form that is now called fantasy. And this world still has obvious traces of evolution. It hasn't left the evolutionary period for too long, or maybe it hasn't finished evolving yet. Those legendary life forms may no longer be suitable for the environment of this planet that has evolved over a long period of time. They gradually disappeared in reality and died out. Huey's gaze fell on the passers-by. He said to Maple, "How is it? Do you feel the blood of dragons?" "I don't see it. We don't know what kind of aura the dragons on this planet look like, but there is no life form with a special bloodline around here. So, I speculate that even if there was one, it might have been washed away by generations of bloodline." Yun Nuashing continued to twirl her hair. Suddenly, she said emotionally, "I really want to touch a dragon." Hey, stop. You want to make big news again. It's just a thought. I didn't bring. No, I don't know anyone from the dragon race. Then it's okay. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say that he didn't bring Bing Er and Little Qing, he subconsciously remembered that this was still the Dark Age. It was no wonder that he suddenly felt like floating. This mortal world reminded him of another place, under the East Sea, the Furnace of Souls, the place where Ming and Little Purple Soul were once trapped. The world there was similar in style, only the geographical location was different. Huey's eyes suddenly paused. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Maple's arm. Hey, look over there. Do you see that thing in that person's hand? It has traces of spiritual aura, although it's very weak. Yun Nuashing looked over and saw a small stall surrounded by a few people. The stall owner was wearing a mask and holding a square wooden box in his hand. He shook his wrist and said to the people around him, "This is a real spiritual wood. It has a history of thousands of years. It can improve one's qi, nourish one's spirit, and prolong one's life. It's a family heirloom. If it wasn't for my family's financial difficulties, I wouldn't be willing to sell it." "Cut the crap. Just tell me how much it is." The stall owner straightened his wrinkled clothes and calmly stretched out a finger. 1 million. Take it if you want." The people in front of the stall rolled their eyes and walked away. "Hey, a broken stall can sell things for 1 million. Do you think this is an antique street? 1,000-year-old spiritual wood. Who knows if it's a scam?" We walked over with a smile and said to the stall owner, "Boss, can I have a look at the thing in your hand?" The stall owner, who had just been shaking his head and sighing that no one knew what was good for him, suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Hui. He was stunned. This imposing appearance, calm and composed, coupled with this unfathomable temperament, this demeanor, this smile, this simple but not undignified clothes, this is a rich man. He took a deep breath and put on the best smile he could in his life. He held the brown wooden box with both hands and handed it forward. He immediately put on a flattering smile. "Hey, boss, please take a look. Let's not talk about other things in my stall. Only this spiritual wood is absolutely real. You won't be at a loss if you buy it for 1 million. You won't be fooled by it. Look at this precipitated, natural, and exquisite pattern. Look at this plate of wrapped pulp. Oh no. Look carefully and smell it. Don't you feel the abundance of spiritual aura? This thing is definitely worth the price." Yun Nuoshing and the other two smiled bitterly. They didn't know whether this thing was worth the price or not, but this thing had indeed undergone the precipitation of time and did indeed have a trace of spiritual aura. Hui flipped the wooden box in his hand and looked at it clearly. It was a solid square, not a box. The seam that was cut 2/3 of the way around was just a naturally formed pattern. He looked at it and felt it was like a box, but it was smooth and without any undulations. "Feng, how much currency is 1 million? Hui muttered in his soul. Yun Nuoshing touched the piece of red in his pocket. A thin piece of red banknote was 100, the thickness of 1 million. He put his hands together and slowly drew a height. Then he rolled his eyes hard. No, I don't have money. I only have a life." "Why? Are you interested in this thing?" Hui smiled bitterly. "I'm just a little interested." "Well, let's find an alley and find some trouble with a few gangsters." Yun Nuoshing and the little girl rolled their eyes at the same time. He had just walked around the alley and touched less than 1,000 yuan. If the little gangsters had money, they would not have come out to mingle. He sighed earnestly. If you want to find someone, you have to find those people who are at the top in the dark, right? The little girl. This is the rhythm of making big news again. Hui grinned and handed the spiritual wood to the stall owner. "Boss, the stall owner's breath stagnated. He quickly glanced at Huey's subtle expression and was surprised to find that he couldn't see anything. However, according to his past experience, this rich second-generation big investor, who looked bright and beautiful, must have taken a fancy to this thing. However, he didn't have the habit of being a prodigal. He might feel that it wasn't worth it for him to directly take 1 million yuan. After all, this thing was only valuable in the hands of the right people. The person in front of him obviously just looked at it and thought it was fun. He was definitely not in the list. If he wanted to seize this opportunity, he could only... Boss. He held Huey's hand excitedly and smiled warmly. "I won't hide it from you. Look at my stall. There are still some good things in it. If 1 million yuan is too much, how about adding these in?" Hui was stunned. "No, 900,000. 900,000. It can't be lower." At this moment, a person suddenly walked by and took the wooden cube in Huey's hand. He shouted to the stall owner, "Boss, 2 million yuan. I want this thing." The stall owner was slightly stunned. He looked at Hui, who was still smiling and unhurried. Then he looked at the newly appeared young man in a suit with his hair combed back and glasses. He looked refined, but his expression was obviously a little frivolous. Then he looked at the former again and smiled bitterly. "Boss." Hui tilted his head and looked at the young man with the two people. He slowly said, "I don't... 3 million. The young man put the thing in the hands of the bodyguards. He crossed his arms and looked at Hui with a frivolous smile. "It's too troublesome to say that. How about this? You and I both know the value of this thing. Why don't you just give us an upper limit and save us all some time?" Huey's eyes flashed. He tilted his head and quickly exchanged glances with the stall owner. After the latter understood, he smiled and looked at the young man. He said indifferently, 8 million, how about it? The young man turned around and raised his hand. The two bodyguards immediately carried 2 big boxes and turned to leave. 10 million, no need to waste time. Then I'll take this thing away. Kid, let me warn you. If you don't have money, don't come to Taba. Hee hee. After the young man and his bodyguards walked far away, we carried a box and smiled at the stall owner. Happy cooperation. Then he sighed. So straightforward. If I had known, I would have shouted more. The stall owner scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Boss, I see that you are quite interested in the spiritual wood. You don't look like someone who lacks money. Why would you give it to someone else? Oh, I'm just curious. It's nothing. I'm really just curious. Other than that, I don't have any other thoughts. We weighed the box and smiled. Besides, there's someone who's so stupid and rich that he's rushing to give me money. How can I not fulfill his wish? When they were some distance away from the stall, we grinned and laughed at Fong. Hey, someone really gives me a pillow when I'm sleepy. I was just complaining that I don't have money. Do you two want to buy anything? Come, I'll buy everything. Buy. Yun Nuashing and the little girl. This guy just cheated someone of 5 million in a short time. That person just now was also someone with special power. The little girl said to the two, he probably also recognized the spiritual wood. Maybe he recognized the wisp of spiritual energy in the spiritual wood. It's just like the snatching of resources in your world. I think it should be similar. Snatching of resources. Yun Nuashing and we looked at each other. This happened many, many years ago. They had no recollection of it. It seems that the world with a low energy level also has things that contain abundant energy. It's not all dried up like what we thought in the past. We thought of the stone he encountered this morning and the spiritual wood he encountered now. It seemed to be the same. And he was sure that this was definitely not an exception. There should be many things with energy lurking in every corner of the world, such as in front of him, Fong. There's another fun thing over there. Let's go and take a look. We shouted like he was having a seizure. He threw the box into Feng's hands and rushed to the stall in front of him. The two of them were speechless. This guy could really have fun all the time. Wood carving, paper carving, clay sculpture, flower lantern, colored glaze, tang tricolor, embroidery, paper cutting. Fong, do you want to hang these concentric knots in your spiritual world for decoration? And these lanterns, flower lanterns, and so on. About 10 minutes later, Hui was holding a lot of things in his hands. He suddenly looked at Fong and laughed. Yun Nuashing was so excited that her whole body trembled. I don't. Okay. The little angel took the first step and used a light to roll most of the things in Huey's hands into the spiritual world. Shuang. Come and help decorate. Yun Nuashing stared at Hui with a gloomy face. What have you done? These new gadgets had also triggered an indescribable switch in the two girls inside. Once they knew how these gadgets were made, they would make 10 million copies of them in their spiritual worlds in a matter of minutes, and then display them all over the mountains and rivers. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes caught something in front of him. His expression froze. Oh, the aura of something good. Yun Nuashing just came back to her senses when a certain guardian turned into a wisp of smoke and slipped away. He was so stifled that his face turned red. He hurriedly took the little girl and followed. We looked at the stall for a while and casually picked up a dark red stone at the corner of the table. Boss, how much is this thing? The stall owner reached out and picked his ear. He looked up at Hui and said indifferently, 80,000, non-negotiable. Hui raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to take out the money, a loud shout suddenly came from the side, making his hand freeze. 800,000. I want this thing. Hui and Yun Nuashing seemed to have heard the voice before. They turned their heads curiously. 10 meters away, A young man in a black suit was walking quickly with his hands behind his back. There were 2 bodyguards beside him. The shout just now attracted a lot of attention, but when they saw that it was not directed at them, they pretended that nothing had happened. "Why is it you again?" When the young man walked closer and saw Hui, he was stunned. He casually crossed his arms. "Tell me, how much are you going to pay this time?" "I want that thing." The little girl whispered to Yun Nuoxing, "Look, he seems to be able to feel the Reiki wrapped around that stone. He probably cultivated it." Yun Nuoxing nodded. Hui blinked and was about to say something when the young man suddenly clapped his hands and said, "Kid, how about this? I think you seem to know something. How about this? You come with me tonight. If you buy something valuable, 1/10 of the price will be your reward tonight. How about it? It saves me the trouble of running around. It's tiring." Hui shook his head and put down the stone in his hand. "We just came out to relax and have fun. We don't have any other plans. Please find someone else." The young man frowned. The person in front of him seemed to be very accurate in judging things. He had walked 7 or 8 streets and touched a lot of things in one night, but he had also misjudged many things. Other than buying those small trinkets, the person in front of him had only bought 2 items with Reiki in his hands. Moreover, he had just seen that dark red stone, and there was nothing special about it. He didn't know why, but when he looked back, the stone had manifested Reiki in his hands. This person definitely had something extraordinary about him. It would be good if he could be of use to him, but if not, he didn't mind destroying it. He thought for a while and continued, "1/2. I'll arrange a position for you in the Zhao family. You can name your salary. How about that?" "Sigh, so troublesome. We just came out to have fun. Can you not talk about work?" Hui felt a headache when he heard these things. When it came to these things, his mind immediately thought of the time at the Void front line. That was really... His face was full of pain. He waved his hand vigorously. "No, no, no. Don't waste your effort. I'm a man you'll never get. Foam. Let's go. Finished shopping? Then let's go." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand, and the 3 of them immediately rushed in the direction of the door. However, before they could run far, the 2 bodyguards who looked like bulls blocked their way and stopped them. "Is there a need to do this? There's no need to cause so much trouble when we're just shopping, right? We're just out to have fun." Hui spread his hands and looked at the young man, who walked over unhurriedly behind him. He then looked at Foam, who stretched out his hands and was ready to beat someone up. Hui smiled bitterly and held the latter down. "There's no need to do this. Do you want to make big news? Ha! It's not up to you not to choose. The conditions I just stated can still be adjusted. This is my final concession. Don't be ungrateful." The young man walked forward with a cold smile and looked at Yun Nuoxing and the little girl. "If you act rashly, I can't guarantee that these 2 little girls won't experience something." Blue veins popped out on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. We saw that his face was as black as the void. He subconsciously rubbed his hands together, and energy was brewing in his body, ready to set off fireworks. He almost spat out his tongue and pressed down hard. "Foam! Foam, calm down. Don't be impulsive. That's origin energy. Are you planning to sink this void?" The little girl was so anxious that she wanted to curse. "This guy, don't mess around with us. Provoking the most dangerous bomb in the whole De Yuan realm is going to cost us our lives." Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to make a scene and was about to send them to heaven with a big fight, a slightly hoarse voice rang out from the small house next to them, calming them down. "Little kid from the Zhao family, these 3 people are our distinguished guests. For my sake, how about you let this matter go?" The voice rang out from the house. When they reacted again, an old man in a black tang suit appeared in front of them. He knocked on his old waist and cupped his hands respectfully to Yun Nuashing and the other two. Please be magnanimous. There are many innocent people here. Ah, it's you. Hui scratched his head. Why are you here? Elder Zheng pointed to the small house next to them. My young mistress was talking with a guest here. She accidentally saw that you were arguing, so she wanted to come out and resolve it for you. The young man from the Zhao family had just seen that Zheng Xiao and Elder Zheng, who were absolute masters in Jiang City, were so polite to that person. Their tone even vaguely made him look inferior. He was a little shocked and couldn't help but re-examine Hui. And the other two, he couldn't see anything wrong at all, except for their extraordinary temperament. He couldn't see anything special. However, compared to the first time he saw them, why did he feel that their appearance was a little blurry? Was his myopia getting worse? However, if the Zhou family wanted to intervene, could it be that these three people were related to the Zhou family? Since Elder Zheng has said so, then let's drop this matter. The young man thought for a while and nodded slightly to Hui. I was rash today. I still have some things to deal with. I'll come to apologize another day. He waved his hand, and the two bodyguards who were blocking the way quickly returned to his side and left with the others. Hui watched the young man leave and scratched his head. What a strange guy. Hey, it seems that I have to find some fun to restore my mood. Chapter 1754. There were a lot of people who looked for trouble when they had nothing to do, and even more people who continued to look for trouble when they had something to do. It really existed in every world. For example, if the young man from the Zhao family had not come out to resolve the matter, a fight would have already broken out. If the young man's opponent was an ordinary person, the ordinary person would have been beaten to death. If the young man's opponent was an equal, they might still be outside slapping each other. If the young man was stronger, it would be the young man's turn to be defeated or run away. And if it was Maple who had made the move just now, there might have been a hole here. Well, he was really used to it. Even so, he still felt that the mortal world was actually quite fun. Putting aside those annoying things, all the beautiful sceneries, all the traces created by life, and all the traces pieced together by nature were quite beautiful. Putting aside the destruction and pollution that existed in the dark, in short, mortals and people with predestined lifespans, the excessively short traces of life forced their life instincts to leave traces of themselves in the world, not for individuals, but for the entire race. It was the life instinct of the race. Those traces were the fun that he saw. As for the meaning and whatnot, it was meaningless. The things mortals cared about, the things they did, and the things they left behind would only be judged as interesting or boring for immortal and eternal beings like them. This was very easy to explain. Using the simplest example, the incomparably precious things on this planet, for example, the jade that had been stolen after blowing up a street was just a broken stone to them. The energy content was not even as much as a sneeze from him. That was what it meant. Just like how he desperately urged Maple to take a good rest for a while, he was also looking for a reason for himself to take a break. The most important reason was the first one. Maple was already at his limit. Maple himself did not know, but they needed to know. They could only find a reason, an excuse, to force the guy who risked his life to take a break from the endless vortex of destruction. They just came out to have fun. It did not matter how or where they went. It did not matter if they met people on the road, or if it was just the three of them traveling. It was not a big problem. They just had fun. It was fine as long as he didn't blow up other people's houses. Elder Zheng watched as the three of them stared blankly in the direction of the little boy from the Zhao family. He didn't know why they were in a daze. After a while, he said, "Why don't the three of you come in so that we can sincerely apologize to you?" Apologize? Hui snapped out of his daze. Apologize for what? This morning, we didn't manage our subordinates well and attacked you guys by mistake. Miss feels bad and has been looking for you." Elder Zheng tapped his old waist and raised his head to look at Huey's calm eyes. He said softly, "Although the attack was just a joke to you, if we don't do anything, it's a problem of attitude." "Hey, you're talking about that. We don't really care about it." Hui laughed dryly and waved his hand. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He leaned close to Maple's ear and said a few words with a smirk. Maple had been in a state of indifference since he came to this world. He was a little bored. It was only at this moment that his eyes moved slightly. "Then let's go in." Elder Zheng smiled and walked in front of them to welcome them. "Please." The hut in front of them was no different from the surrounding huts. However, the scene behind the door was different from some of the other huts that had their doors open but were just for decoration. The interior was a different world. The antique decor and the warm yellow lighting made Yun Nuoshing and we feel a little familiar. Although the overall style was still very different from the buildings in the realm of the gods, at least they could see the similarities. There were screens on the left and right sides of the room. The entire room was about 3 to 4 meters wide, and it was not considered big. There was only one table and 4 or 5 chairs inside. The girl in blue, whom he had seen from afar today, was also sitting among them. Other than her, there were 2 other middle-aged people sitting across the table. One of them was wearing a yellow Taoist robe, and the other was wearing a simple but seemingly exquisite white robe. However, Yun Nuoshing and the others did not understand the meaning of the patterns on the edges for the time being, but it did not prevent them from slightly paying attention because they also felt that there was a faint, familiar style, weak a little bit. "Oh, I didn't expect to see this kind of clothes here." We curiously moved closer to the middle-aged man in the white robe and looked at him carefully for a while. The people in the hut naturally looked at them. The 2 men in the yellow robe and the white robe were also stunned when they saw the appearance and temperament of the 3 people, especially when they heard Huey's thoughtful words. The latter could not help but stand up and cupped his hands. "Your Excellency, you recognize this outfit. Are you also from the Jade Pavilion?" "Oh, I don't know." Hui waved his hand. "It's just that your clothes remind me of our distant hometown. It's a little similar." When he mentioned his hometown, his emotions were neither vicissitudes of life, sentimentality, nor worry, sadness, or longing. Instead, it was a sense of helplessness and tiredness that were engraved in his bones. There was also a faint hatred. This complicated expression stunned the 3 people in the hut. The difficulty of this expression might be at least 100 levels. When mixed together, it became a picture scroll that told an endless story. It was as if they could see the countless stories hidden behind his expression. The girl in blue rolled her eyes and picked up 2 wine glasses from the table. She handed one of them to Yun Nuoshing and said apologetically, "Please allow me to apologize for what happened this morning. I didn't manage my subordinates well. This glass of wine is my apology to you. Please help yourself." When Yun Nuoshing took the wine glass, she was still a little stunned. When she saw that she raised her head and drank the wine in one gulp, she thought about it and patted Huey's shoulder. The latter shook his head and smiled. "What's wrong, Feng?" "Ugh." As soon as we opened his mouth, the wine glass was stuffed into his mouth. He rolled his eyes hard. After swallowing it, he muttered, "Can't you let me do it myself?" When the 2 middle-aged men saw this scene, their expressions were a little strange. When they all sat down, the middle-aged man in the yellow robe said to the girl in blue, "Miss Zhou, who are these 3 people?" The girl in blue tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others. She chuckled. "I met them this morning. It was because of their help that we recovered the flame dragon stone." "Oh, So that stone is called the Flame Dragon Stone. Hui touched his chin in realization. Then he tilted his head and said, "That's not right. How did you know that we did it? Have you been watching from behind?" He tilted his head and saw the girl's slightly sly expression. He couldn't help but pat his forehead. "Well, you tricked me. I didn't have any tricks up my sleeve when I went out." Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sit up a little straighter. She whispered to the little girl in a way that the whole room could hear. "You make it sound like someone is usually scheming. Usually, they don't even use their brains." The girl in blue smiled. 3 unknown people who seemed to be very powerful, but didn't want to show their faces. Coincidentally, they appeared at that place at that time. She thought for a bit and connected these 2 things together. The man in the yellow robe coughed lightly to get her attention. He said to Yun Nuoshing, and the other softly, "Please allow me to express my gratitude later." Then he turned to the 2 middle-aged men and took out a square plate and placed it on the table. "Masters, please." The square wooden plate was engraved with the yin and yang and the 8 trigrams. There seemed to be a mysterious aura circulating within it. However, it seemed that it didn't meet the requirements to retain this mysterious aura. It only left a shallow mark and quickly disappeared. "Feng, this thing," Hui whispered in his soul. "This world also has a Tai Chi. It seems that something is engraved in it. There is a weak energy. The realm of the gods doesn't have deep research on this kind of thing. I don't know what this world is like." The aura of time wasn't very long. The things left inside had been washed away by time and were almost useless. Unfortunately, he was still interested in the thing made up of circles and horizontal bars. However, since this world had such a thing, there should be more of it, right? Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly and didn't say anything. She looked at the 2 middle-aged men. The man in the yellow robe took the 8 trigrams plate first. He looked at it carefully for a while, and then passed it to the other man. After they finished looking at it and put it back, the girl in blue said, "Masters, what do you think?" This is indeed a magic tool. There are still weak traces of Tao left inside. However, these traces of Tao can't be left in this era. It's very likely that it's an ancient relic. The man in the yellow robe stroked his chin. There should be a small defensive formation engraved inside. It can protect you if you keep it with you. The man in the white robe waved his hand. But why does it look like it can be used to calm the mind, relieve fatigue, and nourish the meridians? Look at the traces of Tao engraved here. It's obviously different from the protective formation you mentioned. According to what you said, you know how to use this thing. The man in the yellow robe looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. "This, I don't know. You know?" The man in the white robe glared at him. "If you have the guts, show us what you can do." The man in the yellow robe's cheek twitched. He snorted and took the 8 trigrams plate. "Why wouldn't I dare?" He looked at the yin and yang and the 8 trigrams on the plate and frowned slightly. He muttered a Taoist name in a low voice. His other hand formed a seal, and he slowly closed his eyes. The Qian position of the 8 trigrams in his hand lit up slightly. The other 2 positions connected to it gradually lit up as well. The white-robed man was also shocked when he saw this. Could it be that this guy can really activate this ancient artifact? Yun Nuoshing and Hui were originally watching calmly. They saw that the man continued to activate the object. Before the Dui and Sun positions completely lit up, a chaotic aura suddenly came out from the plate. The 2 of them were shocked and quickly intervened. "Stop!" The sudden shout interrupted the man in the yellow robes chanting. He opened his eyes in horror. The 8 trigrams plate in his hand became unstable for some reason. It flickered and made him feel a shocking attack. He broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't even have time to throw it away. At this moment, a colorful shadow suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and his hands suddenly felt empty. When they turned around in shock, Yun Nuashing was pressing down on the 8 trigrams plate with his hands together, and when he let go, it had already quieted down. When the two of them saw this, they both let out a long sigh of relief, and cold sweat flowed down their backs. When the 8 trigrams plate went berserk just now, it really gave them a fright. "You old thing, you almost killed yourself by messing around." The man in the white robe scolded. The man in the yellow robe's face turned red. However, he was indeed careless and made a mess just now. At this moment, he couldn't talk back. He could only swallow his anger. "What's going on? This thing is incomplete. It's missing a piece in the east and a piece in the west. It almost exploded when I forcibly activated it." Yun Nuashing shook the 8 trigrams plate in her hand and walked to her seat. She put it on the table. The original body should be an attack instrument. As for the effects you mentioned, they should be the kind that comes with it and are not particularly important. Don't move it casually. Something bad will happen. The man in the yellow robe laughed dryly and wiped his sweat. He quickly got up and cupped his hands to Yun Nuashing. "Thank you for saving me. I didn't expect you to be a powerhouse of the Four Seas realm." Puff! The man in the white robe heard this and spat out a mouthful of tea. His face was full of horror and astonishment. "For seas?" Hui scratched his head. "What's the Four Seas realm?" The few people in the room were stunned. They couldn't help but look at Hui. However, they saw that he and the 2 people beside him were a little stunned and didn't seem to be joking. They were a little confused. Logically speaking, a powerhouse of this realm shouldn't be unaware of the realm, right? Yun Nuashing and Hui both smiled bitterly in their hearts. They had only been here for a day. They only understood the things that could be written and recorded on the surface. They really didn't find a way to get in touch with and understand these things that were similar to the things in the dark. Hui yawned and said lazily, "You don't have to be so surprised if you don't know about this. You don't pay attention to the outside world and only want to sleep." It's referring to him. Yun Nuashing, although she still didn't understand what was going on with these 3 people, they were 3 very strange powerhouses. Well, the girl in blue coughed softly and explained to Yun Nuashing, and the other 2 in a low voice, "Master, based on the speed of your attack just now, you should belong to the Four Seas realm, which is the 3rd major realm of cultivation. Corresponding to the early stage, there are the 4 realms of the human realm, the earth realm, and then the Four Seas. The Earth realm and the Four Seas realm are also divided into small success, large success, pinnacle, and Tao entering. The Four Seas realm is already a top-notch powerhouse in the world today. As for the 2 realms above, 2? Yun Nuashing tilted her head. No one in this era can reach those 2 realms. It's time and luck. Elder Zheng stroked the teacup lightly and let out a long breath. Those 2 realms only exist in legends. They are called the Heaven Realm and the Mortal Immortal. Hui counted with his fingers and said, "The 3 realms of sea, land, and air are complete." I see. Everyone. The atmosphere was quite normal just a moment ago, but it suddenly became like they were sitting at the dinner table and discussing whether they would be eating something that swam in the sea, flew in the sky, or ran on the ground. Mountain beasts, cloud swallows, land cattle, sheep, and seafood. The more they talked, the more hungry they became. The girl in blue immediately stood up and bowed to Yun Nuashing. "Master, can you please repair this Dharma artifact?" Yun Nuashing once again touched the 8 trigrams plate. His eyes were filled with a colorful luster. He could clearly see the internal structure of the 8 trigrams plate. He placed it in the air between his hands and gently patted it. The yellow-robed middle-aged man and the white-robed man both widened their eyes subconsciously and stared at Yun Nuoshing, who was glowing all over. This was a good opportunity to see a powerhouse of the Four Seas realm up close. If they could comprehend something, they could at least reduce their cultivation in the future. Here, it's done. The two middle-aged men. So fast. It's only been 2 seconds. After all, it's just a small Dharma artifact. Yun Nuoshing placed it on the table in front of the girl in blue. She picked up her teacup and took a sip gracefully. It's not something worth mentioning, but it's also good for defense. By the way, it's just a Dharma artifact's natural defense. Don't think that you're invincible just because you have it in your pocket. It can only block the power of the Earth realm, right? Everyone was speechless. A Dharma artifact that could block the attack of an Earth realm powerhouse was already considered a top-grade Dharma artifact. There weren't many powerhouses of the Four Seas realm in a country, and most of them were in the lower Earth realm. However, other than Elder Zheng, they were still struggling in the Four Seas realm. The yellow-robed middle-aged man stood up and patted his robe. He cupped his hands at the girl in blue and said, "I'm sorry that I couldn't complete Miss Zhou's request. As for the commission fee, I'll return it to you later. I'd better go back to the mountains and cultivate for a few more years. I'll take my leave now." The white-robed man nodded and hurried out of the room. "Hey, two masters." The girl in blue hurriedly stood up to urge them to stay. However, the speed at which the two of them left after saying those words was faster than her reaction. When she stood up, they had already disappeared. She couldn't help but hold her forehead. This is troublesome. The last two candidates also ran away. This statement that seemed to have a hidden meaning made Yun Nuoshing shrink his neck and turn his head to pretend that I don't exist. We suddenly smelled the scent of fun and stood up abruptly. What? What's fun about it? Fun. The girl in blue smiled bitterly. It's kind of fun. Not only is it fun, but it's also related to the Zhou family's reputation. Elder Zheng explained, "In 2 days, there will be a cultivators' assembly. It's not a martial arts competition, but an appreciation of magic artifacts and an auction. The Zhou clan is a big shot in Jiang City, but there are also 2 other clans and other unknown opponents. They are all strong competitors. The 2 original cultivators of the Zhou clan are in closed-door training and won't be able to come out for a while. We have no choice but to seek outside help." Elder Zheng tapped his old waist and sighed. "We've been looking for people for 7 or 8 days, but there are only a few reliable ones. They either sneaked in or are not skilled at all." We looked at him thoughtfully. "You're also a cultivator. Can't you go?" Elder Zheng shook his head. "Cultivators are also subdivided into lower levels. I'm just a pure martial artist. Although I'm in the Earth realm, I can't appreciate magic tools. I'm different from others who are half a step into the Tao-seeking immortal cultivation. This is also the minority among cultivators. If martial artists are ordinary people, then half-immortals are people above others. They boast about their special identities and are very arrogant. Although these 2 guys didn't dare to say anything just now, they only did it after you guys came." Yun Nuoshing said, "Half-immortals. So that's where the name immortal among mortals comes from?" "That's right. Most of the people ranked in the world today are half-immortals, but there are exceptions. For example, the person you guys killed today on the dark roll. Flame is a special power he has. It seems to be called a supernatural ability. There are very few of them in Huaxia. Most of them are from other countries. Their supernatural abilities have a lot of limitations. The starting point is high, and the ending point is about the same. As Elder Zheng spoke, he looked at his miss, who seemed to be thinking about something. He, who had been familiar with her for many years, immediately understood. By the way, I wonder if the three masters are free. When he said this, he laughed bitterly. Even his miss was thinking. After all, they were masters of the Four Seas realm. It was still a question whether they would care about this kind of small matter. This realm, as its name suggested, was able to traverse the four seas. They could go anywhere in the world. They were true masters. It was not something small people like them could understand. Perhaps they would not even care about this kind of convention that was similar to going to a temple fair. Is it fun? If it's fun, we'll go. He stood up with a bang and put his hands on his waist. Instead of us going to have fun, why don't we let others take us to have fun? Phone. Let's go. Let's go to that whatever convention. I think it'll be fun. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched violently. She tilted her head and looked at the two girls in blue, who were stunned. Will there be many people? If there are many people, nonsense! There will definitely be many people at the convention. Since it's a convention, how can there not be many people? We sighed and dragged Feng outside. Let's go. Where's the convention? The convention of cultivators will only be held tomorrow afternoon. The girl in blue laughed bitterly. Oh, then, all right. Hearing this, the girl in blue and Elder Zheng laughed bitterly. This master of the Four Seas was an optimist. He was a little heartless. As for the master who was dragged away beside him and did not have much energy, he was the optimist. The girl in blue covered her mouth and laughed softly. May I know where the three of you are staying? We will come to pick you up tomorrow. Yun Nuoxing and the other two looked at each other. Hui laughed dryly and scratched his head. The Four Seas. The Four Seas are home. Yun Nuoxing said. Simply put, we don't have a place to stay. We were just discussing whether we should drift on the sea for the whole night or find a bench in the park to daydream. How about this? We will come here to find you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hui grinned and dragged Yun Nuoxing out. They still had to go to other places to stroll around. I haven't given you any gifts yet. The girl in blue's outstretched hand froze again. She could not help but laugh bitterly and shake her head. Why are all of you in such a hurry? Chapter 1755. Every time he looked up at the Milky Way, time always passed very quickly. The distant and unfamiliar Milky Way was reflected in his heart, but it reminded him of the past. In the void, on the other side of the primordial realm, he did not know what was happening on the other side. Also, on the other side of the time barrier, what was happening on the other side? It had been too long. He had been in the dream for a few eras. In addition to the memories he had regained, he had stayed in the Dark Age for more than 10 eras. On the other side, those decades were so shallow that it was like a dream. Yes, a dream. He began to let his imagination run wild again. He could not tell which side was the dream and which side was reality. It was just a feeling occasionally. From the moment he chose to resist to death, the distinction between dream and reality was no longer important. So, this is what you thought of after sitting on the grass and looking at the stars for a whole night. Hui yawned beside him. He stretched and smiled mischievously, and then I got a stiff neck. Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky at a 60-degree angle with a sad face. I forgot that I had sealed myself and preserved my body. What a fragile body. I haven't had a stiff neck for so many years. What a fresh experience. The little girl walked over after she finished stretching. She stood behind him and stretched out her little hand to press on his neck. This place... Ow, 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 ow. Gently, gently. Hiss. The sky was clear and the sun was comfortable. It was the transition between spring and summer, so the weather was not hot. The morning was relatively longer. This was the grassland by the river, and there was forest behind it. In the early morning, one could see a person riding a bicycle passing by here every few minutes. It was also in the city, but there were only slightly lively sounds coming from a place 100 meters away. This place was quiet. "Let's go. Time to keep the appointment." We waved his hand, got up, and walked in the direction of the pedestrian street from last night. Yun Nuashing rubbed his neck and could not help but mutter, "You are really in the mood. Don't you think it's bullying for a mid-level premier peak to go to the cultivation meeting of little kids who are still in the mortal realm? Hey, sometimes this kind of bullying is fun." We gave him a thumbs up, his face full of holiness. "It's tiring enough to fight to the death in the void. Occasionally, we can return to some simple and ordinary places to play games and bully children. Isn't that wonderful?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "It's true that it's ordinary, but simple?" He sneered and shook his head. "Don't think that mortals are simple. Look at this world clearly. The mortals that you love so much, to put it bluntly, are actually rebellious acts that they did because they were dissatisfied with their own rules and limitations. The grander it is, the more so it is. Ordinary people don't need such a saying. I'm referring to those normal people, not ordinary people. The ambition in their hearts would shock even the gods. Don't think that mortals are." We stretched out his hand to stop it. With one slap, even the void is gone. Yun Nuashing said, "I just feel that they are very strong, but in fact they are very fragile." Ahem. All right, I forgot about the main prerequisite. This really doesn't count at all. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. In the face of absolute power, ambition, plan, stratagem, scheme, and trick were all just jokes. And when this violence reached the peak of the peak, it could even turn this joke into a fart. It could directly crush you in the void, and billions of creatures would go to the netherworld together, and nothing would happen. What he said above was the concept that he had perceived during the time when he was in the samsara in the lower realm. It seemed that a lot of things had happened during those years, but no one knew what he had encountered that made him have such a perception. The early morning air was not known to be fresh or turbid, facing the morning sun. They took a breath and felt that something was not right, but they could not put their finger on it. Following the path that they took yesterday, they went back to the street and found a place to have breakfast. Looking at the clock that was a few minutes away from 8 o'clock, the three of them quickly went to the intersection of the street. This place was a pedestrian street, and cars could not enter. The little girl, surnamed Jo, seemed to have said that she was going to drive out yesterday. When they arrived at the intersection of the street, they happened to see her getting out of the black car. She was slightly stunned when she saw them. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" The girl in blue smiled and opened the car door as she spoke. "Not long. We just finished eating." Where's the old gentleman from yesterday?" He quickly stretched his body when he got into the car. He had never sat in this kind of vehicle before, and it felt quite fresh. Well, it was not as free as when he was on a mount. When he was riding a strange beast, he could even do Tai Chi on its back. Inside the car, it felt like he had walked into a small mobile room. Just sitting there, the interior space was spacious, and it was not a problem to stretch his legs. Moreover, listening to the people on the roadside murmuring, luxury car, and so on, it seemed that this vehicle was quite expensive. "Mr. Zheng has already left. I'm here to pick you up." The girl in blue smiled and said, "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yesterday. I'm Zhou Bai. How should I address you?" The little girl raised her hand first and said, "Oh, you can just treat me as the background. The two of them are in charge. The one sitting next to you is called Feng Ling, and the one sitting next to me is called Hui. You can call him whatever you want." That's right. Just call him whatever you want. I don't care. We grinned and said. Yun Nuoxing also nodded in agreement. Zhou Zibai nodded her head lightly. She subconsciously took their words as the deliberate friendliness of powerful people to others. But based on yesterday's short contact, she felt that these three people might not really care about the so-called secular things, so they didn't really care about anything. After the three of them sat down, Zhou Zibai opened the navigation on her mobile phone and drove them forward quickly. In a few minutes, they left the road in the city, and the speed gradually increased. Are we going to another city? We looked at the scenery outside the window. There were some cars of various sizes on the road, but there were not many. This road seemed to be the straightest road, and they could increase their speed as much as they wanted, although it was quite slow. The Cultivator Conference is not held in Jiang City, but it's still in the province. It won't take too long to get there. You can rest first. We'll be there in a while. Along the way, Yun Nuoxing kept staring at the car. She even used her soul to scan the car inside and out. Zhou Zibai saw that she was very interested and couldn't help but smile and say, "Does Miss Feng like this car?" "I'm very curious." Yun Nuoxing responded. It was not the first time she had seen something similar, but it was really the first time she sat in it. "It's my first time sitting in it. Also, I'm a man." Zhou Zibai was speechless. She felt that there was something in his words that she wanted to complain about, but she didn't dare to. "I usually fly in the sky and run on the ground. It's really the first time I've experienced sitting in this kind of thing." He put his face close to the window and kept looking out. This was a new experience. He was very interested and even wanted to try it himself. Fly. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but yearn for it. People who were used to running around on the ground had a yearning for the blue sky. Even if they had a flying tool, they couldn't resist the temptation of flying in the blue sky in person. "I also want to give it a try. If there's a chance, it's not a problem to take you to try it." They drove on the straight road for a long time. After changing roads 2 or 3 times, they passed a toll booth and gradually drove into a small road with only a total of 2 lanes. There were woods or wastelands on both sides, as if they were driving into a place far away from human habitation. Hui, who had been lying by the window all the way and hadn't gotten tired of the scenery, suddenly said in surprise, "Feng, do you feel anything?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at the side of the mountain and said, "There's a movement of aura gathering, like, oh, there's something staring at us. It's the thing that your subordinate used to look at me that day. Oh, murderous aura." Zhou Zibai's expression changed. When she heard this, she quickly stepped on the accelerator, and the front engine made a loud roar. The speed of the whole car was raised to an extremely high speed. In an instant, like an arrow leaving the bow, the car sped along the ground. She quickly looked around, and her expression changed. "Oh no, there's no place to hide in this place." Bang! The sound of the glass exploding made her scream. She subconsciously wanted to turn the steering wheel, but she saw Yun Nuoxing's outstretched hand in front of her. Between his 2 fingers, there was a silver blue bullet that was as long as a finger. The cold light made her heart slightly cold. This is a bullet that contains spiritual energy. It's specially used to deal with cultivators. Once it enters the body, the spiritual energy contained in it will drill into the body and wreak havoc. The more power is urged, the faster it will destroy. It's like a death god. As she spoke, she looked at the big hole in the side of the glass and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "My new car, I see. Can it be played like this?" Yun Nuoxing put the silver blue bullet in front of his eyes and looked at it. After a while, he stretched his arm out of the window and casually threw it in the place where the bullet came out of the chamber. Boom! The sound of the huge explosion spread out in an instant. The shock wave affected the area within a few miles without delay. A mighty mushroom cloud slowly rose from the hilltop. The shock wave blew the trees on both sides of the road to one place. Zhou Zibai looked at the explosion and the clouds, and her pretty face was a little pale. However, what made her curious was that the shock wave had already swept over, and the ground had cracked a little. She also saw a tree uprooted from the ground and blown away, but she didn't feel a trace of shock until now. Wow, Feng, aren't you making too much noise? Hui pointed at the huge mushroom cloud and felt a toothache. You're going to be on the big news. Don't worry. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly and squeezed the steering wheel with both hands. Since someone dares to make a move here, they naturally have a way to suppress the news. This matter won't appear on tomorrow's news, but it's hard to guarantee that there won't be more later. Just focus on driving. There won't be any problems. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand casually. But are you being targeted by someone? Hui looked at the girl in blue. Zhou Zibai thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not particularly clear. The Zhou family is a big family and has offended a lot of people. It's hard to distinguish which group of people has the ability to mobilize this kind of special power. I can only say that they are all suspects, especially after I recently got the Flame Dragon Stone. There are more people who are thinking about me. Hui heard this and said while counting with his fingers, competitors, passers-by who want to eliminate competitors, and even insiders, right? Zhou Zibai was silent and nodded lightly. As for the route, it was basically this road from Jiang City to here. Unless they came from the sky, it was even more difficult to speculate. The rest of the road was peaceful, but after the disturbance just now, Zhou Zibai was a little nervous. After all, she was only a cultivator in the 4th level of the human realm. She was not a great master. She was not afraid of enemies in the open, but if they wanted to play dirty, that bullet just now could kill her. In the wilderness, they thought that they would eventually go to a more desolate place along this road, but after a few minutes, they suddenly came to a huge manor. It was hard to say how much it covered, but in short, it was very wide. Its width was smaller than the base of the Temple of Origin. Hey, they had seen a lot of huge buildings. The manor in front of them seemed to be super luxurious and super spacious, and it was filled with rich and noble people. In terms of size, it was actually just SOSO. However, he still had to say a few words. This huge manor was as huge as the palaces of ancient emperors recorded in ancient paintings. There were also the buildings inside, shrubs, stone pillars, and the main path that led to the forest. There were also the tall buildings in the main building area, the luxurious decorations, and the exquisite appearance. Even the fountain placed in front of him had a different kind of taste. At this moment, there were many cars parked in the manor. They had different styles, sizes, and appearances. At this moment, in front of the open door of the building, there were many people gathering, greeting each other, and disliking each other. They could feel a lot of surging auras here. By the way, there should be no ordinary people here, right? Hui suddenly thought of something and said to Zhou Zibai, if you're referring to cultivators, there are also some people here who aren't cultivators. However, because they're in this circle and come into contact with this group of people, even if they don't have any cultivation base, they might still belong to that group. Therefore, it's more accurate to say that there aren't any ordinary people here in the true sense. Zhou Zibai said softly. She tilted her head and saw Huey's strange smile. Puzzled, she asked, Mr. Hui? Ha ha! Hui suddenly laughed and slapped Maple's shoulder. Maple, change your clothes. Yun Nuoshing, who was sitting in the car and almost fell asleep, was stunned by the slap. When she heard Huey's words, she was even more stunned. What? Change what clothes? Change our original clothes. Hui waved his hand, grinned, and said, the so-called grand meeting. The grand meeting Of course, we have to wear our grandest and most luxurious clothes, and strive to be the kind that blinds everyone's eyes the moment we enter. Yun Nuashing. Are you serious? Of course. Hui gave a thumbs up, and 2 stars flashed in his eyes. He looked like he wanted to see the world in chaos, which made the 3 people in the car a little silent. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard this. However, from the short contact, she already knew that it was harder than ascending to the sky to stop Hui from doing anything. Then you change your clothes first. I'll be in the car. There's no need. It's done. Zhou Zibai? What a convenient function. He was worthy of being a master of the 4 seas realm. He changed in the blink of an eye, but puff, Foam. Mr. Foam, you... When Zhou Zibai saw Yun Nuashing's splendidly dressed appearance, even her heart skipped a beat. This gorgeous face, this magnificent robe full of majesty with an indescribable sense of jubilation, this windbreaker that was almost dragging on the ground, made her pretty face blush slightly. This appearance and dressing was simply attractive to men and women, old and young. You'll get used to it. The little girl looked up and said to her, "You'll get used to it after a few more glances, provided that you can withstand his appearance." Zhou Zibai couldn't help but take a few more glances. His lazy expression and slightly squinted eyes were slightly attractive. That gorgeous, lustrous long hair could attract countless people's attention wherever he went, plus the splendidly dressed body. She thought she should know where Mr. Huey's words that blinded everyone's eyes came from. Don't talk about blinding everyone's eyes. She felt that walking next to him was a bit out of place. The color didn't match. Moreover, she seemed to be able to sense the aura of blood and fire from the 3 of them. It was released spontaneously after they changed into their clothes. It was as if the clothes were their true bodies, and they could only regain their former identities after changing their clothes. That faint aura made her feel a little uncomfortable, but fortunately, it didn't affect her too much, although she had already expected it. When the 4 of them stepped into the venue, the effect of automatically attracting all kinds of attention like magnets still made Zhou Zibai feel a little overwhelmed. Which country's princess is going out? Have you ever seen a country's princess go out with only a few people? They don't even have bodyguards. A few people? Look carefully. Although it's only a few people, I can clearly feel the grandeur of these people. These people must have a big background. But I don't know the other 3 except for the person from the Zhou family. With this side, this trip is already worth it. This scene of full attention still made Zhou Zibai a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help but find a topic to talk to Yun Nuashing. Did you also go out like this before? Actually, it's always been like this. We just changed our clothes to reduce the attention. Yun Nuashing nodded lightly. Suddenly, she thought of something and smiled bitterly. What does it feel like to walk on the street wearing these clothes? I've already tried it. Zhou Zibai nodded in understanding. These clothes were obviously not ordinary clothes. If they walked on the street like this, it was enough to cause a sensation in the whole neighborhood. The momentum was bigger than a celebrity's trip. "Miss, over here." Elder Zhang, who had already been sitting at a table for 5 or 6 people at the side of the venue, came forward to greet them at this moment. He couldn't help but look at Yun Nuashing and the other 2 who were dressed up. He smiled and said, "The 3 of you are really big. I just saw an old guy who was so excited when he saw you, as if he took medicine." Zhou Zibai tried hard to hold back her laughter. She looked at an old man in a green robe who was about to stand up at the table. She cupped her hands and said, "Elder Meng." "Zibai, you're finally here. This old guy kept saying that you found a few experts, so I've been waiting." The old man looked at Zhou Zibai with a smile. "Not bad. Your strength has improved again." The old man looked at him with white hair and a youthful face. He was in high spirits, but He didn't look old. There was also a special aura left in his body. Although it was well hidden, it couldn't be hidden from Yun Nuoshing and the other's eyes. He was also playing with a palm-sized jade bottle in his hand. There seemed to be something inside. Zhou Zibai smiled and briefly introduced the two sides. Just as she was about to take them to sit down, a person suddenly came close and attracted their attention. "Miss Zhou, do you still remember me?" The person who came was a young man in a white suit who looked very energetic. There was a smile on his handsome face. He naturally walked to a foot in front of Zhou Zibai and stretched out his hand. "Last time when my father invited many friends to the Sea and Sky Club, we met and communicated. My name is Lin Tang. Do you still remember?" "Mr. Lin." Zhou Zibai shook hands with him and then let go. After thinking for a while, she found a fragment of the person in front of her in her memory from 2 or 3 months ago. He was from the Lin family in Jiang City. However, she felt a little confused. She and Lin Tang had only met once and exchanged a few words at that time. They didn't have any friendship, so there was no need for him to greet her so warmly. But she immediately understood. After Lin Tang greeted Zhou Zibai, he said a few words to Elder Meng. Then he turned to Yun Nuoshing and smiled. "Is this young lady your friend? She looks quite unfamiliar." Zhou Zibai was about to answer, but she saw Hui blinking hard at her and using his eyes to indicate Feng's position. He had a funny smile on his face. She immediately understood. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Miss Feng is the master I invited to participate in the next appreciation on behalf of my Zhou family." "Oh, where are you from, young lady? Where did you learn from?" Lin Tang asked very politely. Yun Nuoshing raised her head slightly and looked at him. After looking for a while, she didn't think of how to answer. Hui suddenly came up and said with a smile, "I'm not telling you." Everyone, Lin Tang's face twitched a few times. He was a little embarrassed and was stunned. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but laugh. Then she coughed lightly and quickly said, "I don't know who the Lin family is planning to send to participate this time." "Of course it's—" Lin Tang subconsciously wanted to say something, but he suddenly covered his mouth. He laughed dryly and took out his phone from his pocket. "Miss Zhou, you'll know when the time comes. I have to take a call. Excuse me." Elder Meng watched Lin Tang walk away and whispered, "I heard that the Lin family has prepared a lot for this conference. It may attract some powerful people." Elder Meng smiled and touched his beard. He glanced at Yun Nuoshing and Hui. "However, your Zhou family won't fail this time with these two people." Hui smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Yes, yes. Our Feng is very powerful. Don't worry." Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but mutter, "Why am I the one going? I don't because I don't bring my brain." Everyone, a very reasonable answer. Chapter 1756. Banquets, Dinners, and Conferences. Yun Nuo Planet actually did not like these gatherings. It was one thing to have a lot of people and noise. Opportunistic people might find their purpose of coming here in such a crowded place. They would talk about business, talk about the future, or talk about some unpresentable things, or come to get to know some people and find a few paths for their future. This group of people accounted for half of the population. The remaining half were people with ulterior motives. They had malicious intentions in their hearts or some bad ideas. This group of people accounted for 2/3 of the population. That's right, it included part of the other half of the population. It was normal to have some malicious and impure thoughts when talking about business and transactions. Yun Nuoshing, who was not very sensitive to these things, could also clearly feel the impure stench in the air. He felt that this kind of gathering was really useless from a macroscopic point of view. After all, most of the time he looked at things from a macroscopic point of view. He looked at those people who acted according to their own wishes, two-faced, deceitful, impure malice, and distracting thoughts were about to materialize and drown the hall. As he looked at it, he could not help but yawn. In terms of the development of the entire world, this part of things was really useless. He remembered that someone had once told him that such things were art. But forget it. Of all things to study the art of other things, why did he have to study this? Talking about art in this foul air. What? The art of the chaos void. He felt that the primal chaos void was indeed a manifestation of art. Look at the pure primal chaos, the eternal primal chaos that had not evolved since the beginning of the world. Throwing it into the primal chaos void would definitely be a thorn. Yes, he was overthinking things. All right, it was just his random thoughts. After all, such negotiations were common on the big stage. For him, the basic steps of negotiations so far were gather for 1 or 2 days, find a place for 1 or 2 minutes, sit down and talk for a while, and then put the netherworld ruins sword on the table. If they did not compromise, then press them into the void. So why would he think of such things? All right, it was because they saw Zhou Zibai talking to people in the field. Not only was she talking, but the people who were talking to her were also looking at the three of them. There were all kinds of gazes. 3 of them had a little bit of bad intentions, 2 of them were more obvious, and 2 of them had a very clear intention to test them. However, everyone temporarily held back and did not rush over to test them. They seemed to be waiting for someone to come forward. After all, when the 3 of them appeared, people with a little bit of insight would not rush over rashly. Except for fools. I didn't expect something like this to happen on the road. Hui and Elder Zheng were talking about the sneak attack on the road. Elder Zheng's expression was a little solemn. He sighed and shook his head. I knew that something like this might happen. Miss being attacked isn't something that happened recently. Elder Zheng scratched his head and was a little embarrassed. But I knew that Miss would not be in danger with you. So, you borrowed our sword to kill them. We suddenly understood. Ahem. Elder Zheng coughed hard, and his old face turned red. If you want to blame us, hey, what's the matter? We've encountered more exciting things than this. Hui waved his hand and did not care at all. Let's be frank. We're in charge of having fun. You're in charge of finding fun for us. Whether you want to beat people up or find something to do, it's fine as long as you can have fun. If you can't have fun, then we'll leave and find new fun. Yin Nuoshing glanced to the side. I think you're the only one having fun most of the time. I don't mind these details. Hui moved to Maple's side and elbowed him on the shoulder. I think you're having fun too. Otherwise, why would you let me drag you around? Me? Have fun? Yin Nuoshing was a little stunned. She looked at the little girl blankly. I'm having fun? The little girl looked at him and shook her head. Paralyzed face. I don't know. When I saw you 6 years ago, you would still smile a little. You're much better than the zombie face now. Smile? Yun Nuoshing thought for a while. She put on a knowing smile with both hands and smiled at everyone at the table. Elder Zheng and Elder Meng both spat out a mouthful of water. The former could not help but smile bitterly. This is a little forced. Oh, right, Elder Meng, let me show you something. Elder Zheng quickly changed the topic. He took out an 8 trigrams plate and placed it on the table. You remember this? This is the broken plate that Jibai bought with 20,000 yuan. What's wrong with this plate? Elder Meng said as he held the 8 trigrams plate in his hand. He was shocked after looking at it. His hand trembled, and he almost threw the plate away. This thing has been fixed. This is a magic tool that involves ancient Tao marks. Probably because he was shocked, he did not control his voice properly, and it spread throughout the hall. The people in the hall were not normal people. They all had good ears, and they all looked over. Elder Meng also knew that he had lost his composure. He coughed lightly and said normally, "Where did you find a master to fix this thing? Even a master of the 4 seas realm might not be able to fix this thing. It can't be fixed by that girl Jibai, right?" "Grandpa Meng, you must be joking. You said that even a master of the 4 seas realm might not be able to fix it. Naturally, I can't do anything." Zhou Jibai walked back with a faint smile and said faintly, "It was Miss Feng in front of you who helped fix it. She paid a small price, and I brought them around and played casually. I also brought them here while I was at it. These days, even playing casually can become a price. A magic tool with ancient Dao marks, even if it's a low-level magic tool, has great research value. A person who can fix this kind of magic tool, can he just bring them out to play? Then I can do it too. Can I go around the world? Where can I get a master who knows ancient Dao marks? Don't even think about other people's masters, but it seems like the Zhou family came prepared this time. There aren't many people who still recognize the ancient Dao marks, and they are all covered up tightly by their respective countries or forces. They all want to hide, and it seems like there might be a good show to watch today." Old Meng looked at it over and over again, and then put it in Zhou Jibai's hand. "It's a complete magic weapon that can still be used, but I can't tell what grade it is. But if there are ancient Dao marks, this thing can be sold for more than 10 billion yuan in advertising packaging." Everyone's cheeks jumped wildly. They didn't miss the first part. A piece of junk that was picked up for 20,000 became 10 billion. This luck was simply heaven-defying. "Let's keep this thing. Although I can't see what it does, it seems to have an automatic defense function. It can save one's life." Yun Nuoxing didn't hear a lot of the conversation. At this moment, she was in a daze. She didn't pay attention to the void front line, and her attention wasn't on the space in front of her. She was really in a daze. Until her eyes seemed to have swept over something, she came back to her senses. When everyone was talking, she suddenly stood up, making everyone stunned. "Feng!" Hui tilted his head and shouted. Yun Nuoxing left his seat and walked to another table that was empty but had teacups, tea sets, and some other strange things on it. There was a small pagoda, a small sword that was 1/2 foot long, and a basin that was about the size of an ashtray. There were also a few small jade bottles on it. When everyone saw his actions, they became more spirited. They moved closer to him, wanting to see what he could see. Lin Tang was standing beside Zhou Jibai just now. When he saw Yun Nuoxing come to his table, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and quickly walked to her side. He smiled at her and said, "Does Miss Feng like these magic tools? How about you pick one? I'll give it to you." Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at him. "I don't deserve it. Give it to me. I can't afford it. Jibai." When Zhou Jibai heard this, she understood. She came up and said to Lin Tang, "Mr. Lin, I'll pay for the magic tools. Is that okay?" Lin Tang's cheeks twitched a few times, and he frowned a few times. After a moment, he nodded calmly and said with a smile, "Since Miss Zhou said so, then I can't insist. I'll give you a cheaper price for the magic tools that Miss Feng likes." Zhou Jibai sighed. This guy really wanted to do a favor today, looking at how he coveted Mr. Feng. She didn't know if he knew that the person he was trying to get close to was a man, and it was very exciting just thinking about it. Yun Nuoxing looked at it for a while, then touched the small metal sword in her hand and said to Zhou Jibai, "This is it." Everyone present was stunned. This was really unexpected. Even Lin Tang couldn't help but laugh. He said embarrassedly, This magic tool, is there a problem?" Zhou Jibai frowned slightly. Elder Meng also had an awkward expression. Elder Zheng asked him in confusion, "What's going on? What kind of reaction is this?" Elder Meng paused for a moment before saying in a low voice, "I've shown this small sword to everyone just now. Its origin is unknown, and it's a piece of junk. Its quality is average, and there's nothing special about it. There's also no way to carve Taoist marks on it manually. It's just an ornament. After studying it for a long time, it doesn't have any other functions other than enlarging it. Its strength is not even comparable to modern bronze swords. Just now, someone tried it and almost broke the magic weapon." Elder Zheng turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing's hand. Sure enough, he saw a crack on the half-foot-long gray sword. Lin Tang awkwardly said to Yun Nuoxing, "Miss Feng, why don't you change it? This little thing is dirty, and there's nothing fun about it. Look at these. They're all new magic tools." Yun Nuoxing shook her head as she walked to her seat. "This is it. There's no need to say more." Everyone was baffled. Logically speaking, this was someone who could recognize ancient Tao marks. Oh, could it be that she only recognized ancient Tao marks? As for other aspects, could it be that it's just a facade? All the masters present have seen it. There's nothing special about it. Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing a miracle. In the end, she's still too young. She's not mature enough. We almost spat out when he heard this. Young. Mature? Damn. How many years had it been, and they could still press the word young on their faces? At their age, it was enough for the world of the three elements to go from nothing to something, and then from something to nothing, back and forth more than millions of times. As for the history of the evolution of life on this planet, it was even more exaggerated. It had happened hundreds of millions of times. Could it be that she looked young because she had a face that looked like she was in her 20s? Could it be that someone really thought that only white hair could make them look old? Why would they pretend to be so old? Could it scare the abyssal death, mist derivative to death? Well, this was this world after all. Then she wouldn't care. After the transaction, Zhou Zibai hurriedly returned to Yun Nuoxing's side and whispered, "How is it? Is there anything wrong?" Yun Nuoxing turned the small sword over and looked at it a few times, then asked casually, "How much is it? Let me ask for the number." 200,000. Zhou Zibai whispered, although it looked like a waste on the surface, and in the dark, it was still labeled as an artifact after all. The price was indeed sold as an artifact, a waste artifact. Yun Nuoxing made an "oh" sound, rubbed it twice with her hand, and said, "How much was that plate yesterday worth?" "It's guaranteed to be 10 billion. After all, it has ancient marks. If it's advertised well, and there's an instruction manual, it may be even higher." "Oh." Yun Nuoxing nodded and put the small sword in her hand. 10 billion. It's yours." Zhou Zibai was startled. Everyone was startled, and the whole hall was dead silent. "I say, little girl, don't talk nonsense here. We've all seen that thing. It's just a waste. Yes, young people should be modest. This is not a place to play. I'm very modest." Yun Nuoxing replied indifferently. She took the small sword from Zhou Zibai's hand and rubbed it lightly with 2 fingers. Suddenly, a light bloomed and a destructive aura bloomed, causing everyone to turn pale with fright. Suddenly, a cold light flashed across his 2 fingers, and the small sword in his hand shot out like an arrow from a bow. He restrained all of his attack power and turned it into an arrow that was rooted in the wall of the hall. A crack as thick as a thumb burst open and spread out for 2 to 3 meters. In the dead silent hall, everyone's faces were pale. If that attack hit them, they would definitely die. "I'm very modest," Yun Nuoxing repeated indifferently. She waved her hand to let the small sword separate from the wall. The wall that was full of cracks also collapsed with a crash, and a 4 to 5 meter wide hole appeared. In the dead silence, she discussed the so-called ancient Tao marks with Hui as if nothing had happened. She was only interested because she saw the weak trace of the law called the ancient Tao marks. Lin Tang looked at the big hole in silence for a long time. He frowned several times and clenched his fists several times. His face was green as if he had eaten cow dung. His heart was overflowing, but he had no way to vent it. That artifact with the ancient Tao marks, 200,000. In the blink of an eye, it became 10 billion. This can't do. He has to find a way to get it back. And looking at the eyes of everyone, he felt that there should be a lot of people with this idea. Lin Tang thought for a while, took out his phone and dialed a number. He walked to a remote corner of the hall and whispered, "Hello, second uncle, are you interested in the ancient Tao marks?" Business. Well, it can barely be considered a business, you know. So, those so-called ancient Tao marks really belong to the power of the law of this world. We placed the small sword and the 8 trigrams plate together. He reached out and stroked its surface. His black pupils could see the clear traces hidden inside. The power of the law is quite weak, very weak, as if it was casually carved. Yin Nuoshing said softly, narrowing her eyes slightly. The power of the law was a particularly interesting thing. It might not be reflected in the 8 elements realm. After all, everyone's realm and strength were not far apart. But it was very obvious here. A magic artifact with the power of the law was enough to kill all the attacks and defenses without the power of the law. Even if the power of the law was only a little bit, it was enough to cause an indescribable qualitative change. Before the resistance was strong enough to break this little bit of the law, any form of resistance was meaningless. For example, if a baby touched the almost blurry power of the law and blew a breath as an attack, it might take an Earth-realm life form in this world to resist it with all their strength. Theoretically, it is true. But Feng, look, these Tao marks are not the kind of power of the law that we know. It is not complete, nor is it a void-level power of the law. It is just the power of the law of this world. It is very weak, very weak. It is the second best of the second best. It has been castrated by 90%. It seems so. Sai, these Tao marks do not even have a complete law. They are simply pieced together by fragments of the law. That is really weak. It can be broken easily. Yin Nuoshing rolled her eyes. The complete power of the law was a saber, while the fragments of the law were fragmented blades. That was what it meant. Using a blade to cut people was not as satisfying as using a long saber to rush forward. The blade might even cut oneself. Feng, you have to be clear about the standard. Our casual and weak do not mean that it is really weak to the life forms of this world. This magic artifact with the fragments of the law can still be used. It can increase the attack and defense by several times. Yin Nuoshing nodded. She picked up the 8 trigrams plate and said to Elder Meng and Elder Zhang, "By the way, is this ancient Tao mark difficult to carve? I heard you say that it is very rare." The 3 of them were stunned. "Of course it is very rare." Elder Meng coughed softly, nodded, and explained, "You also know that the spiritual chi of this world has been decreasing with the passage of time until it reached the level we are at now. Many skills that require brilliant means to inherit can't be preserved, which directly led to the loss of the ancient Taoist marks. In modern times, there is no one who can inscribe the ancient Taoist marks, so we can only use the Taoist marks of this moment to bless the celestial devices. And this new Taoist mark is several levels weaker than the ancient Taoist marks. The loss of skills directly led to the annihilation of this kind of thing. Secondly, The spirit energy of this era was scarce. There was no one who could carve the ancient Tao mark. Even if there were skills that were passed down, it was the same. As a result, the entire craft was declared to be cut off. Only the things that were once produced and still remained in the world were left. However, magic artifacts with the ancient Tao mark can only be passed down in some stable forces. Some small sects don't even know when they will be extinct. Elder Meng sighed as he spoke. Nowadays, the aging of the world is very fast. Maybe in another 1,000 years, cultivators like us who are hiding in the dark will be extinct. In the end, only pure martial artists will be left. It is difficult to cultivate now. Cultivators look all over the world for things with spirit energy. Most of these things have existed since the birth of the earth and have been stored in the earth's veins to be nurtured. As time passes, they are discovered. A gem with a weak spirit energy can cause its price to skyrocket. Without some money, it is estimated that you can't cultivate. Hui tilted his head and glanced at the audience. So, most of the cultivators who need resources have their own businesses? Elder Zheng nodded. The Zhou family is an example. As for the others, all the cultivators here have a strong background. They either set up their own businesses or rely on others. Not to mention others, there are 3 or 4 people here who have their own listed companies. Their net worth is more than 1 billion. There are also some who are more profound. Okay, Hui nodded and said with a wry smile, but when I see cultivators dressed up like this, I still feel a little not used to it. It feels a little out of place. Elder Zheng laughed. Ha! You're used to the ancient martial arts and martial arts attire of the past, aren't you? Wearing a yellow gown and a mandarin jacket. Those are the figures of the past era. Don't you guys dress more? Oh, today's attire is more formal. Yesterday's attire was more casual. It's also modern attire. Yun Nuoshing and Hui looked at each other. The situation in the 3 elements realm. Well, at least the situation in this world is similar to the situation in the 8 elements realm. However, the decline of the rules in the 8 elements realm had already ended when the void was turbulent. Maybe the 3 elements realm is still declining, or it is just the world itself that causes its rules to decline little by little. If you want to break it down, either there is a problem with the rules of the world itself, or there is a problem with its connection with the void rules of the outside world, causing its internal self-weakening. While the 2 of them were whispering about the matters of this world, a crisp bell suddenly rang quietly in the hall and spread throughout the entire space. The people who were discussing in all directions also turned their attention after hearing this sound. The door was slowly closed by 2 people who were guarding the door. 2 people who seemed to be bodyguards took out a thick piece of cloth and covered the big hole in the wall. As the bell rang, the lights in the hall dimmed, leaving the bright light in the direction of the innermost people in the hall. There, a figure quietly appeared. It's finally started. Yun Nuoshing yawned. She seemed to have been sitting in the hall for an hour. I'm going to fall asleep if it doesn't start now. Zhou Zibai whispered in her ear. In fact, it started half an hour ago. The people of the Alliance of Cultivators have been behind the scenes. They will observe the people who come to the venue. If there is a change, they will delay for a while to adjust. Adjust? Yun Nuoshing was startled. She tilted her head and looked into her bright eyes. She pointed at herself suspiciously. Could it be? Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. She brushed her long hair behind her ear and said, Miss Foam, you, ahem. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Well, it seems that because of her sudden appearance, the people behind the scenes had to urgently adjust some of the content of the conference. After all, it's Foam, the number 1 troublemaker in the void. Hui said calmly, the little angel. And Frost also said in her soul, After all, it's a matter decided by the will of the void, going to someone else's house and causing trouble with every move. The little girl said, I think that if the commotion just now was a little bigger, the people behind the scenes would not be able to get out of the embarrassing situation. At that time, this conference will not be held. It will become a one-man show for troublemakers. Yes, that's what I mean. Yun Nuwashing. Chapter 1757. The light in the hall receded from every corner and converged at the front. Apart from that tiny bit of light that could barely illuminate the nearby area, the surroundings were dark, and one could barely see the figures of people moving in the darkness. Yun Nuwashing raised his eyes slightly to look at the surrounding darkness. He could feel that something was quietly changing. After looking at it for a while, he couldn't help but let out an "oh." It took a lot of effort to carry out such a simple transformation. There were very few newcomers who came to participate in the convention, and those who had already experienced it all tacitly quieted down. They found their seats in the dark, or simply stood in place while looking at the figure that was covered by the light. Their senses that permeated the darkness caught sight of dozens of powerful figures in the surroundings of the hall. They were all experts from the Alliance of Cultivators, and they were in charge of maintaining the order of the convention. Yun Nuwashing looked around and waited until the weak change disappeared before shifting his gaze towards the light. It was an old man who did not like to smile. His eyes that casually swept around revealed a sharpness that was like lightning. He was like a pine tree that stood upright in the light. There was a smell of blood and smoke that did not dissipate from his body. He was like a general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. He only slowly opened his mouth after his sweeping gaze had finished looking around the place. This old man is Lu Weiran, the ruling elder of the Alliance of Cultivators. Welcome to all the fellow Taoists who have come to participate in this convention. I will be presiding over the convention. During the convention, no one is allowed to disturb others. If you are thrown out, no one will take responsibility for you. In the future, you will also be honored to see another person on the blacklist of the Alliance of Cultivators. This convention is slightly different from the past. There won't be a final auction. This time, the top 10 in the convention will receive a special reward. I can't tell you the specifics now, but I, Lu Weiran, guarantee that it's an opportunity that belongs to you. It won't be any worse than the rewards of the past conventions. Lu Weiran turned around with her back to everyone, and she waited for a while before she said, "The Tao Cultivator meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Everyone, please get ready and do your best." With just a few simple sentences, he finished talking about the content of the conference, causing the people who were about to doze off to be stunned. Wasn't this too fast? In the past, the conference would slowly start after more than 10 minutes of nagging. This old Master Lu was just like his serious and unsmiling expression. His words were concise and comprehensive and quite straightforward. That's right, he spoke too fast. It wasn't even time to end, and he forced himself to take 10 minutes to prepare. After Lu Weiran left, the only ray of light in the hall disappeared as well. The only thing left in her line of sight was a dim light that was so weak that she could only see the vague outline of the surroundings. The dozens of surveillance figures were still standing in every corner of the hall, and no one dared to act rashly in the darkness. Yun Nuwashing felt the subtle changes coming little by little. Silently, the hall was changing. Yun Nuwashing moved closer to Zhou Zibai and whispered, "Tell me about the Alliance of Cultivators." Zhou Zibai was slightly startled. Her face couldn't be seen clearly in the darkness, but she seemed to hear her whisper a bitter smile. The Alliance of Cultivators isn't an ordinary secular force. It belongs to the government of Huaxia. The purpose of its establishment is to restrain the cultivators hidden in the entire land of Huaxia, so as to prevent cultivators who lose control and act recklessly against ordinary people. In the end, it was the Alliance of Cultivators who helped clean up the mess of yesterday's fire. Those people were also sent over by us. Yun Nuashing Maiden, oh sound! The government's restraining force was similar to theirs, but they were more casual. In that case, well, why are there so few people participating in the event organized by the government? Zhou Zibai replied, "These hundreds of people are only from our region. The other provinces and cities have their own cultivator assembly, which is held at the same time and in different regions. This is to prevent people from all over the world from gathering in one place and attracting too much attention. As for the more important reason, many cultivator families and businesses have disappeared in recent years. Some of them have lost their inheritance. Even the people in this circle can only withdraw from this place because there are no cultivators or even martial artists. Some of them have gone into seclusion." At this point, Zhou Zibai also intended to say a few more words. The Alliance of Cultivators holds regular events to make it convenient for them to count the number and strength of the cultivators in each region. It's similar to the census every few years, except that the census is for cultivators. At the same time, there will occasionally be missions from the Alliance of Cultivators. You can only learn about the mission if you obtain a ranking in the assembly, but once you choose to learn about it and refuse to accept it, you will be restricted by a formation to prevent the information from leaking out. At first, it was actually a house arrest, but some missions are longer and won't end in a short period of time. It's not good to keep people locked up here all the time, so after 2 or 3 times, it became the current formation restriction. Oh, Yun Nuashing nodded. Then, in your opinion, at the end of this assembly, Zhou Zibai thought for a while, perhaps some special mission is going to be issued. As long as the mission is completed, regardless of whether the mission is meritorious or not, the reward will be quite generous. Naturally, it's better if the mission is meritorious. Zhou Zibai saw that the hall was about to brighten, so she quickly put on a serious expression. "It's starting, Mr. Foam. We'll follow you in a while. We'll leave the assembly to you." All right. I'll raise my spirits," Yun Nuashing reluctantly muttered, causing her to bitterly smile. The entire process of brightening lasted for a minute. Overall, it was much brighter in the last 10 seconds. The entire assembly of cultivators once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately after, everyone was shocked. The assembly of cultivators suddenly widened a lot. It was very spacious, at least 3 times more spacious than before. The extra seats that weren't occupied were silently removed and replaced with display cabinets. Some of the items were displayed in the cabinets, while others were placed on top of the cabinets. "Looks like this is the first round." Zhou Zibai looked around. The assembly of cultivators were already impatiently walking towards the display cabinets. They seemed to have understood the rules of the assembly. Simply put, it's to appraise the artifacts. If the quality of the artifacts is up to standard, then it's considered a pass. Elder Zheng tapped his old waist. "It doesn't seem that simple." Elder Meng shook his head when he heard this. His gaze focused on a rather long display cabinet. "Some of them here are pseudo-artifacts. They're placed together with real artifacts, and they have quite a history. They've been here for a long time, so it's difficult to distinguish between real and fake artifacts." "What do you mean by pseudo-artifacts?" we asked curiously. "Artifacts that are exquisitely forged and also have power. Artifacts with incomplete engravings or Dao marks engraved incorrectly are pseudo-artifacts. Some pseudo-artifacts are stronger than real artifacts in terms of forging and Dao marks, and their power is not weak. However, compared with real artifacts, forcibly using pseudo-artifacts may backfire on oneself. It's not safe." Hui understood. In short, it was necessary to have complete and correct Dao marks to be considered a genuine artifact. Let's go and take a look first. Don't let others get too ahead of us. Elder Meng walked forward with his hands behind his back. He wandered in front of a display cabinet and looked at the dozen or so artifacts inside. Yun, Nuoxing, and Hui looked at each other. The latter shrugged and reached out to drag him to a display cabinet. They had never played this kind of new game before. These dozens of display cabinets were placed one after another, and there were nearly 1,000 artifacts placed here. The bright light fell on many artifacts, and the reflected light illuminated the hall so brightly that it was almost blinding. Attention, contestants. Choose the most valuable real artifact in the middle of the field. You're required to be able to tell the artifact's level, function, and number of Dao marks. Each group can only choose one artifact. Before the time limit is up, you can change it at will. The time limit is 30 minutes. The loudspeaker hanging in the field suddenly turned on. Lu Weiron's voice came out from it, shaking the hall. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the artifacts in their hands, sweat gradually appeared on their heads. Not only did she have to recognize real artifacts, but she also had to accurately identify the artifacts she recognized. Did she really think that everyone was an artifact master? It was not easy to just use them normally. How could it be so easy to recognize them? That's quite difficult. Elder Meng knocked on Elder Zheng's waist, then turned to look at Zhou Zibai. He was stunned. Zibai, where are the two masters? Zhou Zibai was startled. She turned her head and found that Yun Nuoxing and the other two had disappeared. She hurriedly walked around and saw the three of them in front of the display cabinet more than 10 meters away. The three of them were gathered there, staring at the display cabinet in a daze. She hurriedly rushed over. Oh, Dao marks, Dao marks. They are different from the ancient Dao marks. The modern Dao marks don't look like the power of rules. They look like traces left by efforts to deduce and get close to the rules. It's just a kind of thing that makes it look like it's close to the rules, but it's actually hundreds of billions of miles away. It's really been a long time since I've seen such a simple thing. To put it bluntly, the ancient Dao marks were the fragments of the power of the rules of heaven and earth. It could be compared to the sea. The Dao marks of the magic tools of this era were like the rivers on the land. It took a lot of effort to cross a long distance to finally converge into the sea. Although these two things were both called Dao marks, they were completely different things. One was a semi-finished product, and the other was a small part that could be used to study the beginning of a semi-finished product after hundreds of evolutions. The crystallization of the wisdom of the mortals from generation to generation. It's a symbol of their efforts to deduce the rules of heaven and earth. It's just a sign that they're going backward. We took out a magic tool and shook it. I can even see the 7 functions of this magic tool without using the power of rules to deduce. There are 12 complete Dao marks and 3 incomplete Dao marks. Zhou Zibai and the other 2 who had just walked over were shocked when they heard this. Elder Meng lowered his voice this time. 12 complete Dao marks. This is already a mid-level magic tool. This is a bronze 4-legged cauldron. Elder Meng came over to take a look. He reached out and rubbed the rough surface a few times. It's very old. It might belong to the previous era, but there are no ancient Dao marks in it. It's also a powerful magic tool. But I only see 8 Dao marks. Where are the other 4? They're hidden in the innermost part. Hui turned the cauldron over and pointed to the middle. Look inside. Throw aside the 8 Dao marks you see on the surface. Continue to look inside, and you'll see the other 4 small, complete Dao marks. Elder Meng and Zhou Zibai came over and stared at each other for a while. After a minute, they let out a long, "Oh." Elder Meng smiled bitterly. This is too deep. And there are 4 main attack Dao marks. How insidious. Are we going to choose this? Zhou Zibai looked at Yin Nuoxing and asked. Yin Nuoxing reached out and rubbed the bronze cauldron for a moment. She pondered and looked elsewhere. Then she shook her head. There's still time. Let's take a look. They put down the bronze cauldron. Just as they moved to the display case next to them, someone came over and took the bronze cauldron they were looking at. These people are really good. They didn't even look at it before taking it away. Elder Meng couldn't help but joke. They probably thought that everything Master Feng saw was the best, so they took it first. But this time, not only do we have to choose, we also have to say something. The method of taking other people's path and leaving them with no way out obviously won't work. A mid-level magic tool, even if you can only say a part of it, it'll still add a lot of points. Elder Meng watched that person leave and let out a long sigh. There are still people staring at us. If it weren't for the rules of the convention, they might have come over and snatched it. Useless. Yun Nuoxing and Hui slowly strolled in front of the dozens of display cabinets. Zhou Zibai and the others saw that many people had already chosen their magic tools and were standing to the side, confidently staring at others. Zhou Zibai and the others were a little confused. The difficulty of this cultivator conference had obviously increased. These people had already picked up their things and were standing to the side. Zhou Zibai didn't know if they really had good eyesight or if they were in a hurry to make their move before being chosen. Yun Nuoxing's sweeping gaze suddenly paused. He gave Hui a light slap. The two of them gathered in front of an exhibition cabinet and took out a simple lantern. This lantern looked very old and was basically the kind that was placed in the corner of the warehouse to accumulate dust. Its exquisite appearance was covered by dust, and everything was sealed up. From then on, no one cared about it. It seems that this thing is more interesting. Yun Nuoxing gently wiped the lantern's handle and said, "This is it. Oh, this lantern." Elder Meng looked at the dusty black lantern and suddenly frowned. He gently took it from Yun Nuoxing's hand and wiped the dust on the glass of the lantern's wick with his sleeve. "I seem to have a little impression of it. I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember. I should have seen it in an ancient book when I was very young." When I was young, that's a bit of history. The ancient books, when we were young, have long been destroyed by the passage of time. The things recorded in the ancient books at that time could be traced back to 2,000 years ago. They were real ancient books. Unfortunately, they were all destroyed later. Elder Meng shook his head helplessly. He felt a little distressed when he mentioned this. After choosing this lantern, they strolled in front of other display cases for a while. They were all explaining how to look at magic tools to Elder Meng and Zhou Zibai. After a few minutes, the loudspeaker in the hall sounded again. "Time's up. Begin the evaluation." Lu Weiron's indifferent voice sounded again, causing everyone in the hall to roll their eyes. Couldn't this fellow change her tone? It was like the voice of an automatic announcer, emotionless. A group of people walked from the back of the hall, which was near the entrance filled with display cases. Yun Nuoxing's group walked a little slower. They were too lazy to squeeze in front of the crowd. When they got closer, more than a dozen members of the Alliance of Cultivators had already started recording. The groups that passed continued to walk into the passage inside the hall. The groups that didn't pass all stood to the side with dejected expressions. They anxiously looked at the others and couldn't help but smile when they saw someone else being eliminated. Chen Clan eliminated. Zhang Clan eliminated. TSK, the first round this year is already so difficult. It seems like there's a big movement behind the scenes. Otherwise, the first round wouldn't be so difficult. I thought the magic tool I chose was already good enough. Zhao clan passed. The reports kept ringing. When a surname was mentioned, Yun Nuoxing was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked at the innermost part of the hall. A group of people in black formal clothes were quickly walking inside. The person leading them was the young man from the Zhao clan that he saw on the street last night. The little kid from the Zhao clan is also quite strong. This round won't be able to stop them. Elder Meng saw the direction of his gaze and said. He nudged him with his elbow and said, "Let's go. It's our turn." When Yun Nuoxing placed the lantern on the table, the judge didn't immediately speak. Instead, he turned to Zhou Zibai and said with a smile, "Miss Zhou, you've brought quite an amazing person this time." "I was just lucky." Zhou Zibai smiled and cupped her hands. "It's also important to be lucky enough to meet the right person. Master Feng, just tell us the uses of this magic tool and how many Dao marks it has." "I don't think there's a need for a master who can recognize ancient Dao marks to go into too much detail." The judge looked at Yun Nuoxing and nodded. The people at the side also cast their gazes over. This master who recognized the ancient Dao marks was also someone they paid close attention to. At this moment, seeing him standing here, they were naturally very interested. Even those who were eliminated couldn't help but move closer. Yun Nuoxing said softly, "For uses, 22 complete Dao marks and 6 incomplete Dao marks. Does it fit?" The judges were all startled. Zhou Zibai saw their big reaction and couldn't help but become nervous. "Did I say something wrong?" No, as expected of Master Feng." The judge shook his head with a bitter smile. "Actually, we can only see 18 Dao marks. 2 of them are incomplete. I didn't expect there to be hidden mysteries, cough, cough." The judge quickly restrained his expression and waved his hand in response. "Zhou family pass. Now, those who passed the first round, please continue inside. Those who were eliminated, please leave. We'll meet again next year." Lu Weiron's zombie-like voice sounded again, causing everyone to shiver. Those who were eliminated couldn't take it anymore and quickly ran away. They were afraid that they would be frozen to death if the horns sounded again. This guy's words were like the Arctic wind blowing on their bodies, making their teeth ache. Wait, I want to ask who won the first round." Just as they were about to go to the next place, someone suddenly stopped and asked the judges, curiously. The judges were packing their things when they heard this. They froze for a moment and gathered together to discuss. When everyone saw this, they also stopped in their tracks out of curiosity. Although they asked this question, their gazes all turned to Yun Nuoxing and the others. The judges raised their heads at the same time and said, "After our discussion, the winner of the first round, Zhou family, Master Feng, congratulations." "Oh, as expected." The curious person scratched his head and laughed. "No, it's actually debatable." The judge shook his head and said, "Zhao family's magic tool is better than Master Feng's, but Master Zhao wasn't able to recognize the Dao marks so accurately. That magic tool had 24 Dao marks, and he could only name 20 of them, as well as 4 of the 5 functions. So, right, Master Feng, please take a look at this magic tool." Yun Nuoxing, who had been standing there for a while, was slightly stunned. He subconsciously walked over and took a wooden box with a scarlet surface from the judge. This thing was older than the fun lamp he had taken a fancy to. Yun Nuoxing looked at it and placed it on the table. He said indifferently, "It has at least 2,000 years of history. There were originally 35 complete Dao marks, but now there are only 29 left. There's 1 incomplete Dao mark." He looked at everyone. "It's an incomplete ancient Dao mark." Oh, the judges were dumbfounded again. As expected of Master Feng, 35 Dao marks, This was originally a top quality item among the medium quality items. It seems that many of them have been erased due to the passage of time. Even the ancient Tao marks are incomplete. What a pity each ancient Tao mark is priceless. Everyone couldn't help but smack their lips, feeling a little regretful. All right, it's about time. Let's all gather at the second venue. Originally, there wasn't a passage to the second venue in the innermost part of the hall. It seemed that this passage was opened when the lights were turned off. Yun Nuoshing still remembered that there was a faint energy movement in the darkness. It happened twice in total. It was probably the change in the hall. The second venue was a little smaller. Oh, no, the space was the same size, but there were many things placed there. The Cultivator Alliance had arranged the second venue into a huge hall. It was even filled with furniture. The decorations were very good. Even if a magic tool suddenly appeared, it wouldn't be out of place and would naturally blend into the hall. Oh, why is the entire venue filled with Tao marks? Could it be that they're all magic tools? Everyone stepped in and met up with the people in front of them. They took in a breath of cold air when they looked around. No matter how generous the Cultivator Alliance was, they wouldn't carve Tao marks on furniture to make them magic tools, right? Didn't they spend a lot of effort? Didn't the materials cost money? The young man from the Zhao clan turned around and happened to see Yun Nuoshing and the others walking in. He subconsciously walked over. "You're here too." Yun Nuoshing was just looking around when she suddenly heard his voice. She tilted her head and looked at him. "What's the matter?" "Just saying hello." The young man from the Zhao clan looked to the side. He waved his hand and led his people back. "See you at the third venue." Oh, Yun Nuoshing and the others were puzzled. This guy was still thinking about them. He didn't forget to deliberately come over and say hello when he saw them here. There was no loudspeaker in the second venue. The person standing in front to welcome everyone was a woman in a cheongsam. She had a strong strength. She only spoke when she saw that everyone was present. This is the second venue. You can see that every inch of space in this hall has Tao marks. However, it's not what you think. The entire hall is a magic tool. It's just that some of the magic tools are not properly maintained, and the Tao marks are leaking out. That's right. The Tao marks engraved in this hall are caused by the power leaking out from the magic tools. We can't explain the specific reason in detail for the time being. You just need to accept this situation and restore the Tao marks of the magic tools as much as possible. This is the content of the second round. There's no score for this round. As long as you can restore 70% of the Tao marks of a magic tool, you'll pass. You can continue to the third round until there are enough people ahead to pass. The fifth round will be the final test, and the entire test will only be considered over. At that time, you'll be forcibly eliminated. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Tao marks of the magic tools didn't melt after they leaked out, and they could even return. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen something like this. Didn't Tao marks just disappear after they dissipated? After we heard the content, his smile stretched all the way to his ears. Then we're familiar with this job, very familiar with it. We've been tinkering with nomological creations in the void, frontline, every day, creating and repairing them. We're very familiar with this stuff. Yun Nuoshing felt that something was wrong when he heard this. A sudden feeling of excitement came from his soul, causing him to turn pale with fright. Before he could press down on his soul world, the little angel's voice, which seemed to want to stir up trouble, immediately penetrated the souls of the three of them. "Void Repairman!" This delicate shout was simply a critical blow that pierced through the void, causing Yun Nuoshing's soul to tremble violently. Yun Nuoshing glared fiercely at Hui. "Will you die if you don't talk so much?" there are more and more strange occupations. This, Chapter 1758. The power of rules was a cheat for low-level worlds. As long as there was a little bit of it, even sand would be sublimated into something else. Moreover, as one's mastery of rules gradually increased, the more power of rules one possessed, and the degree of sublimation would increase unreasonably. For example, in the current situation, as long as he used the power of rules to sweep across the hall, no one else would be able to do anything. Although it seemed like they were bullying others, they could return these things completely even without using the power of rules. The Tao marks that once existed in the artifacts were just a part of them. As long as they existed, there would be traces left behind. They could easily capture this aura and restore them. Therefore, they did not really want to bully others. They were just bullying for fun. Cough, cough. The grades of artifacts depended on the number of Tao marks. 15 was a threshold, and 45 was another threshold. They were divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. The higher the grade of the artifact, the more obvious the traces of Tao marks that were left behind. However, there were more Tao marks, and it was more difficult to restore them neatly. Therefore, how to weigh the two became a very important choice. However, they were different. They had already returned all the Tao marks in the hall to the artifacts in their souls. Now, we could proudly announce that they were really bullying others. Oh, this is really the first time I've seen such a problem in my life. Elder Meng frowned in distress. I've never studied this situation before. Normally, the Tao marks of the artifacts would disappear if they were scattered. There's no saying that they wouldn't disappear even after being leaked out. This time, everyone is standing on the same starting line. Why is the content of this conference so strange? This situation is not seen even once in a few hundred years. Phew, it seems that we can only guess blindly this time. Even if the Tao marks of the artifacts are slightly related to the original artifacts, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any mistakes in the process of returning them. It's not easy to do it without an 80% accuracy. Everyone grumbled in distress. The more they grumbled, the faster they moved. While Yun Nuoshing and the others were still watching from where they were, the group of people had already spread out and started to get busy in the hall. Although it was a new version of the ship, there were not many weaklings present. After familiarizing themselves with the ship, they quickly grasped the knack of it. Their blind methods at the beginning began to become adept, and they became cautious and slow. There were already a few groups of people running around the hall with their artifacts, as if they were looking for the appropriate Tao mark. There were also people who could tell that the artifact they chose was a high-grade one. It was probably beyond their ability to control, so they quickly changed it and started from scratch. Elder Meng looked for a while and realized that Yun Nuoshing and the others were still standing in front of him. He couldn't help but be startled. Aren't the 2 masters going to make a move? It's already done. We suddenly took out a small stove. I finished it not long after I finished reciting. Zhou Zhibai and the others. When did this happen? Why didn't we see it? Elder Zheng was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't seem to have seen Yun Nuoshing and the others move their feet. It was done? Oh, this stove is just at the door. It's just convenient, so I took it. The 33 Tao marks are perfectly restored. We grinned and gave a thumbs up to show that there was no pressure. It's convenient. Elder Meng couldn't help but smile bitterly. While others were busy choosing the level of difficulty of the artifact, they solved it in a convenient way. You actually encountered this kind of situation? Similar situation. We put on a mysterious smile and laughed out loud. Besides, even if it's not restored, it's not a problem. I can carve the Tao marks myself. It'll only take a minute. It's definitely better than the original 33 Tao marks. Uh, Elder Meng smiled bitterly. This was a guy who did as he pleased, and he could deal with this so-called competition as he pleased, however he wanted. After about half an hour, we saw that someone was almost done dealing with it. He took the lead and walked to the judges. He put the small stove on the table and smiled brightly at the judges. Please take a look. This confident smile, this radiance, this aura, and this aura made the judge tremble uncontrollably. After a while, he laughed dryly. The Zhou family was the focus of attention of the higher-ups. In fact, he had been watching them all this while. After the Zhou family came in, they found a place to stay and did not move. Now that they had handed over the items, it seemed that they had already dealt with it from the beginning. Sure enough, he looked at the small stove twice and decisively announced, "Zhou family pass." So fast. I just started. Hiss, as expected of a master who can recognize the ancient Tao marks. It's really not just for show. The crowd couldn't help but smile bitterly. Those who walked faster in the first venue probably didn't know about the Zhou family's two masters situation. However, the group of people who came in with them knew better than anyone else. Seeing them pass first, they could only smile bitterly and continue working on their artifacts. Not long after Yun Nuoxing and the others went to the third venue, Lin Tang was the second to pass. Just as they were about to head to the third venue, Lin Tang couldn't resist asking, "May I ask how much the Zhou family's restoration is?" The judge glanced at him and said calmly, "The Zhou family's restoration is perfect. Your blade is still missing 3 or 4 Tao marks, but it's still within the passing range." The corners of Lin Tang's eyes twitched when he heard this. As he walked to the next passage, his face was filled with displeasure and his expression kept changing. Walking beside him, a middle-aged man in a loose brown robe saw this and couldn't help but chuckle. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. Knowing a few artifacts is nothing. What's most important is being strong. If you're willing, we can kidnap them and bring them back. Then, we can do whatever we want with them." Lin Tang glanced at him and frowned. "We'll talk about it later." In the third venue, Yun Nuoxing and the others were the first to arrive. It was still it was more like a hotel. The lobby was at the center, and there were many rooms on both sides of the corridor. The doors were tightly shut, and there was a strange aura coming from those rooms. "Oh, someone's here." A person suddenly popped up from the long table in front of them, startling Zhou Xibai and the others. A person who appeared without a sound and in such a strange position. Was this really the hotel lobby? The person who jumped out from the back was a boy around 13 or 14 years old. Yun Nuoxing and the others couldn't help but take a second look at him. Then they looked at each other and said in unison, "Finally, we've met a guy whose appearance doesn't match his actual age. This boy was definitely not as young as he looked. Oh, the Zhou family. That's not surprising, right?" The boy took 2 steps forward and leaned his back against the long table. He waved his hand and pointed to the corridor on his right. "There. The first room over there is the location prepared for you. Go. You'll know what to do when you get there." Zhou Xibai looked at the corridor on the left in confusion and smiled bitterly. "So casual. Hey, we'll know when we get there." We turned around and left quickly. He pushed open the door and walked in. The boy revealed a strange expression. He raised his gaze and looked in the direction of the second venue. "Someone's here again. Where should we arrange for them to go this time?" Yun Nuoxing and the others pushed open the door and walked in one after another. In front of them was a room decorated in a retro style. There was a screen at the door, calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls, and the tables and chairs had an antique atmosphere. There were also potted plants and vases in the corners, fully decorating the room. Just as they closed the door, a gust of aura suddenly fell on them, causing Zhou, Shibai, and Elder Meng's expressions to tremble. They subconsciously made defensive movements and were vigilant of their surroundings. Be careful! We've been locked on by a magic artifact. This level of aura is at least a medium-level magic artifact. The attack range is more than a small room, but it's locked on to this space. It's really not that easy to find the source. Elder Zheng's expression was solemn. As he spoke, he suddenly realized, is this the content of the third venue? It's hard to relax just being locked on by a medium-level magic artifact. We still have to find. Mei Mao glanced around the room. Suddenly, she saw Yun Nuoshing walk straight forward, take a painting from the corner, and roll it into a scroll. The aura in the room disappeared instantly. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, as expected of Master Feng. Forget it. I won't be surprised in the future. If I continue to be surprised, my face will stiffen. Elder Zheng tapped his waist and nodded. Not long after Yun Nuoshing took down the painting, the door was pushed open. The boy looked in with his hands in his pockets and was slightly surprised. You're done so quickly? Anyway, congratulations. You passed in less than half a minute. In the Alliance, this is a record that won't be broken for decades. What record? Elder Meng asked curiously. The record of the trial. The best time is 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Even people at the peak of Earth Realm have to be 70% or 80% vigilant when locked on by a medium-level magic artifact. Everyone has tried it repeatedly, so they're used to it. Even though they know they won't be attacked, they still took a long time to solve it. As the boy spoke, he used his shoulder to push the door open. Then, he turned around and left. Anyway, go sit in the lobby and wait. The other people who came in are also busy inside. After a while, you guys can go to the fourth venue together. On the other side, Lin Tang and the others did not look so relaxed. When they pushed open the door and came out, their faces were covered in sweat. It was as if they had walked around in a sauna, and half of their clothes were soaked in sweat. What kind of test is this? They actually used a medium-level magic artifact to lock on, and they even had to find the magic artifact in this situation. What the hell? Those guys from the Alliance have a way of disgusting people. Lin Tang couldn't stop cursing. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his face was covered in sweat. Among them, only the middle-aged man in the brown robe was calmer, but sweat could be seen on his face. But this stage is definitely our first. Oh, you guys are so slow. I'm about to doze off. The voice that came from the lobby made Lin Tang and the others stunned. Then they saw Huey's bright smile that was like millions of sunshine. It was originally a sunny smile, but it made him see the meaning of ridicule and sarcasm. Coupled with that sentence, the blue veins on his forehead couldn't help but pop out across. Humph! Lin Tang took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation and anger in his heart. He waved his hand and led his people to sit on the other side of the lobby. Another 5 minutes later, the young man from the Zhao clan also walked out of the room. He was slightly puzzled when he saw the two groups in the lobby were so far apart. When he saw Yun Nuoshing and the others, he couldn't help but go over. You guys are really fast. It seems that I still underestimated you. Hui grinned and replied, Hey, it's okay. I haven't seen anything particularly fun yet. By the way, do you know what the fourth venue is going to be like? The young man from the Zhao clan shook his head. The 5 stages of each assembly are different. They will be adjusted according to the purpose and situation of each assembly. The Alliance has many plans for this. In the last Assembly of Cultivators, the fourth venue was a martial arts competition. I don't know what it will be like this time. Little kid from the Zhao clan, don't worry. There won't be a fight in this year's assembly. The young man jumped up from behind the table in the lobby and said indifferently, "I'll tell you in advance. This year, they will only talk about magic artifacts. The fourth and fifth venues are also related to magic artifacts. All right, you three teams can go first. The people behind you might not be able to come up for a while." The young man raised his hand and knocked on the wall. The wall behind the table suddenly vibrated, and a huge passage suddenly appeared in the middle, leading to the next venue. Yun Nuoshing yawned and took Zhou Zibai and the others to the fourth venue first. The Lin clan and the Zhao clan followed closely behind. "Is the fourth venue so far away?" After walking for about 10 minutes in the passage, Lin Tang suddenly frowned and said, "Why don't I remember walking for so long last time?" The young man from the Zhao clan glanced at him, grinned, and didn't speak. His eyes were basically focused on Yun Nuoshing and the others who were walking at the front. His eyes were full of interest. Now that he knew that they were related to the Zhou clan, the idea of forcibly abducting them faded. He didn't want to be behind the Zhou clan for no reason and have to go through a lot of trouble again. However, although he suppressed the idea, he was still very interested in them. If there was a chance, he would find a chance to exchange pointers with them. Zhou Zibai followed them for a while and gradually felt that something was wrong. If she didn't calculate wrongly, they might have already walked 10 kilometers away by now. Because they felt that the passage was long, they had been using spiritual energy to help themselves walk quickly. Naturally, their walking speed couldn't be calculated using ordinary methods. "Exit," Yun Nuoshing whispered, and everyone immediately looked forward. At the end of the circular passage, a dim light spilled into the interior of the passage. They could vaguely see some brown things blocking the entrance. The whole atmosphere in front of them became strange. As soon as they saw the exit, everyone's footsteps became much faster. In just 3 or 4 breaths, they walked out of the passage. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were stunned. "This is the fourth venue." The scene in front of them was very strange. They came from the room to a barren area with flying sand and stones. Even the air that blew over their bodies was slightly hot. The sky was covered by dark yellow sand, and the sun and moon were hidden. There was nothing worth talking about around them. The only thing they could see was a wall that was about a few hundred meters long in front of them. The end of their line of sight from left to right was blocked by the wall that was the same color as the barren ground. There was only a 3 or 4 meter wide opening in front of them. "I know, this is a maze." Hui clapped his hands and instantly understood. The fourth level is a maze, right? But why is it related to magic weapons? Who knows? Yun Nuoshing shrugged, yawned, and plunged into the opening in front of them. Hui and the others hurriedly followed. The young man from the Zhao family looked at them, then looked left and right. He found another entrance and walked in. Lin Tang and the others wandered around for a while before slowly walking to the side. They found another entrance and entered the huge maze. In a bright hall, there was a projection that was dozens of meters long and wide on the innermost wall. It was a projection from an overlook angle. It projected a desert with flying sand and stones, as well as a huge maze in the desert. The 3 groups of figures that had already walked into the maze were hung on the left and right sides of the projection. This hall was also very spacious. It was a staircase that kept going down, extending closer to the projection. At this moment, there were dozens of figures with extraordinary strength sitting on the staircase seats. Lu Weiran was among them. He sat in the middle and stared at the projection without a smile. His main attention was on the small projection of the Zhou family. He even deliberately asked someone to enlarge the projection. The people beside him were also busy using computers and mobile phones to do something. "Sir, We have already compared all the information in the database. There is no information about these 3 people. A person beside Lou Waran suddenly responded in a hurry, causing the dozens of people in the hall to turn their gazes over. No information? I say, are you sure you are not mistaken? With the current level of information collection, how can there be people in this world that we can't find? Do you think they are Sun Wukong, who jumped out of a stone? The person who just spoke looked puzzled and helpless. I also thought we were looking for the wrong person, but there is really no information recorded. The earliest trace back was yesterday in Jiang City. They appeared by the river in Jiang City at 7:28 in the morning. The situation was recorded by the video camera and the car camera there. There is no more information before that. Everyone in the hall saw the scene, where Yun Nuoshing and the other 2 were surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd on the street. Everyone was confused. This scene was like a celebrity who forgot to wear her hat, sunglasses, and mask and walked on the street carelessly. The roadside was full of people who had nothing better to do. It would be strange if they were not surrounded. Other than that, there was nothing out of the ordinary. After that, they went to the old library in Jiang City. Not long after that, an explosion caused by the 3 wanted criminals happened in the Zhou family's Zhou Dao, which was not far away. When the 3 of them fled to the other side of Jiang City, they followed them. The reason is unknown, but we can guess that they were affected by the explosion in the library and killed the 3 wanted criminals while they were there. The entire process took less than half a minute, and they didn't even fight back. After that, they wandered aimlessly around the area. At night, they ran into the Zhao family at Old Vine Street, and they almost got into a fight. But with the Zhou family's intervention, nothing happened. Later on, they formed a relationship with the Zhou family. By the way, I think they were attacked by unknown people on their way to the conference. This is the mountain where the attackers were. It was recorded by the invisible camera, and it was the result of Master Feng's attack. The scene showed a mountain, a pit. Next to the mountain was a mountain, and next to the mountain was a mountain that had caved in due to the explosion. When the people in the hall saw this, they fell silent. There are still people at this level who are wandering outside the country. They have probably been leveled by nuclear weapons, right? Peak of Earth realm? Have they entered Dao? The young man flipped through the information, and his expression was grave. No. Based on our analysis, there is a high possibility that she is a 4 Seas realm elite, and she has already entered Dao. There are a few people here who have entered Dao in Earth realm as well. Look at this pit. Ask yourselves, can you do it? Someone could not help but smack his lips. It's possible to smash it. Then I'll add another restriction. Counterattack. 1 second. The Earth realm elite, who had just spoken, instantly shut up. He buried his head in his hands and buried it on the table to show that he did not exist. At that time, the shock wave spread out for a total of 4 kilometers. If it weren't for the fact that the area was surrounded by mountains, I wouldn't even know how to clean up the scene. Lu Weran slowly stood up, and a slight frown appeared on her stern face. We can't just let these elites wander about as they please. This is our duty. Someone, go and get in touch with them and pull them in. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in sharp breaths could be heard in the hall. Everyone quickly buried their heads in their hands and pressed them against the table. Some of them even took out their phones. What? The U.S. threw a plane over? I'll arrange for someone to sink their ship right away. Unknown immigrants have appeared in the Himalayas. Pin them down on the ground and tie them up. I'll go now. My back hurts. My back hurts. I want to take a break. Lu Weiran's cheeks twitched a few times, and she could not help but curse. These cowards. They're all terrified when they heard that she was a 4 Seas realm elite who had entered Dao. She slammed her hand on the table and cursed, "Bastards! Are you worthy of the clothes you're wearing? Don't forget what it means for us to be standing here. It's fine if you're letting yourself down, but you can't let your place down. That's our duty." Everyone shrunk their necks and could not help but laugh bitterly in their hearts. But that's a Four Seas realm elite we're talking about. There are a few in Cathay as well, but they're all treated like treasures. They're not allowed to show up unless something major has happened. Moreover, they're all at the minor mastery of the Four Seas realm, which is more than enough for them to do whatever they want. Now that a Tao elite has appeared out of nowhere, she can do whatever she wants in the world. If she wants to sit in the presidential palace of another country one day, no one would dare to say a word about it, unless they're planning to flatten their own home. Furthermore, from the way she's keeping it a secret, it's obvious that she's someone who doesn't want to enter the secular world. She's only here because she's itching to walk around in the mortal world. If we disturb her, won't we just be delivering food to her? And it's even food that comes with its own dipping dish. Chapter 1759. Maze, this thing's existence was really confusing. Yun knew Washing's entire life. Oh, hundreds of lifetimes or even millions of lifetimes, he didn't know how many mazes he had walked through. Moreover, he had walked through all kinds of mazes, whether they existed in the real world, in the spiritual space, in the soul space, or in the dream space. If he wanted to subdivide it further, there were even more. In short, he had walked through all kinds of mazes, big and small, countless times. Other people were used to walking through mazes, and perhaps they all had their own ideas. For example, some people would choose to walk by touching the wall, some people would feel like they were walking blindly, and if there was no roof, they might choose to climb over the wall. He was different. Every time he entered a maze, his first thought was to blow up the entire maze. Then the ground would be flat, and the maze would no longer exist. From the entrance to the end, it would be like walking on flat ground. Wasn't that beautiful? That's right. He was the one who wanted to smash the wall. But now that he was in someone else's game, then he couldn't smash the wall. He could only walk by touching the wall. That was really, he had to exert a lot of effort to stop his mischievous right hand. He could feel that the soulless netherworld ruin sword trembled and wanted to rush out. If they walked through a maze, they could walk to the end by touching the wall. But when they thought that this was an ordinary maze without too many surprises, they directly used their soul power to touch the wall. At the same time, they also planned a path directly to the end and slowly walked along the path as if they were on an outing. Then, a small accident happened. It was also this accident that made Zhou Zibai and the others understand why the little boy said that the fourth venue was also related to the magical artifacts. In the fourth venue, the maze was just a venue. The most important thing was actually the magical artifacts hidden in the maze. Yes, they were being bombarded by a large pile of magic tools. Yun Nuoshing's group of 6 was walking in a spacious maze passage. The yellow sand on the ground was shining as if it was about to be melted by flames. A burst of energy that was obviously abnormal was coming from below the ground. Zhou Zibai and the others once again felt the aura that belonged to the magical artifacts. They were all sweating in their hearts. They had to speed up and pass through this passage that seemed to have been scalded by magma. It was really strenuous. Fortunately, the 3 of them were also good cultivators. Each of them exerted their full strength and safely passed through this fire passage without much effort. When they stopped, white smoke was constantly rising from their bodies. Well, it's almost done. We looked at the 3 and couldn't help but nod. Zhou Zibai and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly compared to the slightly embarrassed appearance of the 3 of them. Yun Nuoshing and the others were really strolling in the courtyard with ease. They came and went like the wind and nothing was stained on them. Yun Nuoxing looked back at the fire passage. The fire passage that was burned red and shining quickly cooled down after they passed through. All the heat was converging towards the center of the fire passage. He could see a stove-like magical artifact hidden below the ground. The energy inside it was quickly extinguished and dissipated little by little. They had encountered similar situations 3 or 4 times after entering the maze. In fact, they could directly rush through with Zhou Zibai and the others. But, well, something was secretly watching them, and there was more than one gaze. It was as if a large group of people were staring at them as if they were monkeys. Although they didn't know what those people secretly watching them were thinking. After all, they were a group of outsiders. It was better not to be too high profile. At this moment, they should be a little more low-key. When Zhou Zibai and the others couldn't hold on anymore, they would give them a hand. Yun Nuoxing looked around and saw a square box on the top of the walls on both sides of the fire passage. An obvious big lens was facing them. This thing seemed to be called, what was it? In short, it was used for surveillance. It was a gadget created by the human race of this star. It seemed to be quite fun. Well, I seem to understand what the guy from the Lin family said. Old Meng couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his face. He smiled bitterly at old Zheng and said, "The people from the Alliance are really good at messing with people. I think they are hiding behind us and secretly laughing at our sorry state." Elder Zheng turned his head and looked at the camera installed on the wall. There, they are indeed watching a show. This is already the 3rd artifact on our way here. Zhou Zibai looked back at the fire path with lingering fear. They had experienced the extreme cold, the dizzying poisonous gas, and the burning fire path. Every level was just right, and no one would really die. Even if they gave up halfway, they would only be slightly injured. But if they wanted to pass, they would be exhausted to death. They did not know what the next level would be. Zhou Zibai was a little bit worried. She had no idea what the next level would be. Yun Nuoxing moved her hands and stretched out her fist several times to make gestures on the wall. We broke out in cold sweat. "Feng, what are you doing?" "Our path later is like this. Keep walking straight and then turn back to this position." "Yes, this is the position." "The path is opposite the wall. I'm thinking that it would be faster to cut through the wall. Now, I'm thinking about how to make a hole in front of me without accidentally injuring the surroundings with my fist." Hui thought for a moment and quickly pulled Feng forward. Zhou Zibai and the other 2, who had rested for a while, hurriedly followed. There's another corner." Elder Meng saw the corner in front of them and couldn't help but tremble. He smiled bitterly. "My legs are weak now. When I see the corner, I don't know what kind of artifact will be hidden in this passage." They mentally prepared themselves and walked around the corner. In front of them was an extremely long and spacious passage. Then a weak energy was slowly operating in the dark. The aura was surging. Something was surging in the dark. Yun Nuoxing looked back at the wall behind her and saw the artifact hidden behind the wall. It was a cup filled with ordinary water. She looked at it and couldn't help but ask, "Can you swim?" Zhou Zibai was stunned. Of course, there are not many cultivators who can't swim. Even if they can't swim, they can make themselves breathe underwater by mobilizing their spiritual energy. What about swimming in boiling water? I mean boiling water of a few hundred degrees. The 3 of them were stunned. This question came out of nowhere. They suddenly felt a little stuffy in their chests. The air seemed to be thinner, and the air pressure was a little high. Boom, boom. The dull sound seemed to come from behind the wall. The ground seemed to be trembling. The temperature here seemed to have increased by a few degrees. There was hot water vapor rising from the ground. "Run! Run!" We laughed loudly and ran out of the passage. Zhou Zibai and the other two were shocked by the shout. They subconsciously lifted their feet and ran after him. Yun Nuoshing and the little girl deliberately slowed down. They waited for them to run more than 10 meters before quickly catching up. Bang! The wall at the corner suddenly burst open with a bang. The whole wall spewed out a large wave of hot water like the waves of the sea. It also had a high temperature that made people feel hot all over. The rumbling sound made the few people running in front couldn't help but look back. After a while, they saw the blue wave rushing towards them with the momentum to devour everything. The heat was boiling. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but scream. She ran faster and rushed in front of Hui. This is really the potential of a life and death situation. Elder Meng couldn't help but smile bitterly. The two groups at the other end of the maze also felt the movement of the monstrous wave rampaging in the passage. They couldn't help but stop. They even felt that the temperature seemed to have increased slightly. They could also hear Zhou Zibai's horrified scream. Their feet paused. They looked at the passage, at the next corner, and hesitated for a long time. Feng, over here, over here. Hurry up. Hui waved his hand vigorously at the corner. Yun Nuoshing and the little girl simply used a little bit of foul power to quickly pass the last distance and enter the next corner. Then a stone wall fell from the sky and landed at the intersection behind them with a bang. The boiling hot water was rushing in the passage behind the wall. The vibration had not yet subsided. Zhou Zibai leaned against the wall and swung her long legs. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really know how to torture people. Water attack, fire attack, poison gas, cold air. Hui counted with his fingers one by one. What else will we encounter next? Are we going to be buried here alive? Yun Nuoshing's expression trembled. She turned around and gave him a knock on the head. Can your blessed mouth not say a few words? I forgot. Hui laughed dryly. He hadn't acted up for 4 or 5 eras. He was a little forgetful. In the spacious hall, everyone looked at the 6 people who had narrowly escaped death in the projection. They were silent. Who came up with such a wicked checkpoint? Someone couldn't help but mutter, boiling water of 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. Do you think you're going to throw them into a pressure cooker to boil them? Everyone continued to be silent. They lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't exist. We're almost at the exit. The person who was responsible for reporting next to Lu Weiran said, "There's only one last checkpoint left. The other 2 groups are still struggling in the 3rd checkpoint." Lu Weiran suddenly said, "What's the last checkpoint of the 6th passage?" "Wait a moment, let me see." The person who reported hurriedly flipped through the information about the 6th passage. He flipped to the back and projected an image in front of them. Everyone glanced at the newly appeared image that occupied 1/3 of the big screen. They were all stunned. Who moved the Buddhist thing here? How wicked! Are you guys stopping people or making things difficult for them? Wait, they're going forward. Should we hurry and stop them? Once this thing is triggered, it has nothing to do with the 4 C's. No, it's necessary. Because that place, it's necessary to take such precautions. It's not just the 6th passage. The last checkpoint of every passage uses the group of Baldi's prayer beads. However, the prayer beads of the 6th passage seem to be more powerful. In the tunnel, there was a long stretch of peaceful road ahead, probably because they hadn't reached the corner yet. The walls, floor, and ceiling made of stone slabs were getting tired of looking at them. Other than the cameras monitoring their progress, every once in a while, there didn't seem to be anything else. We're almost at the end of the checkpoint, right? We couldn't help but yawn as he walked. These checkpoints weren't fun. He preferred to look at interesting things, such as interesting things that recorded some unknown and involved a long history. He didn't care about those things that talked about history by the book. Bored, Yun Nuoshing raised her right hand and clenched it into a fist. Do you want me to smash the wall? Don't. Oh, there's no need to smash it. There's no more corner. Just walk to the end of the main road, and the exit is in front. Yun Nuoshing pointed ahead and suddenly froze. It seems that this checkpoint has already started. It started? Why don't I feel anything? Hui scratched his head in confusion. Then he thought of something and quickly turned to look behind him. Zhou Jibai and the others were sitting cross-legged 10 meters away. Their palms were clasped together, and their faces were expressionless. Their slightly moving lips seemed to be whispering something softly. Beside them, there were 8 strange golden runes floating out from the ground. Upon closer inspection, they found that the surrounding passages had become brighter. There was a faint golden light flickering. The energy flowing in the air seemed to contain a faint power of faith. Faith? This 5th checkpoint is a test of faith. We suddenly clapped his hands. In this way, Zhou Jibai and the others should have been mentally suppressed by this faith. As for the 3 of them, not to mention whether this kind of artifact would work on them, faith. There was almost no such thing in the entire 8 elements realm, let alone this group of people who were not even humans. They came from the realm of the gods, so it was impossible for them to have faith. It was possible for others to have faith in them, but after all, this was the 8 elements realm, so it was still unlikely for the power of faith to exist. Yun Nuoshing walked over in front of the 3 people and stretched out her hand to push them. Then she shrugged at Hui and said, "They're stuck. Carry them away." "That's the only way." Hui sighed and nodded. He walked forward and put the 2 old men under his armpits. Then he quickly ran towards the finish line. Yun Nuoshing also carried Zhou Jibai on her shoulder and ran all the way. In the spacious hall, the people who were watching all of this continued to be silent. These 3 people have no faith in their hearts, no spiritual idol, and no object of prayer in their hearts. They don't even have a spiritual crack, nor do they have inner demons. Don't they even have a little bit of tangled memory? Everyone looked at each other in silence. Did such people really exist? There was nothing in their hearts. It was as if the heart did not exist in the first place. They did not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, the spiritual realm built by the monk's prayer beads had no effect on them. However, they were so lively and cheerful all the way. No matter how one looked at it, they did not seem to be emotionless. These 3, are they humans? The reporter flipped through the information and said calmly, "The pure spiritual prayer beads are artifacts left behind from ancient times. They were left behind by the nameless master who reached the heaven realm. In theory, this thing should be able to affect heaven realm experts." The hall continued to be silent. They did not remember how long they had been silent. The artifacts left behind by the heaven realm experts did not work. Did that mean, could it be that they are not in the 4 seas realm, but in the heaven realm, people who survived from ancient times? But there are no records of these 3 people in the records. There are so many records of people whose legacies have been cut off. It's normal that you haven't seen them. Based on the information at the beginning, don't you think that this speculation is very reliable? 3 powerful people from ancient times. Heaven realm. Heaven realm. Heaven realm artifacts naturally have no effect on people who are at a higher level than heaven realm. Heaven realm. Damn, the ancient era is over, but there are still 3 people at heaven realm who survived. If other people knew about this, It would probably cause chaos. Thinking about it carefully, they had appeared so abruptly for the first time. They had wandered around aimlessly in the streets in a panic. Even the ordinary things were too much for their eyes to take in. Wasn't it like they had been hiding in the mountains for hundreds of years without coming out to the world, and suddenly woke up one day to see the great changes in the world and expressed curiosity and slight nervousness? Are these three people humans or ghosts? Lu Weiran knocked on the table to signal for silence. She crossed her arms and said calmly, "According to the ancient records, people at Heaven Realm can live for thousands of years. It's not surprising that one or two of them survived. However, the realm of the four seas in the past, no, after the end of the primordial era, the experts in the Heaven Realm and above either left this world or went missing. Although based on our current investigations, going missing means that they left." Lu Weiran slowly stood up. "No matter what, this information is not to be leaked. Treat the information of these three people with the highest standard. Keep a certain amount of attention and do not monitor them. As long as their actions do not cross our bottom line, let them do what they want." Everyone smiled bitterly. This was a compromise that could not be helped. Even if they did not want to compromise, they had to compromise. Heaven Realm powerful people were people who could sink an entire continent without a problem. They were really Earth immortals of this era. They had never thought about what would happen if a Heaven Realm powerful person did not leave. "Sir, they passed the last test and are going to the fifth venue." The reporter quickly pointed at the screen and said. Lu Weiran stood up and waved her hand. "Let's go and meet those Heaven Realm elites. If we can get the three of them to go to that place, we can consider ourselves lucky. It's an ancient place, so it's only natural for ancient people to search for it." The Zhou family passed the fourth test and entered the fifth venue. The announcement rang out in the fourth, third, and second venues at the same time. The people who heard it were so shocked that they almost threw away the things in their hands. They looked at each other with wide eyes. As expected of a master, he really is a master. He reached the fifth venue in less than half an hour, and we're still in the second venue, in the labyrinth of the fourth venue. The young man from the Zhao family looked at the labyrinth passage in front of him and could not help but be silent. He sighed and continued to lead people forward. At the end of the labyrinth was a heavy bronze door. The dusty ancient aura of the world was constantly leaking out from the space inside the door. Yun Nuoshing and the others were not in a hurry to open the door. They put Zhou Zibai and the other two down outside the door, because they were being watched by others, and it was not good for them to use shocking methods. They could only use the most primitive method, pinching the three people's hearts. Hui was much more straightforward. He pressed the two little old men's shoulders and shook them back and forth. The three people woke up in a short while, but they were a little dizzy. "You're awake. You've been chanting scriptures for a while." Hui waved his hand in front of the three people and made sure that their pupils were focused. Then he put down his hand. It's still impossible to guard against the methods of monks. Elder Meng smiled bitterly. "Back then, I was pressed there by a monk and chanted scriptures together for a year. This time, it actually reminded me of the time when we were chanting scriptures again." Elder Zhang could not help but joke when he heard this. "Since you have such a fate with Buddhism, why don't you just shave your head and become a monk? I can even find you an abbot now. Go away." Zhou Zibai looked curiously at Yun Nuoshing and the others. "Are you not affected?" Hui reached out and flicked his long hair. He put his hand on his shoulder and grinned. "We don't have faith." The little girl said, "We don't have faith either." The three people were stunned. Yun Nuoshing said, "I don't have feelings." Zhou Zibai and the other two bitterly smiled. This made them realize once again that these three people were very mysterious. From the first time they saw each other, they already had this kind of feeling. Especially this guy with a girl's face and gorgeous long hair. His entire body was overflowing with the aura of immortals. He didn't feel like a person who existed in the mortal world and could break through the sky and fly away at any time. Let's go and see what kind of torment the fifth venue has. He stretched out his hands and pressed on the bronze door. He shouted softly and pushed the two doors open. The heavy roar echoed in the entire space. It was so loud that the ground trembled slightly because of it. They were about to go inside, but they were stunned when they took a look behind the door. The people inside the door were also stunned when they saw the door being pushed open. The 6 people and dozens of people stared at each other. The latter and the others were still holding things in their hands. It seemed like they were moving some magic weapons. At this moment, they were stunned because of the 6 people who broke in. The reporter was very excited. These 2 doors are mechanically controlled. They weigh 100 tons. The track is not open, and there is no mechanical control. The thrust force is 3 or 4 times this weight to open it. How did you open it? Zhou Zibai and the others. Well, they were numb. They were already numb. So this door was not opened by them. I can crush a sun with a slap. How do you think I opened it? Huey's handsome face was red. He was stunned and did not say this out loud. The 6 people walked through the door. The 5th venue was restored to the appearance of an ordinary hall from the maze. However, there were only tables, chairs, stools, and things like magic weapons in the hall. Except for a few magic weapons in the hands of the staff, they did not see any magic weapons. Even Lu Weran stood in the hall with a straight face. She did not say a word. Maybe she was stunned. We scratched his head. Well, is it because we cleared the level 2 fast that you didn't have time to arrange it? The reporter hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. I didn't expect them to be able to open the door. Oh, we said. He turned around and pulled the others out. Then you can arrange it slowly. When you are done, we will come in. Remember to call us. We will go out and do it again. With a loud bang, the door closed. The people of the Alliance were stunned. This was a heartless Heaven Realm expert. There was no doubt about it. Chapter 1760. 15 minutes later, the bronze door trembled as it opened again. But this time, it was opened by the people inside. When Yun Nuoshing and the others saw that the door was open, they quickly went inside. The 5th venue was still a hall, but it was obviously not decorated well this time. This time, they had forcibly placed some things on it so that the hall would not look too empty. There was a tightly shut door in the innermost part of the hall, and they did not know where it led to. We looked around for a while and subconsciously said, "Why doesn't it seem like anything has changed? Why don't you decorate it for a while? We can go out and wait." Everyone smiled bitterly. They also wanted to set something up, but they really didn't know what to set up and how to set it up. In the current world, there shouldn't be anything that could test people at the heavenly realm. There were a few things that were similar to the Buddhist Dharma artifact, but if they wanted to use those things, they had to confirm many steps in advance. They couldn't take those things out of their dusty places just because of a test. Those things would only appear in a life and death situation. Lu Weran coughed softly and looked straight at Yun Nuoshing with her hawk-like eyes. She looked at his black eyes for a while before she turned her head and looked at Zhou Zibai and the others. Then she said, "The last test of the maze was actually the 5th test, so there is no test in the 5th venue. If you want to talk about tests, why don't I ask you a few questions? Just answer them truthfully." Lu Weran looked straight at Yun Nuoshing and the others, which made Zhou Zibai a little nervous. She was the one who invited them. Although she realized that there might be something wrong after she invited them, The alliance of cultivators, which belonged to the country, must have felt that something was wrong with them. At this time, they might want to check their accounts. Are you for seas or heaven realm? Ha! Hui scratched his head and turned his head to look at Yun Nuoshing, who was resting with his eyes closed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, we don't know ourselves." Well, they really did not know. They had only been here for 2 days, so they were not very clear about how the cultivation system of this planet divided the realms. But you just need to know that we are good at fighting. We are super brave. The people from the Alliance covered their faces. That's super brave. Isn't a heaven realm expert brave enough? Lu Weiran lowered her head and rubbed her chin in deep thought. After a while, she continued, "Then I'll change the question. What do you think about this era and outer space? Weak rules, cough, spiritual energy. Are you trying to say that there are fewer and fewer high-level cultivators?" We almost said weak rules subconsciously, but he quickly changed his words. Lu Weiran nodded. As for outer space, Huey's forehead broke out in cold sweat. This was a very troublesome problem. From their point of view, crossing the galaxy, crossing the world barrier, wandering in the void, and fighting in the void were all as normal as drinking water. When he mentioned outer space, he actually thought of the void. Just as he was racking his brains to think of how to explain the great principles of the void to the fragile mortals, he suddenly thought that it was impossible for them to come into contact with the void at their level of life. Outer space should be referring to the starry sky. We pretended to be calm and looked at the starry sky. He took out an answer and answered on the spot. If I say that there are other life forms in outer space, would you believe me? Lu Weiran nodded slightly. Crossing the galaxy, there's no doubt that you're a heaven realm expert. However, are you ancient experts who came back from the starry sky? Hui grinned. This guy had already filled in the blanks with his own imagination. Forget it. It's more troublesome to talk about the starry sky, the void, and the primordial realm with them anyway. I'll just follow their train of thought. It's more convenient this way. Thinking of this, Hui laughed. Do you want to see what the starry sky looks like? This sentence was equivalent to admitting to Lu Weiran's question. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone couldn't help but come forward and say, "So, those ancient experts really crossed the galaxy and went to other places? They had to leave because Earth's spiritual energy was exhausted?" Who knows? Hui shrugged, causing everyone to be stunned again. Maybe they went to the starry sky, or maybe they went to a more magical place. Although we wandered in the galaxy and went to other planets with life, we didn't find other life forms that might have originated from this planet. So the answer is, I don't know if you're satisfied with this answer. Hui spread out his hands and smiled calmly at everyone. It's enough. Lu Weiran breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone also relaxed. This time, they finally knew the situation of these 3 guys who appeared out of thin air. It seemed that they had just returned from traveling in the starry sky. No wonder they couldn't find any information about them before. Zhou Zibai looked at Yun Nuoshing, and the others then looked at Lu Weiran and the others. When the exchange between the 2 sides seemed to have come to an end, she said, "General Lu, I wonder what new discoveries the Alliance of Cultivators has this year." Lu Weiran looked in the direction of the gate. "It seems that we won't be able to gather 10 groups in a short period of time." "Fine. I'll tell you 3 groups first." Zhou Zibai turned around. In the direction of the Bronze Gate, the young man from the Zhao clan and Lin Tang walked in with their families. The group of 10 people looked very miserable. When Lin Tang came in, his hair was disheveled, and his face was red and swollen, as if he had been slapped a few times. He had completely lost the demeanor he had when they first met, causing everyone to be stunned. The people from the Alliance understood. This time, the last stage of the maze was guarded by the prayer beads of the monks. This kid from the Lin clan was probably so deeply trapped that he couldn't wake up without a few slaps. It was understandable, but it was just too funny. Puffed. Subtle laughter was squeezed out, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become a little awkward. The veins on Lin Tang's forehead exploded. He glanced around fiercely, but couldn't find who was laughing. He could only shout, "What are you laughing at?" I remembered something that made me happy. Lin Tang's face twitched. He wanted to vent his anger, but he didn't know who to vent it on. This was the territory of the Alliance of Cultivators, so he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Lu Weiren coughed softly and suppressed the awkward atmosphere. First of all, congratulations on making it this far. Just like every previous meeting, what we're going to say next must be strictly confidential. If it's leaked, you'll be banned by the Alliance of Cultivators. Of course, if you feel that it's beyond your ability, we'll use a formation to restrict the information so that you won't be able to leak it. What's the mission for this trip? The young man from the Zhao clan asked directly. It's a new secret realm. We speculate that it's a cave left behind from ancient times. The Alliance of Cultivators has explored it before, but it seems that they haven't encountered the time when the cave was truly opened. They were blocked at the door halfway through. It's also possible that there aren't enough people to open the door. Lu Weiren pondered. As for the level of the cave, we speculate that it might be left behind by someone at the Heaven Realm or the Immortal Realm. Just as the three groups were about to gasp, Hui quickly raised his hand and asked, "Is it fun?" The reporter smiled bitterly. Is this a question of whether it's fun or not? Yes. If it's fun, we'll definitely go and play. Hui nodded vigorously. Someone from the Alliance had just gotten up from the ground. His face was trembling violently, and he couldn't help but speak a little louder. Cave. Immortal's Cave. Cave left behind by someone at the Heaven Realm or the Immortal Realm. It's a cave left behind by an ancient expert. It's full of opportunities inside. Have you seen it before? Weren't you blocked halfway? Hui tilted his head and asked with a grin. This no. That person's face turned red. He grimaced for a while before saying, "Anyway, there'll definitely be one. It's just very special, probably." Zhou Zhibai and the others smiled bitterly. The more this guy spoke, the less confident he was. It seemed that even if he had been there, he hadn't seen it because he was blocked halfway. Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes and said indifferently, "So, the cave is related to magic tools? Those tests are to select people who can pass through the cave and reach the deepest place you've gone before?" Lu Weiren looked at Yun Nuoshing and nodded. "Yes, even if it's just reaching the place we've been before, you need to have the strength to reach here. But the cave of someone at the Heaven Realm or the Immortal Realm." The young man from the Zhao family raised his eyes and looked at Chun Weiran. "I wonder how much strength the Alliance used to reach the gate last time. What's the loss like?" "Don't worry. Since the Alliance has set this meeting as a quota for exploring the secret realm, it's naturally not for you to die." Lu Weiran looked straight into his eyes. "Maybe it's because a long time has passed, but the murderous intent in the secret realm is far from what it used to be. We speculate that the lowest level to enter is the fourth realm of the mortal realm. There's no upper limit. There's a strong person at the Four Seas realm who went with us, and no special situation was triggered." The young man from the Zhao family asked, "How will the items in the cave be distributed? When do we go?" "Naturally, it's all based on personal gains. The people gathered from all over the place will open the door of the cave together. As for the time," Lu Weiren muttered, "we'll gather here 3 days later and go to the secret realm together. That's all I have to say. If there's no problem, each of you can weigh your own situation. If you want to quit, say it now. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it calmly. After all, the gate is just an appetizer. No one knows what's behind the gate. After Lu Weran finished speaking, she stepped back a few steps, leaving space for them to talk by themselves. On Yun Nuoxing's side, he was still squinting his eyes to rest. Hui was full of interest, but Zhou Zibai and the other two were a little worried. The secret realm left behind from the ancient times. It would be a lie to say that I'm not tempted. Zhou Zibai stroked her long hair. But I'm a little worried. The secret realm left behind by a strong person at that level, even if it declines with time, I'm afraid it's still very dangerous. Hui spread his hands with a sacred look and said to Zhou Zibai, "Little lost girl, listen to me. The path of cultivation is like sailing against the current. Danger is just a common occurrence. For you, this is a great opportunity." Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. "Of course I know, but don't worry." Hui smiled and patted Feng on the shoulder. "Feng will protect you." Yin Nuoxing opened her eyes and glanced at him. "Isn't it your duty to protect? I'm only responsible for dismantling and beating." The little girl saw Hui looking over and waved her hand. "Don't look at me. I'm just responsible for controlling the scene." "Can't you not be a shield for a day?" "No," the two of them said in unison and rolled their eyes. A guardian has been beaten in the void for more than 10 eras, and now she wants to throw away her shield and take a break? No way. When it came to the matter between them, Zhou Zibai suddenly restrained her expression and moved closer to Yun Nuoxing. She lowered her voice and said, "General Lu said that you are in those two realms. Is it true?" "I don't know. You just have to think high. Hui is right. We are very good at fighting. There is no need to measure other things. Our way of measuring is difficult to match your way of measuring, so there is no need to be particularly clear about it." Yun Nuoxing replied, casually. It was this kind of casual answer that made Zhou Zibai smile even more bitterly. She had no idea at all. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at her. "If you want to go but are worried about the danger and want to ask about our strength, then you don't have to worry. At least this star. Well, don't worry. If there is any danger, just leave it to us." Looking at Hui, "He will definitely join in the fun. If you want to go, I will protect you." Zhou Zibai stuck out her tongue at him. 5 minutes passed quickly. Lu Weran also ended their conversation and said to the 3 families of the Zhou family, "How is it? Have you finished your discussion? Sometimes it is a wise choice to withdraw. In the past, we have explored many secret realms that have been exposed to the world with the passage of time. Many of them are dangerous. This time is no exception." Zhou Zibai took a deep breath and took a step forward. She clasped her hands and said, "The Zhou family is willing to explore the secret realm together." The young man of the Zhao family also clasped his hands and said, "The Zhao family will go with you. So will the Lin family. In that case, you can go back and rest for 3 days. We will meet here 3 days later." When the 3 families left, the bronze gate was closed again. Lu Weran looked at the 2 heavy gates and did not speak for a long time. "So, didn't you say to find a way to make them stay? The time is too short. We didn't get a good result. The heaven realm returning from the starry sky may even be a master in the immortal realm. Do you dare to say it casually? You rushed up and directly put the question in front of them. Do you want to join or not? I'm afraid you want to be slapped into minced meat." The people of the Alliance smiled bitterly. The 3 of them could go anywhere they wanted in the starry sky as their own courtyard. They even crossed the Milky Way and returned here from God knows where. How could they stay here for a small alliance of cultivators? Well, even if we don't use force, we can use some other methods. What's the point of being soft? Walking in the mortal world needs some convenience, right? The Zhou family can do that for us. It's not like we have to join the alliance. Let me tell you the most important problem. It's the problem of vision. Others take wandering in the starry sky as easy as drinking water. I observed carefully just now. His expression told me that wandering in the starry sky is quite interesting. There is no way to make them stay here. Everyone was silent. This was the most troublesome problem. It was no less than having to deal with an enemy who had no desires and was alone. There was nothing they could do. This matter ends here. Don't mention it again. Lu Weiren turned and walked to the door inside the hall. Just seal the news here. Don't spread it out and let other people know. You and I both know what a heaven realm or a mortal immortal can do. We can't use force or soft tactics. We can't talk about friendship, and we can't control them. Fortunately, their attitude seems to be that they just came back to play. Let them play freely. Besides, they will follow the Zhou family and go to the secret realm with us. It's an unexpected good thing. Ah, that's true. With 3 people above the heaven realm accompanying them to explore the secret realm, the danger of this trip should be reduced sharply. What are your plans tonight? In the car, Zhou Zibai subconsciously said this. Then she smiled bitterly. Oh, I forgot that you just came back. Why don't you come to my house to rest for a few days? Let me entertain you. I haven't thanked you before. Shu. Hui suddenly put a finger in front of his mouth, startling Zhou Zibai. She glanced at him in the rearview mirror and saw that he was pointing at the passenger seat beside her. She couldn't help but look sideways. Feng fell asleep. Let's not talk about it first. Let's go to your place to rest. Hui lowered his voice and said in a low voice. He wiped the sweat on his head and sighed. I finally coaxed him to sleep. He had been jumping and jumping all the way, trying every means to create such a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. He just wanted this idiot to escape from the atmosphere of madness and destruction that had lasted for 5 eras. Now, he finally succeeded. Maple actually fell asleep as soon as he touched the seatbelt. He used to say that Maple slept on the clouds every day, but now he really wished that he could sleep a little longer. Even though Maple was strong, it would be a lie if he said that he was not tired after 5 eras of constant fighting. He had only been carrying on because of the mission that he had given himself. Now, he finally could not help but fall asleep in such a relaxed atmosphere for a long time. Coax? Zhou Zibai was startled again and again. She didn't understand the connection between them. She couldn't help but look sideways at Yun Nuoshing. This guy looked indifferent, and his whole body was full of an aura that didn't belong to this world. She didn't expect him to be so quiet when he fell asleep. She dared to guarantee that she would take a picture of this scene and draw it into a painting. It would be able to win the championship of the National Art Exhibition for countless consecutive years. She even thought of the title, Dream of Immortals. No matter from looking at him or the state he was showing at the moment, he really looked like the legendary immortals. A sudden breaking made all the people in the car fall forward. Hui hit his head on the front seat. When he saw Feng open his eyes in a daze, he was so angry that he almost took out the guardian shield. He quickly went forward. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did you slam on the brakes? Zhou Zibai looked at the front and back, and a drop of sweat fell from her beautiful face. Oh no, we are surrounded. Miss, you protect yourself in the car. I have called for reinforcements. Hold on for a while, and someone will come. Elder Zheng's voice sounded in the car. In another car behind them, Elder Zheng and Elder Meng opened the door and jumped out. At this time, the 6 cars that surrounded them also opened their doors, and a group of people filed out. A dozen people dare to imitate others and block the road? Hui laughed like a madman, especially when he saw Maple yawn and slowly wake up. This time, he really pulled out his sword. He cursed in his heart, "I've been creating this atmosphere for 2 days. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy." There are more than a dozen people. Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly and pointed to the 3 gray-white cars in front of them. They looked like square boxes. She smiled bitterly. "That is the legendary Jiling Hongguang." Hui was stunned for a while and didn't understand. When he looked up in the next second, he understood. Nearly 100 people rushed out of the 3 box-like cars in front of them. All of them were holding machetes and iron rods. Many of them had abnormal strength. Space expansion in the car. Hui gasped. How did they fit it in? You never know how many people will rush out of the Jiling Hongguang. Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly and unfastened her seatbelt. It's troublesome. They seem to have many human realm and earth realm masters. Then she looked back and saw Hui, who was about to make a move. She calmed down instantly. She forgot that her car was equipped with 3 special kinetic weapons. She had to consider how much damage they might cause. "Mr. Hui, let's get out of the car first. I want to know who they are. I know. I'm good at interrogation. Anyway, let's beat them half to death to vent our anger. Leave 1 or 2 on the ground and whip them." Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly. He didn't want to talk. Well, there was nothing to talk about. Get out of the car. Don't expect anyone to come to save you. We have sealed off a 2-kilometer radius. You can't escape. On the opposite side, a man wearing glasses and a suit looked gentle. He was a little out of place with the people around him who were holding iron rods and machetes. Zhou Zhibai took a deep breath and pushed the door open. "Who ordered you? What price did the other party pay for you to get involved in this mess?" "The Zhou family is willing to pay 10 times the price. Please make a way." It sounds like a lot of money. Our brothers are tempted." The man in glasses laughed out loud with his hands on his hips. The group of people around him also laughed noisily. The iron rods and machetes in their hands were constantly knocked on the ground, making a noisy sound. "Someone asked us to take a small thing in your hands. As long as you hand it over obediently, we will make a way." The man in glasses looked at Zhou Zhibai with a smile. "After all, I can't bear to kill such a beauty. Brothers, am I right?" So noisy. It seemed that a gust of wind from the North Pole had suddenly descended on this street. The extremely cold atmosphere made everyone seem to see the scene of hundreds of millions of snowflakes fluttering in the air. In front of them was the frozen ground, which made everyone shiver. When they came back to their senses, they saw green leaves and mountains. There was no scene of a raging snowstorm. "Terrible! I forgot to mute the car." Hui screamed in his heart. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Feng slowly raise his right hand. He quickly rushed to stop him. "Feng, leave one alive." "Ta." The crisp sound of a finger snapping was crisp and soft, but it was heard by everyone present. Immediately after, there was the sound of air being deflated, and the sound of knives and sticks falling to the ground made clanking sounds. The refined, bespectacled man was also stunned when he saw this strange scene. Just a second ago, there were more than 100 people, and now there were only a few people left on this street. He was unable to react for a long time. "You, what did you do?" The man in glasses took a breath of cold air. He screamed and pointed at the corpses on the ground. He trembled and pointed at Hui and the others. "Are you people or ghosts?" Hui suddenly reacted and rushed over like a ghost. He pressed his palm on the head of the man in glasses. His handsome face was distorted and ferocious. His expression looked like a ghost. The man in glasses was so scared that he was about to burst a dam. "Look at me directly, son of a bitch. Use your 2 sesame seed eyes to see clearly. Such a big, handsome guy in front of you. Do you actually look like a ghost?" The man in glasses trembled and looked at Hui and nodded vigorously. Huey's handsome face became even darker. Yun Nuoshing sat in the car and couldn't help but roll her eyes. With a dark face and this expression, you might be paraded as a ghost. Hui grinned hard. "Isn't it because of the supernatural scene you created?" Chapter 1761. Epilogue. About being surrounded by hundreds of people on the road. How to put it? Maybe it had not happened for more than 10 eras. We felt that it was quite fresh. However, it happened in someone else's territory after all. 999,999% of the lives on this planet had nothing to do with them. They didn't need to know so much, and it was useless to know so much. Therefore, they threw the man with glasses to Zhou Zibai to deal with. They just listened to the man with glasses, crying and crying as he said a lot of names, even though they didn't know any of them. It's about me being surrounded by 3 Jilin Hongguang cars when I was walking on the road. We sat in the car and stretched, looking at Zhou Zibai's gloomy and tangled expression. He couldn't help but be curious. Is it very troublesome to deal with the people who want to deal with you? Zhou Zibai was stunned and showed a slightly helpless expression. As a child of the Zhou family, it's easy to be noticed and remembered. There's nothing I can do about it. Well, I'll teach you a way to deal with this. Hui grinned and leaned back in the chair. Seeing her turn her head curiously, he held the back of his head with both hands and said casually, "Beat them until everyone is convinced. Then it'll be fine." "Zhou Zibai?" She tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. Seeing him give her a look that said, "Ignore him, he's crazy again." She instantly understood and calmly started the car. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, and the group of people piled up on the road, like a human pyramid in front of them, all got up in a daze. Then they walked to the grass on both sides of the road outside the roadbed and fell down again. At the same time, they also moved the 3 magical cars to the side of the road. So they didn't die. Zhou Zibai saw that those people moved for a while and then fell down again. They only looked like they had fainted. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I thought they were all dead. I was thinking that there might be more trouble later. It's just a dream, a dream." Yun Nuoshing yawned. "Killing too many people casually, your family's position should be very troublesome. After all, it's now recognized that we are on your side." Zhou Zibai looked at Yun Nuoshing, feeling a little touched. "But Feng, even if we release them, there will be more trouble, won't there? This is based on past experience. If we release one person now, there will be more than 10 people the next day. It's a multiplier of more than 10, Hui said, casually. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and calmly unfastened her seatbelt. "Then let's kill it." "No, no, no, no." Hui smiled bitterly and pressed down on a certain flammable and explosive object. "We'll talk about it when the time comes. If trouble comes knocking on our door, we'll choose the best to beat them up. You don't have to do anything. And hurry up and drive." Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly and stepped on the accelerator. The black car shot out like an arrow, sticking close to the ground. Elder Zheng and Elder Meng, who were in the car beside them, could not help but smile bitterly after listening to the whole conversation. They glanced at the more than 100 people on both sides of the road and sighed. When the group returned to Jiang City, the sky was slightly dark. Before they left the highway, they could see the early evening lights of Jiang City. Starting from the center, the city was lit up little by orange and bright white lights. The lights were so bright that Yun Nuoshing could not help but sit up a little and stare at the scene outside the window in a daze. Although the air in this world was a little bad and made him feel a little uncomfortable in all aspects, the traces of life cast by Hui were indeed not bad. Unlike the cities in the celestial realm that were several times larger than the diameter of the land under their feet, the small city here, no, probably because of this place, it could only be called a small city. Compared to those huge cities, the small city in front of them had a pocket-sized and exquisite feeling. It was not dazzling, and there were not too many repetitive areas. It was just a large area of high-rise buildings. Other than that, there was nothing else. The mountains and rivers seemed to have to leave the city and go to a more specific place to appreciate them. Unlike the cities in the celestial realm, each city had its own mountains and rivers. After all, it was a huge territory that was hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide. Feng, you're not sleeping? We saw Feng sitting up and sat up a little. Sleep? Yun Nuoshing was a little stunned. Did I just fall asleep? The three people in the car were silent for a while. They did not know how to answer. Zhou Zibai brought them to a more remote and quiet place. Although it was also in the city, it was far away from the high-rise buildings and noisy areas blocked by walls. This place was quite peaceful. The car stopped in a group of 2 or 3-story buildings with their own courtyards. We got out of the car and could not help but take a deep breath. The spiritual energy here seems to be richer. It's far away from the city center, but it's a short distance from the suburbs. The feng shui here is good, and the spiritual energy gathered here is much richer than in other places. Zhou Zibai replied. She pushed the door open and welcomed Yun Nuoshing and the others into the house. She smiled and said, "Make yourselves at home. Usually, only Elder Zheng and I live here. He went to drink with Grandpa Meng and may come back later. As for the rooms, there are guest rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floor. They are the rooms on the right. You can use whichever one you like. I'll go put my things first." The spacious living room. In fact, they were used to the bigger kind. When they looked up, the ceiling was 100 feet or a few hundred feet away from them. Now, when they saw that the ceiling was less than 5 meters away from them, they instantly felt as if they were trapped in a cage. Cough, cough. Oh, this place feels pretty good. We wandered around the crappy, small living room twice. He ran from the kitchen to the living room, and from the living room to the small room with tables and chairs. He ran back to the living room and went to the balcony to look at the starry sky outside. He ran to Feng's side, excitedly, and pulled him to sit down on the sofa. At first, when I saw this kind of exquisite and gorgeous buildings nearby, I thought it was the kind of flashy empty shell house that showed off its identity. I didn't expect it to not look so simple, but it also has a warm feeling. I'm glad you like it. Zhou Zibai, who had changed into simple living clothes, walked downstairs. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard what seemed to be a compliment. But what do you mean by a warm feeling? Hui said that empty shell and inhabited are ordinary buildings and homes with people living in them. Yun Nuoshing replied faintly, "Some gorgeous buildings are filled with people, but they are still cold, just like the cold wind in the North Ice world that has been blowing for millions of years. Some simple small houses of 3 to 4 meters square can make people feel warm when they walk in. This is a place with a home that has been given a sense of longing. Someone cares about this place." I see. Zhou Zibai nodded in surprise after listening. She sat down on the small sofa next to Yun Nuoshing. "I don't have such a feeling. It doesn't sound like our way of thinking. It's our unique way of sensing everything. You can just listen to it." Yun Nuoshing said faintly. She also looked around casually. "It's not bad." Zhou Zibai pinched her long hair and smiled. "Then, welcome to my house. You can relax for the next 3 days. In the beginning, when she said that she wanted to entertain the three of them, she was just doing it for convenience. After all, when she met them at Old Vine Street and heard that they were wandering around aimlessly at night, she was a little curious, so she took the opportunity to invite them. Honestly speaking, when she heard that the three of them were powerful fighters in Heaven Realm or even higher, she was quite nervous. It must be a good thing to be with powerful people. Feng, let's go. Since we have a place to stay, let's go out and play. Let's see what's fun, good food, and good to see around us. Anyway, it's fun. Let's go. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Don't pull me. Don't. Clang. Zhou Zibai was speechless. There was a hole in the door frame. She wondered whether Mr. Feng's head was still okay. The little girl looked at her and shrugged. Just relax. The two of them are actually easier to get along with than you think. They're both very casual people. One likes to be in a daze in this kind of situation, but deep down, she's a foodie. The other is an optimist. Zhou Zibai thought for a moment. Actually, I think I've almost figured it out. That's the side you've seen. The girl smiled faintly. You haven't seen the other side of them, especially the other side of Fengling. Well, I hope you won't see it. After all, you're just a child. You'll be easily scared and have nightmares. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. She was over 20 years old, and she was still a child. Well, in front of the three of them, she was indeed just a child. The two of them played until a few minutes past midnight. Hui looked like he was having fun. Yun Nuoshing, who was being dragged by him, was still expressionless. She looked the same when she went out and came back. After sending Feng to the third floor to wash up, Hui put his hands on his hips and sighed. Sigh, I've been busy for 2 days in vain. Originally, I had succeeded in making that guy fall asleep today, but in less than 2 minutes, he couldn't help but take out a small notebook. It was the small notebook given to him by Yuan Kong. When he opened it, there were 20 neat lines of the same content written in 20 different handwriting. Let Lord Feng, big idiot, have a good rest and come back later. We'll be at the Void front line. The little girl took a look and couldn't help but be startled. When did you get this? Yuan Kong gave it to me before I went out. We smiled bitterly. Actually, this thing has been around for many years. Jing Yuanji, Yuan Kong, Qing Jun, I Ching, and many other partners at the front line jointly wrote the same task and handed it to me personally. Hui scratched his head. Originally, I planned to solve the shelter issue quickly, and then pretend that there was a problem on the way back. Then, I'll take him around the lower elemental realm. Since I was going to come here, I might as well follow his wishes. Right now, Feng hasn't mentioned anything about going back. Before he brings it up, I have to find a way to let him rest for a while. But I can't be too deliberate. If I'm too deliberate, he'll react faster. I can only inadvertently let him relax like today. Hey, I'm really worried sick. The little girl smiled bitterly. That's really hard on you. Zhou Zibai had been listening by the side. They didn't hide their conversation from her. Although she heard a lot of information, she didn't understand most of it. The only thing she understood was that Hui had taken great pains to let Yun Nuoshing rest. Well, actually, we can drive him around outside. He accidentally fell asleep in the car today. Hui and the little girl turned to look at Zhou Zibai together. Good idea. Then they really wandered outside for 3 days. They drove, flew in the sky, and drifted on the sea. In just 3 days, they traversed the entire Huaxia land. They were just short of crossing the Milky Way. Then on the 3rd day, it seems that it's time. It's almost time to go, right? Yun Nuoshing looked at the snow-capped mountain in front of her, her breath turning into frost. Hui slapped himself in the face. This guy's concept of time is perfect. For the past 3 days, He had used ordinary methods to cross this land like a mortal, but he didn't fall asleep even once. Miss, the distance across these 3 days may be 4 or 5,000 kilometers. Elder Zheng whispered to Zhou Zhibai, "We ran out of gas 3 or 4 times." Zhou Zhibai heard this and looked at Yun Nuoshing, then looked at Hui. Both of them smiled bitterly. In these 3 days, they ran on the ground, looked at the blue sky and white clouds on the plain, and then came to the sea in a flash and rode the wind and waves. After a while, they went to the deep mountains and forests. Finally, they ran around the highest snow-capped mountain in Huaxia. Unfortunately, this place was actually not allowed to be climbed for a long time. They could only sneak in and walk around. Looking down from the top of the mountain, they saw many staff members cleaning the snow-capped mountain. Opportunities are really hard to come by. The little girl said to Hui and Zhou Zhibai, "Sleepiness is like bubbles and fleeting. It's harder to find than fireworks in the starry sky." "Stop talking." Hui covered his face and smiled bitterly. He waved his hand vigorously. Forget it, let's go back." Yun Nuoshing, ? The Alliance of Cultivators was still the gathering place next to Jiang City. They had left 3 days ago, but Zhou Zhibai felt that a year had passed since the last time she came here. Perhaps it was because the past 3 days had been too fulfilling. There are a lot of people here this time. We looked around. The location was still the spacious manor. In addition to Lu Weiran, 5 or 6 cultivators from the Alliance, the Zhao family, and the Lin family, there were other faces. They were probably people who were selected later. It seems that there are a lot of experts here. When they heard that we are going to that kind of ancient secret land, each family sent their strongest combat power as much as possible, hoping to get more benefits so that their family can continue to survive. Zhou Zhibai looked around and turned to Yun Nuoshing. "Elder Zheng, and I will go up and report. You guys wait for us here." Yun Nuoshing nodded. There were a lot of people around, including Zhou Zhibai and the others. There should be 7 groups of people going with them. Each group could bring less than 7 people. It seemed that there was a limit. For some reason, many people were looking at them. The young man from the Zhao family greeted them with his eyes, as if he was hinting at something. "Hey!" The voice behind him stunned Yun Nuoshing. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a suit with an unshaven beard coming over. His casual appearance reminded him of the group of people who blocked his way 3 days ago. Compared to them, this person in front of him was even more slovenly. "I heard from them that you are the master who knows ancient Tao marks." The middle-aged man held a cigarette in his mouth and blew a mouthful of smoke at Yun Nuoshing's face. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. He waved his hand and took 2 steps back. He was slightly unhappy. "What's the matter?" "I'm Lu Yi from the Lu family. Like you, I'm good at making artifacts. There are some things I want to talk to you about." Yun Nuoshing frowned and was about to say something when a thick and powerful arm suddenly landed on his shoulder. When he turned his head, he saw a muscular man who was at least 2 meters tall. His hair was standing on end due to anger. When he saw him looking over, he immediately revealed a friendly smile. The inheritance of the ancient Tao marks is very important for our entire team to explore the ancient secret realm. It can increase our speed and reduce casualties. For the sake of the big picture, why don't you teach this inheritance to our families, Lu Yi? Women will only drag us down at critical moments, right? He. If you want to talk, then talk. Don't touch me. Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly and pushed away the man who inexplicably came over. He took 2 steps back. "I don't know you. Your request is rejected." You have a little temper." The burly man crossed his arms. The light armor he was wearing looked like a neat set of artifacts. I am Lu family's Lu Marshall Saint. You are the first person in the 3 provinces who doesn't know my name. All right, let's not talk nonsense. You hurry up and hand over the ancient Tao mark inheritance. Ah, little girl. Bang! A golden light that came out of nowhere suddenly exploded in front of their eyes. The entire ground shook violently because of it. It was like an earthquake. Everyone in the manor trembled slightly and turned their gazes in surprise. Oh, sorry. I used a little too much strength. He grinned and spread out his hands. The ground under his feet cracked, as if it was about to collapse. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he quickly walked to Maple's side and pulled him back 2 steps. He looked at the 2-meter-high lump of flesh in front of him with a smile and said, "Mr. Lu Wushan, please give us the heirloom of your Lu family. We know all the magical devices, like the back of our hand. For the sake of the big picture, you won't be reluctant to give us such a small condition, right?" "Of course. In order to commemorate your great and selfless sacrifice, I've decided to give you a small compensation in my name. Here, this $100. Is that enough?" Hui threw out a red bill and smiled at the Lu family members whose faces had darkened. He continued, "Oh, you're welcome. I know you think it's enough. There's no need to thank me. After all, it's for the sake of the overall situation. When we reach the gate, we'll definitely let you go in first. That way, if there's anything good, we'll give it to you first, right? Are you kidding?" Lu Yi took a deep breath and puffed out a cloud of smoke. "Do you think our family heirloom is something some random cats and dogs can look at whenever they want to? Then what are you guys talking about?" Huey's face changed from a good-natured one to a hypocritical one. His forehead darkened. "Cats and dogs come up to my family and spout shit. Do they want to have a taste of the taste of death? Ah, shut up. Weak little thing." The big guy, Lu Wushing, glared with his eyes wide open in anger. He clenched his fist and rushed forward to punch Hui. "Watch me smash you into a meat patty." A golden light surged in his black eyes. Hui used all his strength to hold down Feng, who was being pulled by him. "This guy is about to burst out his origin energy. You don't need to use this kind of strength to deal with this kind of trash, right? Your origin energy is crying." "Stop." A loud voice resounded in the manor, suppressing Lu Wushing, who was about to raise his fist. Lu Weiran's imposing figure appeared between the two with a bang. She slapped away Lu Wushing's fist with her palm. Her cold and solemn face had a touch of bloody majesty. "This is the territory of the Alliance of Cultivators, not your Lu family's territory. This meeting is not a one-man show for your Lu family to flaunt your strength. If you act without permission during the exploration of the secret territory, you'll definitely be expelled from the team." Lu Wushing and Lu Weiran looked straight at each other for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and silently took a step back. "Humph, Marshal Sage." Lu Yi stepped forward and patted the big guy's shoulder. Then he cupped his hands towards Lu Weiran. "I'm sorry, General Lu. It's Marshal Sage's first time participating in the exploration of the secret territory. He was too excited." Then he looked at Yun Nuwashing and cupped his hands. "I just wanted to talk to Miss about the artifact. After all, this secret territory is related to the artifact. However, the ancient Tao mark method is not necessary. I just didn't expect things to become so tense. We still have to spend some time together. I apologize to you on his behalf." After Lu Yi finished speaking, he pulled Lu Wushing back to the Lu family's team. They stood aside and did not say anything. "Are you okay?" Zhou Zibai quickly ran back to check on Yun Nuwashing and the others. After subconsciously asking, she could not help but smile bitterly. These two were Heaven Realm experts, or stronger. Naturally, they would be fine. Yun Nuashing patted the clothes that had been touched by the big guy. As she patted, she sniffed her body a few times and frowned. I want to wash it. Hui smiled bitterly and poked her head. Why do you need to wash it when it has its own cleansing effect? He can't even touch you. Okay, I know you have psychological factors. Okay, Mr. Liu, how many lives have you successfully saved? Hui said as he looked around. Maybe dozens of lives, or maybe tens of thousands of lives, or even hundreds of millions of lives. Cough, cough. I'm just kidding. The little girl rolled her eyes. No, this is not a joke. Just now, when the origin energy exploded, even the void was about to sink. Feng Ling was seduced by the smoke and had an unhealthy mentality, serious misophobia. So, what kind of people are the Liu family? They covet other people's toys the moment they arrive. One is playing the good cop, the other is playing the bad cop. Hui smacked his lips. They are. Lu Weiran was about to say something when she suddenly heard the familiar sound of the propeller starting. She waved her hand. Let Zhou Zibai tell you. She also knows that I have to bring people to board the plane now. Hey, wait a minute. If they look for trouble later, can I choose to throw them out? Lu Weiran was startled and scratched her head. You won't be in the same plane. Forget it. If there is another situation, you can deal with it yourselves. I can't see anything. Hui heard this and immediately smiled like the bright summer sun. His face was full of kindness. Chapter 1762. On the sparkling surface of the sea, a group of neatly arranged pyramid-shaped shadows fell as the blazing sun shone on them. 2 or 3 seconds after the group of shadows swept across the surface of the sea, there was a gradually roaring vibration. Some kind of loud movement and high-speed air-piercing sound was transmitted from the sky to the surface of the sea. It had a black metal outer shell and a special symbol on it. It appeared to be a ship swaying in the sky. This thing called a helicopter. Air, as expected of a mortal world with such rich imagination. This thing seemed quite fun to play with. It's just too noisy. Hui exhaled into the microphone hanging by his mouth. The sound of the explosion in her ears made Yun Nuashing's scalp tingle. She stretched her long leg and kicked him hard. Don't blow into the microphone. Do you want to die? Hui laughed dryly and turned his head. With a whoosh, his black hair was all over his face. This thing did not close. The wind outside the cabin was whistling. If he untied the belt and jumped, he could dance with countless seafood in the sea. The sea was clear and blue, and if one looked directly into it, they would be able to capture the countless life forms swimming in the sea. The deeper they went, the larger the size of the lively seafood. Most of them were in groups, and only a few were swimming in the sea alone. Well, he was hungry. He had not tasted the seafood in this place, and he was a little craving for it. If you untie the belt and jump out, I won't fish you up. Yun Nuashing glanced at him indifferently. She used her hand to gather her long hair, which was not easy to tidy up, so that it would not be messed up by the wind. Hey, this thing's flying speed is not as fast as mine. If worst comes to worst, I'll just teleport directly to the destination and meet up with you. Hui grinned hard and pulled the belt on his body, as if he was ready to take action. These words were spoken through the soul communication. In this place where the wind was howling at a height of hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters, if it were not for the earmuffs and the microphone that provided communication, he would have had to shout at the top of his lungs to fight against the wind, and he would have lost his voice at any moment. For ordinary people, well, they were used to using the soul communication method, and using the earmuffs on their heads was purely for the sake of novelty and enjoyment. After rubbing the belt for a while, Hui still did not directly jump down, mainly because he saw that Feng did not want to swim in the sea with him. It was boring to go alone, so he did not want to go. Besides, he did not know how long he would fly in this loud vehicle. He had to find another topic to divert attention. I haven't said it yet. What is the Liu family? We looked at Zhou Zibai sitting next to Feng and asked. Their main base is in the central and eastern regions of China. It is a little far from our Jiang city. This time, I heard that the two places could not gather 10 groups of people, so they came to our place. Zhou Zibai whispered into the microphone. In China, they are quite first class. Whether it is in the cultivation world or the business world, they have a strong voice. There is even a saying that if the Liu family is destroyed, hundreds and thousands of companies will disappear at the same time. They can even compete with the few companies in the capital and Shanghai. Gone. Zhou Zibai thought for a moment that Liu Wuxing and Liu Yi are brothers. Although there is a difference in appearance, it is said that Liu Wuxing's cultivation method caused him to change his appearance. He is also a very heaven-defying genius of the current generation. He has received the attention of the Liu family. It is said that they gathered a lot of resources to allow him to reach the Earth realm in a short period of time. His combat power is quite strong, and some of the older generation experts in the Earth realm can't compete with him. As for Liu Yi, he prefers to study artifacts. When he goes to a new place, he does nothing but find some local artifact masters who have been famous for a long time to learn from each other. He can already refine a medium-level artifact. He is also a very famous person. Gone. Hui touched his chin. Is there anything more special? Zhou Zibai thought for a long time and could not figure out what more special situation he was referring to. She could only shake her head. The other more important information has been hidden by the Liu family. The information that has been leaked only appeared after he received the attention of many people in the cultivation world. The special part, I am ashamed that my Zhou family does not have enough power, so we can't get in touch with it. Then it's all right. Hui held the back of his head with both hands and looked relaxed. There is no other special situation. It is just a matter of a slap. When people die, the light goes out. Everything before and after death is nonsense. This simple and straightforward words made Elder Zheng stunned. What if there is a special situation? Then it is still a slap. Elder Zheng stared. Isn't it still the same? It is not the same. Hui shook his head and pointed to the front. If there is no special situation, I will slap it. If there is a special situation, let Feng slap it. The little girl was afraid that Zhou Zibai and the other two did not understand, so she explained concisely. The difference between a pistol and a strategic nuclear missile is that the number of bullets is only one. The three immediately expressed that they understood. Zhou Zibai could not help but look at Yun Nuoshing, who was sitting next to her and looking at the sea with her head tilted. She could not help but mutter in her heart, is this the legendary self-propelled bipedal nuclear bomb? There seems to be nothing special about it except for its beauty. Among the people who came this time, in addition to those mingling in the mortal world, I heard that some ancient forces hidden in the world have also sent people. Elder Meng looked at the other helicopters with him. He could vaguely see the small figures of some people, but there was no way to identify them. Oh, there are special people who are coming to play. Hui was a little interested. Elder Meng smiled bitterly. This guy always said that it was special. They did not know to what extent was special to him. Some hidden in the famous mountains are suspected to be families or sects that have been passed down from ancient times. There are fewer people in this group, but all of them are elites. Zhou Zibai explained. It's just hearsay. The Alliance of Cultivators seems to attach great importance to this secret realm. They may have invited some powerful figures, but they shouldn't be in our group. They may have come with teams from other regions. Are those places in Shankara also famous. Just like my villa, the spiritual energy is richer and more abundant than other places. It is the same for some famous mountains. Some places have been adjusted by the ancient experts and will automatically gather spiritual energy. However, I have never been there, so I am not very clear about it. What's more, it is said that in the depths of some scenic spots and historical sites, there may be secret realms created by the ancient experts. If you can find them, you can prove the great way. Uft, we could not help but spit a mouthful of saliva. When he saw the three of them stunned, he quickly waved his hand. It's nothing, it's nothing. I just choked on my saliva. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He was still not used to the so-called Great Way. However, he was also a little curious. He did not know how far the Great Way, restored by the ancient experts, was from their understanding of the world and the real rules. To be able to carve that level of ancient Tao marks, it should be ridiculously bad. Hey, at least I have touched the threshold. I am already halfway to the Great Way. Maybe I can go further if I work hard. On the other helicopter, Lin Tang looked outside from time to time, looking at Yun Nuoshing and the others. He frowned slightly and pondered for a while. The more he thought about what happened 3 days ago, the more uneasy he felt. His intuition told him that, at this moment, he should behave himself. He always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from above, pinching his fate in that line of sight. If he looked away from the former, this feeling would quietly dissipate, and everything would be as if nothing had happened. Lin Tang hesitated for a few minutes and suddenly said, "Cancel the original plan." Everyone in the Lin family was stunned when they heard this. But young master, my intuition tells me that this is the best. This intuition has helped me make many correct choices to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Now, there may still be time to change the direction of the wind. However, there is no hurry. We are not in a hurry to stand out. Someone will be anxious. Lin Tang waved his hand. You mean the Liu family? They have their eyes on the inheritance of the ancient Tao marks of the two people from the Zhou family. After the conference, this news has even spread to more places in the cultivation world. There are many masters who study artifacts among the people who came this time. Not only the Liu family, but even they will be anxious. Things like ancient Tao marks. Lin Tang covered his face and laughed inexplicably. He shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about it. That's all. Pay attention to them when you go to the secret realm. Do not act rashly." The swaying small boat in the sky swayed for 2 hours before arriving at an island. The mountain rocks were beautiful and full of vitality. There were some animal tracks left between the rainforest and the lush vegetation. There seemed to be life on this otherworldly island as well. When everyone was flying towards the island in midair, when they reached a certain place, the space suddenly rippled and the people walking in front disappeared from sight. This place was obviously different from the normal space. It was difficult to see the situation inside from the outside. Only people who knew about it could enter this place. After passing through the layer of barrier or space, they came to the real island. The aura of life suddenly became much fainter. Although the scenery was still beautiful with rugged rocks and majestic mountains, it lacked the aura of other living creatures. On the island in this space, there were no traces of animals that they saw from the outside. There were only layers of mountains and plants. The spiritual energy was so dense that it formed clouds. The inside looks much bigger than the outside. Hui jumped down from the helicopter and immediately looked around. While looking around, he muttered, "It's just a very simple means of concealment. It can only deceive ordinary people. No one should have noticed this place yet, so no one has come here, right?" This place is out of the border of Huaxia. It's an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. In the past few days, Elder Meng had learned about the situation on behalf of the 5 people who had gone on a sightseeing tour. Even the helicopter that sent us here was engraved with special Dao marks. That's why we were able to come in. If we were just passing by, unless we were cultivators, we wouldn't notice anything unusual here. We nodded and glanced around again. Where is the secret land? The place where the helicopter landed was an open space. After walking into the dense forest for a while, they saw a group of buildings full of majestic aura. We couldn't help but look at them a few more times. These buildings in front of him were a little different from the architectural style they had seen during this time. It seemed to be more. He couldn't say what it was. He just looked at it and felt that it was powerful. The color, the luster, the shape, and the energy everywhere. What did he want to say? This place seems to be more advanced. Zhou Zibai couldn't help but say, it seems to be 10 years ahead of the outside world. The entrance of the silver-white building in front of them was open. Looking inside, they saw that many people had gathered here. All of them had a strong aura. When they sensed that there were new people coming, they turned to look at the entrance. The 2 groups of people suddenly looked at each other. General Liu. Among the group of people who arrived here first, the person wearing the unique uniform of the Alliance of Cultivators took 2 steps forward and saluted Liu Weiran. Then he quickly reported, all the people have been accounted for. The road to the depths of the secret land is currently unimpeded. But Liu Weiran frowned slightly. But what? The environment of the secret land seems to have an abnormal reaction. We tried to contact it, but we didn't get any feedback. For the time being, the situation has changed, but there is no danger. However, we can't guarantee what will happen in a while. But the internal situation of the main place still hasn't changed. We have tried our best to adjust it and shift the entrance to the main destination. If we go now, it will only take a moment to reach the mausoleum. Everyone was shocked. Mausoleum? Could this secret land be the tomb of an ancient expert? No, according to our observation, it's not a tomb. The person from the Alliance shook his head and explained to everyone, it looks like a mausoleum on the outside, but it's actually just a shell. The situation inside is completely different from a mausoleum. It's more like a huge mechanism room. There are many powerful artifacts inside, and there are many strange phenomena. However, the danger is not great. Everything can be controlled until we reach the door. Liu Weiran pondered for a moment. She walked in front and looked at everyone. The situation in the secret land has changed. We originally planned to set off tomorrow, but it seems like we have to change it at the last minute. If there are no abnormalities, we will go to the secret land immediately. Someone couldn't help but raise his hand. What if there are other situations? Liu Weiran turned her gaze. If there are people who are not feeling well, have not adjusted well, are not in good spirits, or want to stay here to rest for a while, then arrange for the next batch of people from the Alliance to escort you here. We will go in and explore. The person who raised his hand immediately pressed it down and laughed dryly. It's okay. I'm just asking. Everyone rolled their eyes and said in their hearts, you dare to do something? The next batch will only see a mess. The entrance to the secret land was in the depths of this complex of buildings that seemed very powerful. It was said that it was 10 years ahead of the outside world. Along the way, they saw many uniformed members of the Alliance heavily guarding it. There were about 100 or 200 people in front of them and hidden in the dark. They were not ordinary people. There were people in the human realm and the earth realm. There was even a person in the 4 seas realm secretly guarding this place. So many soldiers guarding it. It feels a little strange. Hui muttered in his soul. He could not help but look at Lu Weiran and the dozen or so experts of the Alliance who were leading the way. Instead of saying that they are guarding a secret land, Feng, do you think a secret land's entrance needs this level of military strength? Yun Nuoshing blinked and said, maybe it is necessary. The human race on this life star has branches of race and beliefs, although it seems peaceful on the surface. In fact, they are fighting openly and secretly. I think this military strength is used to guard this place to prevent people from other countries from finding this place. Just think about the situation in the realm of the gods. If a relic appears and it happens to be right in front of their own door, and it doesn't cause a commotion or be discovered by others, of course, they will completely block all information and let their own people explore it. We said, oh, so that's it. Yun Nuoshing looked ahead and added, back then, I was also keen on exploring all kinds of strange places by myself. I broke the mechanisms by myself, solved the mysteries by myself, and even ran through the mines by myself. It was very exciting. The most exciting thing was that after I was done, everything was mine. I wanted it all. Hui. Although every time I finished a round and found that there was nothing I could use, I would just take a look and put it away. When I put it in the pendant, I would feel that it was a hindrance. There were many things that I only saw in this life, and then sealed. It was troublesome to put too many of them, and I was too lazy to tidy them up. When I needed to use something, I would have to spend half a day in the pendant. After thinking about it, I would throw it all back. After a round, other than running through the mines to my heart's content, it was actually a lonely journey. Hui. This was simply, others rushed to the relic for opportunities, to find some opportunities to break through the threshold, to break through the realm, and so on. He, on the other hand, was like going on a scenic tour. Moreover, he wandered and wandered into other people's tombs and relics. While everyone could only wait for the relic to be unsealed, he sneaked in alone as if he was going for a stroll. In the end, he even complained that the things inside were not good. While they were walking and chatting through their souls, Zhou Zhibai and the others were also looking at others. Many of them were also sizing each other up. Originally, the two groups would have some time to get to know each other. After all, they had to spend some time together to explore the secret realm. Unexpectedly, something happened in the secret realm, so they could only rush over. On the way, they looked at each other. If they liked each other, they would greet each other. If they didn't like each other, they would just walk away. Although they didn't know each other, they didn't know each other. However, even so, it seemed that everyone's eyes stayed on Yun Nuoshing's group for a while. It was probably because the name of the ancient Tao Mark master had already spread out. Those eyes also had different meanings. The most intense meaning was probably from Lu family's Lu Wusheng. He had been staring at them since they got off the plane. Huidu felt goosebumps on Feng Feng's body. Being stared at by a 2-meter-tall, brawny man with this kind of resentful and strange eyes all the way, Feng Feng was in a good mood when he was not touched. If it was another bad-tempered person who was stared at like this, even if there were people from the Alliance, they would probably quarrel. The entrance to the secret realm was buried in the depths of the underground hall. In the entire empty hall, except for the entrance to the secret realm, there were only strong people guarding in all directions. This is the entrance to the secret realm. In the center of the hall, there was a blue oval opening. It was about 7 or 8 meters long and wide. The edge of the oval opening seemed to be surging with clouds and lightning energy. It reminded people of the appearance of the rolling dark clouds illuminated by lightning and thunder in a thunderstorm. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the opening. This thing has been moved by someone. Hui said in his soul, it's amazing. The people in this place obviously don't have a clear grasp of the power of space, but they can forcibly move the entrance to the two spaces. Yun Nuashing looked around. It's not moved, it's torn open. That takes a lot of effort. We couldn't help but be startled when he heard it. The original opening was violently torn open, and then the teleportation entrance that belonged to the original place was closed, resulting in the transfer of the location of the teleportation entrance. But doesn't this also require the power of space? Only a weak power of space is needed. Yin Nuashing lightly nodded his head and looked around. His gaze landed on the two white-haired old men beside Lu Weiran. Those two people have a weak spatial aura on them. It's very weak, but it's enough. This star's recovery speed for all kinds of situations is not bad. I don't know if you've noticed. Oh, I know. So it's using this characteristic and the fixed size of the teleportation entrance, forcibly moving the entrance. We kept nodding as he spoke. Then he was startled again. But there's a big premise. Yes, that's the big premise. Yun Nuashing looked around, her gaze passing through the obstruction of the buildings and the ground to the sky overlooking the entire island. The entire island itself is the secret realm. It's a part of the inner secret realm. This is a double overlapping space, so the teleportation entrance can be opened anywhere. They can also use this crude method to adjust the location of the teleportation entrance. Huff, huff, huff. The ancient powerhouses of this place can do this, to be able to maintain the stability for so long without being exposed or collapsing, and the degree of shielding between itself and itself is good. The quality of this double overlapping space is quite good. Hui scratched his head and said, if that's the case, it seems that we have to re-examine the strength of the cultivation system of this life star. Heh! I'm afraid that the experts of antiquity times that they know today are not the experts of antiquity times. According to what they said, the antiquity times can only be traced back to at most 4,000 years ago. Even the Taoist cultivators of 4,000 years ago could not have been able to deduce the strength of the rules of this mortal world in reverse. Hui and Maple looked at each other. Both of them looked at the blue teleportation entrance hanging in front of them. Their eyes became a little deep. If that was the case, then the situation was probably beyond imagination. The people of the Alliance were blocked in front of the gate. They might actually be lucky to have kept their lives. Hui scratched his head and suddenly grinned. Such a stable space. Coincidentally, at this time, there's a little environmental accident. Maple, I don't know if I should say something. It's okay. I'm used to it. After all, it's that thing that the Great Void has decided. Yun Nuashing snatched his words and said, leaving Hui speechless. Taking advantage of his speechlessness, he added, you, the #1 prophecy emperor, aren't any better. Hui laughed dryly and continued to scratch his head. We're the same. Chapter 1763. Most of the time, the strength of the rules of a world was related to the void. The remaining cases were related to the world itself. For example, the world core was the most important bridge between the world and the void. If something happened to it, the world core would naturally be affected. No matter how big or small the world core was, it would affect all living beings living inside. If the world core was damaged, an abnormality would occur, or if this unlucky world happened to cross the boundary and drift into a place where the void strength was weaker, the strength of the world's laws would decrease. The entire process would take some time, perhaps 3 or 4 years, perhaps 300 or 400 years, or even longer. The overall trend would be very obvious, and the longer the decrease, the more it meant that the world was truly unlucky. The strength of the rules of the void was not completely evenly distributed. If it was represented in the form of a large map, the map would have a circle in the east and another circle in the west. The deeper the circle was, the darker the color, and the higher the strength of the rules. It was the same for the upper planes. The most stable place was the center of the upper planes, where the void of order gathered. The realm of the gods stayed in this position in the void of the eight elements realm all year round. Wherever the center of the void of order drifted, the realm of the gods would follow. Well, all he wanted to say was that from the perspective of the void, the rise and fall of the strength of the rules was actually a very normal thing. It was just a natural phenomenon, and most of the time, the result of such activities would be the same as the current world. The fault in the realm of the cultivators, the fault in the era, and even the history was forcefully cut into two parts. The future of the divine realm would also be the same. There was always an inexplicable sense of excitement when exploring the things that once existed in the glory across the fault. Well, it should be so, but this time he could not feel excited. After all, he had been fighting in the void for a long time. He was in an emotionless state now. Hui, on the other hand, was quite excited. He had seen Hui jumping up and down like a frisky monkey for a few days. He did not know why Hui was so excited. Time is of the essence, so I won't say too much. Everyone knows why you're here. No matter what grudges you have, put them aside for now. Our alliance of cultivators invited you to explore the secret realm, not to watch you flaunt your prowess. If anyone dares to do something that harms the interests of the group over some trivial matter, then don't blame me, Lu Weiran, for not giving you face. Lu Weiran's gaze swept across the crowd. When her voice fell, no one had much of an expression. However, it was obvious that they were all thinking about something. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Then he turned around and led the team into the entrance of the secret realm. Let's go. Yun Nuwashing and the others walked in the middle of the team. When they passed through the teleportation gate, they carefully observed the movement of the teleportation. Well, there was no movement at all. They had just crossed a doorframe. The coordinates of the teleportation from the double overlapping space did not change. They had only moved once into the deeper space. To put it bluntly, they had only taken a few steps forward and arrived in another space. Their vision had also changed abruptly. There were green mountains and clear waters, birds chirping, and the fragrance of flowers. Dense spiritual chi condensed into thin clouds and mist that spread thinly in the space. Above them was an endless blue sky. There was no sun or moon, but there was a bright light that illuminated this place. It felt like they had arrived in another world. Is this the secret realm for this trip? Everyone could not help but exclaim when they saw the unique appearance of this place. They kept looking around. Many of them had seen so-called secret realms before. Most of the secret realms were just ordinary spaces. For example, there was only a small broken house on a small hill or a lake and a bench. The bigger ones only spanned a few kilometers. There were also some smaller secret realms. Those were even more ridiculous. They were small rooms piled up with squarish stone slabs. Inside, there were a lot of unknown things that were thrown messily. If one had to describe it, it was a magnified version of a grocery store. It was the first time that they had seen a place like the Panglai Immortal Realm. It was indeed a secret realm left behind by an ancient master. Look ahead. The mountain could even run. The mountain can run? Everyone was stunned. In front of them, a mountain that was more than 10,000 feet high was quickly running over the earth, causing a rumbling vibration. Like a wisp of smoke, it rushed towards the distance, and soon it disappeared. The feeling of the vibration only reached the mountain where they were standing at the entrance a while later. As a wave of not-so-strong vibration descended, everyone's head was filled with question marks. It seems that this is also the result of the changes in the environment. This did not happen the last time we were here. Lu Weiran frowned and nodded to the two 4C realm elders beside her. She turned around and looked at everyone. Don't waste time. Go directly to the central palace. The environment here is just a simple environment. Palace? Everyone got into a hoarse stance amidst the tremors and looked around. Where is the palace? Lu Weiran stretched out her hand in front of them. Everyone looked in that direction and then slowly lowered their heads. Their gazes slid down the mountain peak they were on. After falling for an unknown distance, they finally saw a sea of clouds. Below the mountain peak was a vast sea of clouds. They seemed to be standing high in the sky. Just the thought of it made a few people who were afraid of heights turn pale. Above the sea of clouds, there was a vast group of palaces. The entire group of palaces was built on a huge circular platform. They danced with the clouds and were faintly discernible. All kinds of magnificent palaces were arranged side by side. The roads between the palaces were deliberately made with materials that were different from the colors of the platform. Looking down from above, a vast and majestic aura accompanied by an unconcealable feeling of ancient time rushed to their faces. Everyone was stunned, and their breathing stopped. Hiss, is that the ancient heavenly court? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't even have the southern heavenly gate. It's probably the residence of the strong in the ancient era. However, with such a vast and majestic aura, I'm afraid it's not a simple place. Lu Weiran looked at everyone. She waved her hand and led everyone down the mountain peak. As she ran, she said, "Other than the central palace, there's no way to touch the other palaces. They're just illusions. However, although it's called a palace, it's more like another space. The door that I mentioned to you earlier is in the space of the palace." They slid down along the edge of this very tall mountain peak. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions as if a landslide had occurred. They slid all the way to the foot of the mountain. There was only one road that led to the floating island platform in the center. Everyone saw Lu Weiran and the others step onto the suspended road without hesitation. They gritted their teeth and hurriedly followed. "Hey, look at that mountain." Halfway through, someone suddenly looked to the side and couldn't help but ask. Everyone also curiously turned their gazes. They saw that the huge mountain that disappeared in a flash suddenly rushed over from the other side. The rumbling sound of the mountain running over the ground reverberated in the entire space. "Is that mountain rushing towards us?" Everyone looked at the path, and that speed. They nodded in a daze and replied, "It seems to be." Lu Weiran waved her hand. "Run, run, run. It's crashing towards us." Everyone screamed and ran with all their might. In a few flashes, they had rushed out tens of meters away. "What's that?" Hui glanced to the side as he ran. The huge mountain was rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed from the left side of the crowd. At this speed, it would crash into the suspended road in less than a minute. It's rare to see a mountain running with legs these days. Is this the abnormal environment that I mentioned earlier? Yun Nuoshing looked to the other side. "I don't think so. Look further away. There's an energy storm over there. It just so happens that the storm is a little far away from us. It's moving faster than this mountain. I think the abnormal environment that I mentioned earlier should be that." All right, that storm also scared these people, but I think they're more afraid that this mountain will send them into outer space to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Look at how they're running forward with all their might. They were so arrogant just now, but now they're all in a sorry state. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. A minute later, the mountain that had been moving horizontally for no reason slammed into the suspended path at a speed of tens of meters per second. The entire mountain was split in half. The upper half of the mountain became an all that rushed out diagonally and fell into the clouds, creating a large hole in the sea of clouds. For a long time, There was no echo of where it had fallen. The headless half of the mountain disappeared into the sea of clouds at an even faster speed. No one knew where it had gone. On the floating island platform, everyone was so tired that they rolled their eyes. I say, General Liu, you're too stupid not to remind us of this strange thing, right? A young man in blue sportswear gasped for breath and rolled his eyes at Liu Weiran. His black hair was messy at the moment. It was obvious that his hairstyle was gone. The last time we came, there was no such change in the environment. The abnormal environment is not referring to this. Liu Weiran shook her head and looked at the hall in front of her. Maybe it's because the secret realm has been open for too long that it has undergone some unknown changes. When we came here previously, the spiritual energy in this space was still in a state of turbulence. Now it has calmed down, which saves us a lot of effort. The space in the hall is relatively safer. At least the last time we came, the chaotic state of spiritual energy did not affect the interior. Let's go in first. We can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents if we stay here. Everyone shuddered when they heard this. They quickly lifted their feet and followed Liu Weiran and the others into the hall. He kept looking around and muttered in his soul, "These things are not illusions. They have a real structure. Their bodies are just hidden in a deeper layer of space. What appears here is at most a shadow." Yun Nuoshing also looked at the buildings and replied, "They can't touch them. Even the two people who have the power to break space can't touch them from the real space. So to them, these are just illusions." Okay. Hui grinned and looked at the main hall in front of them. He could not help but scratch his head. It's another space. That's strange. This level of spatial manipulation. Can the beings in the lower planes of the tertiary realm do it? If it's a lower plane close to the middle plane, under the condition that the world core does not have any abnormalities and receives the normal laws of the void, with this level of strength, it should be possible. Yun Nuoshing said, "But this is a place far away from the lower plane. It's a distance from the middle plane." Yun Nuoshing was speechless. So that's how it is. This is the extent of this world. He wanted to use his brain to think about the cause and effect, but there were too many situations. It was so many that it was unrealistic for him to look for clues. He had to give up. No matter what the abnormality is, we will know when we get inside. Look, they are not nervous. Why should we be? We smiled bitterly. All right. He was thinking too much. Liu Weiran and the other living beings of this world who had been here before were fearless. The ignorant were fearless. The group of people who stood at the top of the world of order, did not need to think too much. This door is a bit like the doors in ancient palaces. As Liu Weiran came to the door of the main hall, everyone looked around. The blue-robed young man could not help but reach out and touch the door in front of him. He then measured the height of the door. But this height is a bit exaggerated. I have never seen a door that is 10 or 20 meters high. This is probably the height of a 7-story building. The door is very light. Don't worry. Just push it open. Liu Weiran said. The young man in blue gave an "oh" as he heard the words. Then he pushed hard. The 2 doors were pushed a long distance away, almost hitting the wall. The space behind the door also appeared in his sight. Sure enough, it didn't look like a hall. Instead, it was a passage paved with gray stone bricks. It was dark and accompanied by a cold wind. It seemed to lead to a dungeon buried deep underground. The young man in blue, who pushed the door, was blown by the wind. He shrank his body and hurriedly stepped back. There won't be ghosts in here, right? He pointed inside and shouted at Liu Weiran. You are a ghost. If you stand there, ghosts will not dare to come in front of you. Liu Weiran rolled her eyes and slapped the young man on the shoulder. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone, go in. You old bastard. Don't you dare make me walk in front. The blue-robed young man staggered into the door. He turned around and saw everyone coming in. He pointed at Lou Warren angrily, and then quickly went to the back of the group. I'm not going. You go in front. I'm scared of ghosts. Tisk TSK, TSK. Lou Warren smacked her lips, but she did not have time to play with this young man. She led the people of the Alliance to walk in front and went straight into the depths of the passage. These two guys know each other? We asked Zhoujibai curiously. Ah, I seem to have heard some rumors. Zhoujibai nodded. It seems, anyway, he knows General Liu. People call him the little firecracker of the imperial capital. He will explode at the slightest touch, and he will blow up anyone he catches. He seems to be quite familiar with the people of the Alliance. 2 years ago, he was just an ordinary person. I don't know why 2 years later, he has become an Earth Realm Master. I don't know more specific information, but it may be because Jiang City is a little far from the imperial capital. It's hard to find out more about the secret information. Cold wind blew in the dark passage. The cold wind that had been locked here for countless years had not been completely expelled when the door was opened last time. At this moment, it was still blowing back and forth in the huge passage. The lighting equipment hanging on the wall was obviously left behind when Lou Warren brought people here last time. It was less than 2 meters from the ground, but the range of illumination was very small. Although there were such lights on the left and right walls, there were also things like lanterns on the ground. They lined up like beacons to guide people forward. I say, Uncle Lou, the budget of the Alliance is not small, right? Can't you get 2 more lanterns? The blue-clothed young man grinned hard. If you had told me that we were going to walk in the dark, I would have brought 2 more lanterns. Did you bring a flashlight? This is too dark. I say, you stinking brat, can't you just walk in peace? This place is so big. No matter how many lights you bring, there's no way to fill this place with light. Lou Warren turned around and rolled her eyes. If you continue to nag, I'll throw you to the front. Then I'll take down the lanterns. Let's all crawl in the dark. Everyone. What an intimidating statement among the people present, except for Yun Nuwashing, and the other 2 more or less knew about the existence of this little firecracker. At the very least, they had heard of him. They especially knew that he was familiar with some of the higher-ups of the Alliance of Cultivators. Now that he was cursing here, it was not easy for them to talk to him. Lou Warren gave him face and did not care about it. If they casually spoke and offended him, they were afraid that they would be thrown out. All right, let's just walk forward. It won't be dark in front. Lou Warren let out a long sigh. Although I don't know how it works, the space in front of us is a very spacious stone hall. However, it's a little strange. There are many stone statues in the huge stone hall. There's also the door that I've been telling you about. This time, we have to find a way to open the door. If not, we can just break the door. Stone hall? Stone statues? The door. Did you try to open it last time? The blue-clothed young man asked. We used some of the simplest methods, but the door didn't budge. I don't know if it's because we don't have enough strength or if there are other conditions. Lou Warren paused for a moment. After a while, she continued walking. If there are other conditions, then it'll be bad. What do you mean? When we first came to this passage, we actually encountered some situations. I've already told you about it. Oh, you did say that when we came to this space, it seemed like we walked into a mechanism room and we were beaten up by the artifact, right? The blue-clothed young man suddenly snapped his fingers. Then, what about the artifact now? They're all silent now. When we first came here, we've already dealt with it and paved the way. I've said before that the situation in front of the door can be controlled, so it's relatively safe. Lu Weiren shook her head. Other than that long-legged mountain just now, what we need to deal with is the possible situation behind the door. If we don't open the door this time, then we'll have come here in vain. However, the door... The blue-clothed young man held the back of his head with both hands and walked casually with the group. His eyes drifted around, and suddenly it stopped on Yun Nuoshing. Chuckling, he went up to her. "What do you think, little sister?" Everyone was stunned when they saw the person he was looking for. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned for a moment. She was walking normally, yet she suddenly went up to him and asked him what he thought. How would he know what to think? She could not bear to look at him. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and glanced at the young man who was a few centimeters taller than her. After pondering for a while, she whispered, "Stone hall, stone statue, door mechanism." Mechanism. Well, it's not impossible. To be more specific, we can only go to the scene and have a look. The blue-clothed young man pinched his chin and muttered. Then he went up to Lu Weiren and poked her back with his elbow. "Uncle Lu, don't you have any more specific information?" Lu Weiren sighed deeply. "Be patient. We've only walked 2 steps. You'll know in a while. To be more specific, you can look at the scene yourself. There's nothing more specific than that." Then Lu Weiren turned to look at Yun Nuoshing and hooked her arm around the blue-clothed young man's neck before whispering, "Boy, do you know her?" "No, I don't." The blue-clothed young man shook his head. "I just feel that they're very special. Look at the others. Why did they come here? I'll be very straightforward. I want cultivation techniques, artifacts, and resources. It's the same for the others. After all, this is a secret realm left behind by powerful fighters in ancient times, right? But look at them. Ever since they came in, they've been nonchalant. It's as if they're here for sightseeing." Lu Weiren was speechless. After all, they were powerful fighters in Heaven Realm or even higher. Well, she would not tell this boy about it. A faint light suddenly appeared on the wall. They could see that the light had appeared out of nowhere. Then it slowly extended into the distance at a speed that was much slower than light. It illuminated the top of the tunnel and also the area in front of them. They could vaguely see some things erected on the ground at the furthest end of the tunnel. "We're here, we're here." Lu Weiren waved her hand and quickened her pace. "Everyone keep up." Hundreds of people rushed out of the tunnel that suddenly lit up and came to a very spacious space. Cries of surprise could be heard everywhere. The space in front of them was very spacious. It was probably as big as dozens of football fields. The ceiling above them was inlaid with stone bricks. The ground under their feet was slightly exquisite and smooth. There were no gaps between the bricks. It was like a flat hole. The entire underground space looked like an underground palace. At the innermost part of the underground palace, there were 2 heavy stone doors that were more than 100 meters tall. They were probably the doors that Lu Weiren had mentioned countless times. "This place is too spacious." The blue-clothed young man stood on his tiptoes and looked at the entire space. He had already seen the doors. His gaze fell on the ground in front of him. There were many strange stone pillars placed on the ground. As far as the eye could see, the entire underground palace was filled with these stone pillars. There was no pattern to it. Each of them was 2 meters tall. Even if their shapes were different, they were still 2 meters tall. Walking into these stone pillars was like walking into a small forest. There were also some strange patterns on the ground. They were too strange and difficult to recognize. "This is the door I told you about." Lu Weiren pointed at the dusty door in the depths of the underground palace. Then she looked at the blue-clothed young man. These stone lumps in front of us are the stone statues I told you about. Is there any pattern or meaning? I really can't tell. Lu Weiran let out a long breath and shook her head. I've compared them with the ancient myths that we recorded. The myths of Huaxia, the myths of the West. None of them match. I'm more inclined to believe that these are just decorations. Decorations? Huh? The blue-clothed young man murmured. He rubbed his chin and began to observe the stone statues. As he walked around the stone pillars and looked at the carvings on the ground, he muttered to himself, "Wrong, wrong, and why can't I tell?" After a while, he grinned and laughed dryly. "I don't understand." Then he turned his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others. "Little sister, do you know something?" Yun Nuoxing was just yawning when she was suddenly called. She looked at him with a black face. "Why are you asking me?" "Because you're beautiful." Yun Nuoxing. Chapter 1764. In the dusty underground palace, the heavy aura of time settled in every corner. Every brick, stone, and layout in this place had a heavy aura of history, but it was impossible to tell which place they belonged to. Whether it was legends or myths, it was difficult to connect them to the scene in front of them. They could not even calculate how long this place had existed. It was as if this place had been created out of thin air and had the attribute of ancient history. Its characteristic was that it was ancient. Other than that, they could not see anything else. The huge square in the underground palace was nearly 3,000 feet long and wide. It was like a chessboard that had been set up. There were thousands of stone pillars on the huge chessboard. When they walked into the chessboard, they felt as if they were in a forest of stone pillars. The stone pillars beside them were warriors in full armor. There were spearmen, crossbowmen, and cavalrymen. It was as if they were in an ancient battlefield and had returned to the scene where cold weapons clashed against their faces. It was such an imposing manner, but they could not feel the blood and cruelty of the battlefield at all. The group shuttled through the forest of stone pillars and kept looking around. Only a few of the thousands of stone pillars had the same shape. They studied them for a long time and even clearly looked at the carvings on the ground, but they could not tell what they were. They could not tell at all. The clean lines were clearly deliberately drawn. If they looked down at the entire ground from above, they might be able to see a clear and complete picture, just like the Nazca painting. But at this moment, they were walking on the ground. No matter how they tried to figure it out, they could only see the corners, and most of their vision was blocked by the stone pillars. "Hey!" Lu Wuxing suddenly shouted. His hands were wrapped around a relatively slender stone pillar. He clenched his teeth and used all his strength. Even his face was red from holding it in, but he still couldn't move the stone pillar a centimeter away. He put down his hands and lifted his leg to kick it fiercely. A few seconds later, Lu Wuxing squatted on the ground and hugged his right leg with a pained expression. Everyone could not help but look at him. This is the child of the Lu family. One of them has all points and strength, but his brain is not working well. The other is smart, but his strength is balanced out. But even a powerful person who has reached Earth realm culmination cannot move a stone. These stone pillars looked like they were made of stone, but they were obviously not made of stone. Their hardness and quality were far beyond what could be made with ordinary means. Even with the current level of technology, it was estimated that it would be difficult to make stones of such quality. "I can't do it anymore. Uncle Lu, let's go take a look at the door first." After walking around the forest of stone pillars for a long time, he shrugged and said to Lu Weiran, "Didn't I tell you long ago?" Lu Weiran shook her head grumpily. "No matter how many times I look at this thing, it's strange. I can't find any similarities at all. It doesn't look like a Huaxia myth. nor does it look like a Western myth. It can't be a myth from ancient times. If that's really the case, then it'll be terrible. That's a period of time that can't be cleared and investigated. Everyone was also helpless. There were hundreds of people, and basically all of them were famous figures in the cultivation world. Each of them had their own knowledge. These hundreds of people had recorded at least 60 to 70% of the world's information. If they were to go back 3,000 to 4,000 years, there would be things that they could talk about. They didn't expect that as soon as they came in, they would fall into this strange place. An obvious gap could be seen in the middle of the heavy solid door. The two stone doors of unknown weight were tightly closed. Just standing under the door, one could feel an unusually heavy aura. If these two doors were to be smashed down, no one present would be able to get up again. Even the experts of the Four Seas realm would be punished. The young man in blue walked forward and pressed his hands on the stone door with force. He held in his throat and breathed out. Everyone watched him for a long time, but he didn't even let out a fart. They couldn't help but look away. Today's little firecracker had failed. I can't push it open. The young man in blue grimaced and reached out to knock on the door again. He turned to look at Lou Waran. Uncle Lou, you've already seen it once. Is there anything special about this door? You can't have gathered so many people here without any reason, right? There are traces of dowel marks on the door, but they are a bit shallow. I don't know if it's because it has been washed away for too long. Lou Waran stepped forward and patted the solid door. She tilted her head and said to the young man in blue, it should be impossible to open the door directly. I guess it should be related to the dowel marks on the door. You can also take a look at the door. The last sentence was said to everyone. The group of people listened and became a little more spirited. When they came in, they were either running or walking. Now that they finally had something to do, they hurriedly stepped forward and used their methods on the two impenetrable doors. Among the hundreds of people who came, half of them were proficient in magic tools and dowel marks, and the other half were proficient in martial arts. Very few of them took care of both aspects. Therefore, only half of the people walked to the door. The other half was responsible for watching the show. When necessary, they could even be a cheerleader. Yun Nuashing and Hui stood about 10 feet away from the door and looked up at the two heavy stone doors. Zhou Zhibai saw that they were indifferent and couldn't help but whisper, "Aren't we going to take a look?" "I'm looking. Don't worry, we can see everything at a glance from this distance." Yun Nuashing responded softly, "Stone door, stone door." It was just an ordinary stone door. It didn't seem to have too many magical features. He tried his best to find some very magical and special features, but he had looked back and forth at the two stone doors many times. He couldn't see anything. As for dowel marks, there were indeed signs of dowel marks, but they were very rare. Moreover, they weren't left behind after being washed away by time, like Lou Waran said. They seemed to only have a little bit of dowel marks. As for their function, well, it was just an access control. There should be other ways to open the stone door. Just by touching the access control, no one could get in without taking out the key. The space behind the door is tightly covered, Hui said to Feng in the soul. His black eyes flickered with some golden light. There's no way to spy on it. For the power that has been sealed at this time, it's impossible to spy on it. Yes, it seems that you need to use a little strength to see the situation behind it. You don't need to release your power. You just need to use a little method. The movement can't be suppressed. Hui nodded. Do you see anything? Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across the stone door and landed on the smooth stone ground behind it. She stared at the stone pillars. Sure enough, it's still related to these things. In the area where the stone pillars were placed, the stone ground seemed to be inlaid on the ground as a whole. It was relatively smooth. The other places were paved with cut stone bricks, which was deliberate and conspicuous enough. However, according to Lu Weiran and the others, the existence of these stone pillars might be related to legends, myths, and the like. Then, this was troublesome. How long had they been on this star? How could they know the history that had been covered by time? They were really forcefully making things difficult for them. Hui looked for a while and gradually didn't want to use his brain. He showed signs of losing his patience and began to sway his body from side to side. From time to time, he would circle around the nearest stone pillar. Then, he stood on the stone pillar and looked around. He raised his head and looked up. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and jumped down to Feng's side. "Feng, how about I send you up to overlook this ground?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. The cultivators in this world didn't seem to be able to fly in the air without special methods. If they wanted to be omnipotent, it seemed that they had to be in the heavenly realm, close to the level of mortal immortals. They didn't want to make too much of a fuss, so they had been following the rules. After all, there were outsiders here. There was no need to be too shocking. Anyway, it's just for show. After you fly up, just stick to the ceiling and pretend to stand with your strength. It's 300 to 400 meters high. It shouldn't be surprising to throw a person up. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes, but nodded. Hui grinned when he saw this. Without saying a word, he grabbed Yun Nuoxing's collar and threw him up with all his strength. Yun Nuoxing shot into the sky like an arrow. The blue-clothed young man, who was a little bored because there was no progress in solving the puzzle, began to wander around. He happened to turn his head and saw this scene. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, you can do that! It's like a Nazca landscape painting. Of course, you have to look at it from above." Everyone turned their heads when they heard the exclamation. They happened to see Yun Nuoxing rushing to the ceiling and standing on top of it against gravity. He hung upside down like a bat and looked down at the entire underground palace. They could not help but exclaim in admiration. They really did not think that there was such a method. Subconsciously, they thought of getting someone to get a drone in to take aerial photos or something. Then, their thoughts were stuck. It would still take some time to get out of this place. Hanging upside down from the ceiling and overlooking the entire underground palace floor, Yun Nuoxing's gaze was slightly startled. Looking from this angle, whether it was the stone pillars or the ground beneath his feet, they all looked different. The stone pillars from top to bottom integrated into a pattern, and each stone pillar was an independent pattern. Even if there were many repeated patterns when looking down, one could still see some traces that were not the same. But these round, flat circles, stone lumps, what does this pattern mean? Yun Nuoxing muttered to herself and couldn't help but frown. Little Angel also helped to observe from his perspective. At this time, he really wanted to directly mobilize a large amount of rule force to forcefully solve all the mysteries here. In a short while, he would probably know what existed here or what would happen here. At this time, the blue-clothed young man suddenly clapped his hands, looked up and shouted, "Little sister, take a picture with your mobile phone and let us see." Yun Nuoxing and Huey's face stiffened. Damn it, there was no such thing. He hurriedly borrowed a mobile phone from Zhou Zibai and threw it to Yun Nuoxing through Huey's throw. He fumbled for a while to understand this rectangular brick. After taking a few pictures, he released his bat form and landed from above. He put the picture overlooking the panoramic view in front of everyone. I still don't understand it at all. The blue-clothed young man came up to take a look and smiled bitterly. He scratched his head hard and said, "Uncle Lu, come over and take a look." Lu Weiran came up to take a look and turned to look at the two old men. "Take a look." The two masters of the Four Seas realm took the picture of the mobile phone and fiddled with it for a long time zooming in and out. Their old eyes reflected the bright pattern on the screen. Their brows, which didn't have many eyebrows left, frowned from time to time, and then slowly relaxed. After a long time, they let out a long sigh. It looks a bit like some ancient array. Oh, array? It doesn't look like it. The other old man of the Four Seas realm shook his head and pointed at the screen. Look at this part and this part inside. Ignore this part of the pattern and just look at some of these. And these. There were many patterns engraved on the ground. Many patterns and chaotic lines were piled up together in one place. It looked very messy. Moreover, the lines and patterns were all put together with the same color. It was impossible to distinguish which part was which. It was like thousands of people writing their names on a huge white paper. It would also become very messy if one looked at it from a high altitude. It looked like a hole from horizontal and vertical. Moreover, it was guaranteed that one wouldn't be able to find where one's name was written after leaving, as long as it was chaotic enough. The place that the old man pointed out was an area near the center of a big circle and a small circle. He also pointed out the mysterious patterns around it. There were 3 or 4 circles. 2 of them were the inner and outer boundaries, and the other 2 were used to surround the patterns that he pointed out. It happened to be in the middle of the 2 circles. Doesn't it look like a compass? You might as well say that it's a compass. Compasses are things that only appeared in modern times. This is something left behind by ancient experts. Why can't it be a compass? The predecessor of a compass was called a compass in ancient times. It's hard to say which of these 2 things came first. Besides, a compass has more than 1 or 2 circles. Anyway, that's what it means. I can't say the specifics. I just said that it looks like it. I think it looks like a star map, but it doesn't match up. Look, these patterns don't look like constellations, and they don't look like the stars or galaxies that have been observed. We're not experts in this area. Should we ask the people at the observatory to help us take a look? Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly as they listened to the conversation between the 2. They didn't even know where to solve the riddle. Compass, star map, and so on. It would be great if these lines could light up. When it came to star maps, Yun Nuoshing reluctantly looked a little spirited. When everyone finished looking around and took out a photo to ponder, he also took Zhou Zhibai's phone and stared at the photo in a daze. For the time being, when he came to this world, he looked at the starry sky once or twice. Unfortunately, the photo in front of him didn't seem to match the stars that existed in the starry sky. If this scribbled ground was related to the stone door, he didn't feel any traces of energy. He couldn't find any traces of the 2 connecting and influencing each other, even if he scanned it with energy. The pattern itself doesn't have any energy movement. There isn't even any residual energy. Even the bottom is a solid stone lump. The only thing worth paying attention to is the pattern on the surface, Hui said in a low voice. But there are also some formations. As long as they are in place, they can be activated correctly. The energy will only appear at that time. Yun Nuoshing handed the phone over. Then do you understand anything? No. Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. How can we figure out things related to this world so quickly? We can't use methods that are beyond common sense now. Otherwise, we can carefully use the power of the rules to touch it. This kind of thing can't be analyzed with a little power of the rules. I've seen it. Yun Nuoshing let out a long breath. Unless we grab the heart of the world or use a slightly larger power of the rules, but then, I know. These things must be related to the starry sky. The sudden shout interrupted the sole communication between Yun Nuoshing and Hui. Everyone was shocked and looked away from the phone to look at the young man in blue who suddenly shouted loudly. He put his left hand on his waist and pointed to the sky with his right hand. These are either stars or galaxies. In short, they are things in the starry sky, but he shouted and pointed to the ground. It's the starry sky that was observed thousands of years ago, and the location is unknown. This secret realm may not be able to directly observe the starry sky. Look at the island outside and see where it was thousands of years ago. This is indeed a clue. Lu Weiran nodded and looked at him suspiciously. But how can you be sure that this must be related to the starry sky? I'm just guessing. The young man in blue smiled and scratched his head. He couldn't help but look around. Didn't the ancients like to observe the stars at night? Look at the pyramids or something? Everyone just guessing? Lu Weiran rolled her eyes when she heard this. This kid was bluffing, but there was no need to get to the bottom of this. This kid had his own way of understanding things, and was also very mysterious. Starry sky. Speaking of starry sky, Zhou Zhibai suddenly reacted and looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others. She lowered her voice and said, "Mr. Feng, you came back from little girl, when it comes to stargazing, the things you see are different depending on the location." Hui grinned and explained, although it's under the same starry sky, the starry sky observed in another place is completely different, even if the stars are the same. Okay, Zhou Zhibai smiled bitterly. This was true, but she had never been to the starry sky, so it was difficult for her to associate it with this aspect. After Hui finished speaking, he poked Feng's arm and said in the soul, "How is it? What's the result of the reverse deduction?" Yun Nuoxing's closed eyes opened slightly, and a ray of colorful light quietly released. Then she closed her eyes again. After a while, she responded in the soul transmission, "The time of reverse deduction has been shifted to 10,000 years ago. Compared with the current starry sky, the coincidence rate is less than 10%. Excluding the big shuffle of the stars in the starry sky, it's almost certain that it's not." Yun Nuo opened his eyes and responded, "The lifespan of the stars was very long. The lifespan of a mortal was only an instant compared to the lifespan of a star. If what was recorded here was really an ancient star, even if part of the starlight had dissipated billions of years ago, and the last ray of light had been observed by the people of the ancient era a few thousand years ago, to the present it would only be one or a few stars missing. However, there were not many stars that could match up at all. What if we change the position? Moving within 1,000 light years, we can't find a similar image. Even if we include the thousands of years, the distance of this star system in the starry sky is not far, and the same goes for other stars. Not to mention that I'm directly observing from the star system." Yun Nuoxing continued to shake her head. When they finished, Lu Weiran also picked up a phone call. Her expression changed several times in a short conversation. She sighed and shook her head at everyone. The observatory said that they can't find the corresponding image. It's impossible to find it in a short time. The young man in blue suddenly came forward. "Uncle Lu, is there a signal in this place?" "It's a magical instrument specially made by the Alliance. It's the same as a mobile phone, but it has some other communication functions. It uses the server outside as the center to communicate. Although there's no signal, this arcane realm doesn't cut off the connection of spiritual energy." Lu Weiran shook the magical instrument in her hand, then shook her head. "Well, kid, your guess seems to be wrong. Let's start from another place." The young man in blue heard this and grinned hard. No, this is for sure, definitely 1,110,000%, something in the starry sky, but we can't compare it in a short time." Lu Weiran sighed. With the current level of technology, comparing star maps requires a fixed location. But this time, it involves time, and there may be a difference in location. Although the changes in the starry sky for thousands of years are not very obvious, the changes in the land under our feet are already very drastic. Let the observatory be busy for a while. Let's think about it here. Maybe it has nothing to do with the starry sky. Everyone couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. They were a little distressed. It was rare for them to come here, but they were blocked in front of the door. Now, they had to observe the stars at night. Yun Nuashing yawned and tilted her head to look at Hui. It was rare for him to be willing to use his brain, and he was still swiping at the photo. His eyes were so focused and serious that Yun Nuashing didn't want to disturb him. She simply stood by the side and let her senses spread out, directly observing the entire underground palace. Putting aside the topic of the compass star map and the starry sky, everyone threw the topic to other places to study. All kinds of methods were tested one after another. Whether it was hypotheses or legends, they tested and came up with ideas. Some studied the stone door, and some studied the huge pattern underground. But without exception, all of them hit the south wall hard and had to turn back. About 4 to 5 hours had passed, and they were a little discouraged and dispirited. What kind of broken place is this? What the hell is this place? Uncle Lou, you really know how to make things difficult for people. How can you drag us to such a strange place? The blue-clothed young man slumped on the ground, leaning against the wall and rolling his eyes. Lu Weran was a little depressed when she heard this. How would I know it would be so difficult? On the way here, we only encountered some simple artifacts and solved them casually. Isn't it because we saw the traces of Tao on the door and felt that it was related to the artifacts? That's why we used this conference to find some people to explore the secret realm together. Headache. The blue-clothed young man patted his head in distress and looked around. Everyone was sitting on the ground to rest, somewhat dispirited. He glanced around and saw that the people from the Zhou family were also resting. No, the young lady and the other young lady who came with the Zhou family were still standing there. There was no movement for a few hours. One was staring at the stone door, the other was in a daze, and the other was looking at his phone. Zhou Jibai's phone reminded her that it had run out of battery not long ago, and now she was using Uncle Lou's phone. Young lady, did you see anything? The blue-clothed young man couldn't help but shout. Everyone turned their eyes and looked at him. They didn't even have the strength to laugh at him at this moment. Yun Nuashing raised her hand and waved gently. She said in her soul, "Then, Lord Guardian who rarely uses his brain, have you seen anything in these 4 or 5 hours?" Oh, we heard the voice and came back to his senses. He raised his head and stared at Yun Nuashing with a serious face. "Feng, I think that kid might be right." "Starry sky?" Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and didn't rush to deny it. She raised her chin and motioned for him to continue. A ray of golden light flashed in Huey's eyes. "Yes, this should be a starry sky, but it might be depicting another starry sky." "If I'm not wrong," Yun Nuashing was startled. "That's interesting. A secret realm located on this planet with life." The mystery left in front of the door, the clue itself pointed to another starry sky. The level of this problem suddenly sublimated and rose to the level of the void. As everyone knew, the void liked to joke. Where would the joke point to this time?